Chapter 5099. Heaven does not disappoint those who persevere. After chewing for more than 4 hours, between the 2 rows of teeth marks left on the barrier membrane by Shi Wanjin's abnormal teeth, a hole about the size of a fingernail finally appeared. Inside, it was filled with an incomparably pure energy aura. Finally, it was bitten open. Xiao, Tu Zhenzun did not hesitate at all. With a flash of light in his eyes, his entire body instantly turned into a ray of light and blasted away. Blinking, his eyes drilled into this small hole and entered the source nest star, and then disappeared. Buzz, since he had already entered, Shi Wanjin naturally would not continue to gnaw on it. This was not something that was easy to chew on, so he immediately stopped. Next, in an instant, a low buzzing sound rang out, and the hole, which was only the size of a fingernail, quickly closed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The 2 rows of teeth marks next to the hole also quickly blurred. This was the sign that after the continuous external force disappeared, the power of the primordial law that condensed this invisible barrier membrane was repairing it. His speed was simply too fast. Previously, Shi Wanjin had spent close to 6 hours biting out this fingernail-sized hole. But now, it had only taken him 3 breaths of time to do so. Everything had already disappeared, and what appeared in front of him was a 1,000 feet wide barrier. Not to mention a bite mark, there was not even a single trace left behind. Just from this point alone, one could see how powerful the primordial chaos void law was. It recovered too quickly. Previously, Shi Wanjin had been gnawing non-stop for half a second before he was able to gnaw out this hole. No, in that case, if he gnawed for a while and rested for a while, even if he died here, it was impossible for him to gnaw out that fingernail-sized hole just now. This time, it's really hard for you. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, Yi Xian's face suddenly showed a touch of apology. He turned to look at Shi Wanjin, who was holding his cheeks and gritting his teeth, and asked with concern, "How is it? Are your teeth broken? Are you injured?" "Fortunately, I'm not injured, but the roots of my teeth are too sore." With a word of concern, Shi Wanjin instantly became spirited again. He nodded firmly and said, "But, at most 3 days of rest, I can gnaw on another one." This guy seemed to be addicted to gnawing. This time, before Yi Xian said anything, he brought it up himself. Seeing that Yi Xian was dumbfounded and speechless, Shi Wanjin grinned and said with some relief, "Although it was not easy, after all, I just gnawed on everything the size of a fingernail and swallowed it. It is really a good thing. Just a little bit, it actually made my cultivation level obviously." After messing around for so long, Yi Xian came to a realization and immediately rolled his eyes. Look! After all, this invisible barrier was condensed from the power of the primordial void. It was the purest power of the law, and its grade was extremely high. It was even higher than the power of the heavenly Tao. Although it was only the size of a fingernail, and although it was not eye-catching and the amount was too little, it was definitely a top-grade cultivation resource. Dang! Of course, this kind of cultivation resource was really not available to others. Only a freakishly good mouth like Shi Wanjin had the chance to taste it. Moreover, even he could not eat wantonly. At most, he would gnaw on a little bit. After that, he would have to rest for a few days. If he really let go of his stomach and devoured it, perhaps the speed of his cultivation level increase would be terrifying. If he was not careful, it was not impossible that he would directly explode. Mosquito Butcher's original body had already entered, and everything was going smoothly. He was doing this for the sake of the Heaven Stealer. When the next primordial era began and the 3,000 Chaos Demon Gods were born, Mosquito Butcher's original body would be like the Mad Mosquito Emperor's original body and Yi Xian's avatar. The next primordial era's darling, the Chaos Demon God, would be born. Yi Xian did not continue to stay here. After waving his hand and putting Shi Wanjin and Shui Ben into the Shenong Cauldron space, he immediately tore open a crack in the void and stepped into it, rushing to the next source-head star. After the heavens, Shi Wanjin did the same as before. This time, it took him less than 6 hours to gnaw a fingernail-sized hole in the barrier above a source-head star. This time, it was Shui Ben who entered. Then Yi Xian sent Shi Wanjin into the Shenong Cauldron space, and set off again, rushing to the third target, after the heavens, in an extremely remote primordial dark void. It was Yi Xian's third target. Here at this moment, he stepped out of a crack in the void, looked up at the source-head star hundreds of millions of miles away, and immediately waved his hand. Whoosh! Whoosh! Accompanied by a faint sound of breaking through the air, two rays of light appeared as Yi Xian waved his hand, and abruptly stopped in the void not far ahead, turning into two figures. One was Shi Wanjin, and the other figure was a purple-gold thunder sparrow that had shrunk to a size of 1,000 feet. It was the thunder spirit of the Emperor's seal. This time, Yi Xian wanted to send the thunder spirit of the Emperor's seal into the third source-head star to help it steal the heavens. Here at this moment, as his figure appeared, Shi Wanjin turned to look at the thunder spirit of the Emperor's seal, and then swept his gaze towards the source-head star in the void hundreds of millions of miles away. This was already the third time, and he was familiar with the process. He knew what to do next and did not ask much. Here it was the thunder spirit of the Emperor's seal. Yi Xian said a few words to it, which made it very happy, and it flew around Yi Xian several times. Swish! Very quickly, Yi Xian began to take action. With a wave of his hand, a ray of light shot out, charging towards the source-head star in front of him. Wang! In the next moment, an incomparably deep buzzing sound rang out, and the ray of light shot out, abruptly stopping in the sky above the source-head star hundreds of millions of miles away, and without any suspense, a layer of hazy membrane appeared below the ray of light. It was only about 1,000 feet long, and there was no similar hazy membrane in other areas. It was the same as before, there was no need to say more. As the hazy membrane appeared, Yi Xian turned to look at Shi Wanjin and pointed at the stars in front of him. Swish! A look of anticipation flashed across Shi Wanjin's eyes. He, who had tasted the sweetness twice in a row, naturally wouldn't dawdle. With a shake of his shoulders, his entire body instantly turned into a ray of light and shot forward. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of this hazy membrane that was 1,000 feet in radius. Next, after slightly adjusting the power in his body, he took a deep breath. As if he was eating, he immediately bent down and bit down. Screech! Screech! Seeing this, the thunder spirit of the Emperor's seal flapped its wings again and circled in the air. An incomparably joyful cry came out of its mouth, revealing a hint of impatience to enter the nest. Swish! Seeing Yi Xian point his finger, a look of anticipation flashed across Shi Wanjin's eyes. With a shake of his shoulders, his entire body instantly turned into a ray of light and shot forward. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of this hazy membrane that was 1,000 feet in radius. Then, he took a deep breath, bent down. He started to chew. Screech! Seeing this scene, the thunder spirit of the Emperor's seal flapped its wings again and circled in the air. An incomparably joyful cry came out of its mouth, revealing a hint of impatience to enter the nest. It was unknown if it was because he had already gnawed on it twice before, but this time, Shi Wanjin's speed was even faster. The previous 2 times, after gnawing for more than 4 hours, a hole about the size of a fingernail finally appeared between the 2 rows of teeth marks left on the membrane of the barrier by Shi Wanjin's abnormal teeth. But this time, as soon as 4 hours were up, he had already gnawed a small hole in the barrier in front of him. Inside, it was filled with an incomparably pure energy aura. Roar! Swish! Without the slightest hesitation, the thunder spirit raised its head and let out a long cry of incomparable joy. Then, with a flash of light in its eyes, its entire body instantly transformed into a ray of light and shot forward. Half in less than a breath, he had already drilled through this small hole and entered the origin nest star, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Wang, after completing his mission, Shi Wanjin did not continue to gnaw on it. He immediately stopped, and a low buzzing sound rang out in the next instant. The hole, which was only the size of a fingernail, quickly closed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a short breath of time, it had completely disappeared, not even leaving behind a single bite mark. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian let out a long sigh of relief, and his heart calmed down. Short in just 10 days, if news of what he had done were to spread, the entire primordial void would probably be shaken. Countless old monsters from all over would definitely beat their chests and stamp their feet. This even when he thought about it, he felt a sense of trepidation. In the entire primordial void, there were only 3,000 chaos demon gods that were born in each era, and in the past 10 days or so, Yi Xian had consecutively sent Mosquito Butcher's true body, Shui Ben, and the thunder spirit of the Emperor's seal into 3 origin nest stars, quietly and smoothly stealing the heavens. 3 out of 1,000 chaos demon gods, 3 of them had become his subordinates in the blink of an eye, occupying a ratio of 1 in 1,000. This was simply too shocking. In fact, if one were to include the original body of the Mad Mosquito Emperor, Yi Xian's power clone that was nurtured in the largest Source Hive star, and the Source Hive star that had long since been replaced by the Source Hive star, now, the number of chaos demon gods that could be confirmed to belong to Yi Xian's camp had reached 6. This was not a ratio of 1 in 1,000, but 2 in 1,000, 1 in 500. Dang! Of course, the Wild Dragon battleship was not an ordinary starry sky expert, but the energy of the Chaos Origin Crystal and the Origin Nest Star, including the entire Origin Nest Star, had indeed been swallowed by the Wild Dragon battleship. The Wild Dragon battleship was the Wild Dragon battleship. The World Worm battleship that formed the Wild Dragon battleship belonged to an existence that was between life and non-life. This World Worm battleship had swallowed an entire Origin Nest Star that gave birth to Chaos Demon Gods, and now all the energy was stored in every tiny molecule of this World Worm battleship. It was still uncertain what changes would happen in the future. But one thing was certain, and that was that the World Worm battleship that formed the Wild Dragon battleship would definitely undergo some kind of huge transformation, and this transformation would definitely be reflected in the Wild Dragon battleship's giant life battleship. Then, with the passage of time, this giant life battleship that had accompanied Yi Xian since a very long time ago would definitely grow to an astonishing height that even he could not predict in advance. All this flashed through Yi Xian's mind, and he immediately became somewhat excited. After a long time, he slowly calmed down. What about you? What do you plan to do next? Taking a deep breath, Yi Xian turned to look at Shi Wanjin. After a short pause, he continued, have you ever thought of finding an Origin Nest Star, entering it, and quietly seizing the luck and fortune of a Chaos Demon God? Thinking about it, Shi Wanjin had been working hard for the past 10 days, but he had been working hard all this time, making wedding clothes for others in vain. Now, Mosquito Butcher, Shui Ben, and the Lightning Emperor's seal had all entered an Origin Nest Star, quietly and smoothly stealing the heavens. Although Yi Xian still wanted him to work hard for a while, and send more suitable subordinates into the Origin Nest Star to carry out the heaven stealing, Yi Xian felt that it was too embarrassing. However, Yi Xian was a bit embarrassed to keep tormenting him like this, which was why he asked this question. Entering a Origin Nest Star to steal the heavens sounds like a good idea. Chaos Demon God, just hearing it sounds very impressive. When Yi Xian asked about his plan, Shi Wanjin was obviously a little tempted. As he spoke, he licked the corner of his lips. But after a short pause, he finally changed the topic. However, compared to waiting for a long time in an Origin Nest Star, I prefer to stay outside. After all, my lightning poison tribulation body is too special, and it requires too many resources. If I can't gnaw a hole out of the Origin Nest Star after swallowing all the energy in it, wouldn't I suffocate to death later? Instead of that, it's better to stay outside. Master, didn't you say that there are a total of 3,000 Origin Nest Stars in this chaos void? I have already gnawed on 3 of them, although each one only gnawed off a little bit of the invisible barrier covering the Origin Nest Star. But these tiny bits of energy are incomparably pure, and they taste different. This should be because the attributes and bloodlines of the Chaos Demon Gods bred in the Origin Nest Stars are different. If I stay outside, not to mention gnawing on all 3,000 Origin Nest Stars, as long as I can gnaw on a small part of them. Oh, let's make it 1,000. I have a hunch that if I can gnaw on 1,000 of them, I will taste 1,000 different kinds of chaos law. This will definitely be of great significance to me in the future. Maybe the lightning poison tribulation body will once again welcome a higher level of transformation. It is also possible. At this point, Shi Wanjin didn't say anything more. He turned to look at Yi Xian and asked hesitantly, Master, do you think this idea is feasible? Yi Xian was already dumbfounded. He stared blankly at Shi Wanjin, speechless for a long time. This fellow really wouldn't stop until he shocked everyone to death. He was really too daring. He actually wanted to get his hands on all 3,000 chaotic demon gods that were born in the primordial chaos void for the next era. Although it was only gnawing off a little bit of the invisible barrier covering the origin nest star, it was the purest chaos law power, and it was true that different origin nest stars were bred with different attributes. If he really gnawed on 1,000 origin nest stars, it would be tantamount to touching 1,000 mysterious chaos law powers. Even if he only touched the surface of each one, when stacked together, it would be incredible. After hearing Shi Wanjin's plan, Yi Xian was greatly shocked. This guy really dared to think that the 3,000 chaos demon gods bred in the chaos void for the next era, he actually wants to get his hands on all of them. If he really gnawed on a little bit of each one, it would be tantamount to touching 1,000 mysterious chaos law powers. Even if he only touched the surface of each one, when stacked together, it would be incredible. This was definitely an extremely daring idea. If he succeeded, what kind of heaven-shaking good fortune would it bring to Shi Wanjin? Even Yi Xian couldn't estimate it. Yi Xian thought. At this point, even he was a little moved. He stared at Shi Wanjin with a strange expression on his face for a while before finally shaking his head and smiling bitterly. This dream of yours is very strong. Since you have an idea, you can just do it yourself. But, halfway through, Yi Xian seemed to have suddenly thought of something and his expression changed slightly. Lightly sucking in a breath of cold air, he hurriedly exhorted, "You have already gnawed on the origin nest stars, so you should be able to remember their auras. The chaos demon gods bred there are already on your side, so you must not harm them. There are a total of 3,000 origin nest stars in the chaos void that give birth to chaos demon gods, enough for you to harm. You must not harm your own people. In addition, among the origin nest stars you haven't gnawed on, there are 2 that you must not eat. One of them is the chaos demon god of the Mad Mosquito Emperor's true body, and the other is one of this king's avatars, Xiao. Xiao." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a faint sound of something breaking through the air. Yi Xian waved his hand and sent out 2 streaks of light. In the blink of an eye, they entered Shi Wanjin's forehead and disappeared. Remember, these are the auras of the 2 origin nest stars. If you encounter them, immediately avoid them. After reminding him again, the expression on Yi Xian's face became extremely solemn. If you dare to be disloyal, you know the result. This was not a threat. Before Shi Wanjin's current lightning poison tribulation physique had been completely refined by Yi Xian with the secret method of the slave seal. No matter how strong he was now, and no matter how amazing his growth in the future, if Yi Xian wanted to, he could instantly explode his soul and die. Of course, Shi Wanjin himself was also aware of this, but now in the face of Yi Xian's warning, there was not even a trace of panic on his face, because he had never thought of disobeying Yi Xian's orders. He did not have the consciousness to do so, so there was naturally no need to be afraid. Xiao, since this matter was over, there was no need to continue to delay. Yi Xian waved his hand and took Shi Wanjin into the Shen Nong's treasure cauldron, then directly activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability of the devouring system in his body. This time, the interstellar coordinate point he locked onto was still near the source nest star, because before returning to the forbidden area of the magic hall, he still had to make a trip back to the source nest star. Since Shi Wanjin's plan was to continue to search for the source nest star and take a bite of it, then naturally, Yi Xian would not waste such an opportunity. Therefore, he sent some suitable generals under his command into the source nest stars to steal the heavens. It was only natural for him to do so. It could be said that it was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. No, not everyone was suitable to enter the source nest star to steal the heavens. The source nest star gave birth to chaos demon gods, and just by hearing the name, one would know that they were definitely existences with powerful blood qi and astonishing bloodlines. Although the dove had occupied the nest and seized the fortune, the difference could not be too great. At least, according to Yi Xian's estimation, the experts of the human race and the remnant citizens were not very suitable. Of course, Yi Xian's strength doppelganger was a special case. In terms of the abundance of blood qi and the strength of the bloodline, the strength doppelganger condensed by Yi Xian was not weaker than any of the star beasts with special bloodlines. Very quickly. Soon, he returned to the Source Nest's headquarters and summoned all his subordinates who were in charge of the Source Nest's headquarters. He explained the matter in detail and asked them to consider it on their own. Those who decided to steal from the heavens, after careful consideration and making a decision, could immediately register. Gui Haidao, Zhang Qingyu, and the other great generals of the demon race ultimately gave up this opportunity. They cultivated in the Source Nest star and advanced very quickly. Besides, they also wanted to stay by Yi Xian's side. At most. In the end, there were only 5 people who decided to steal the heavens on the Source Nest star. They were the elephant fox ferret, Ing Tai, Li Mosquito, Flying Centipede, and Old Monster Silver Pole. Even the 8 great guardian deities gave up. The 8 great guardian deities came from the top 10 races of the second universe. They also had the bloodline of star beasts in their bodies, so they were suitable for stealing the heavens. However, these 8 fellows were used to riding roughshod over others. It was better to kill them on the spot than to wait for the full opening of the next primordial era on a Source Nest star. Of course, among the 5 people who registered, there was no problem with the elephant fox ferret, Li Mosquito, Flying Centipede, and Old Monster Silver Pole. They were all star beasts. However, Ing Tai was a little special. She was not a star beast, nor was she a life form of flesh and blood. Instead, she was a mechanical life form. Yi Xian had never thought that a mechanical life form would appear among the 3,000 chaos demon gods that were born in the primordial era in every primordial era. Therefore, after Ing Tai proposed this matter and decided to register to steal the heavens on a Source Nest star, Yi Xian fell into deep thought. He was considering the success rate of this matter. Most in the end, he had to admit that even he could not deduce the result and was unable to determine the feasibility of this matter. After all, his understanding of the primordial era and the Source Nest was still very limited. This he told Ing Tai everything honestly, but she insisted. In the end, Yi Xian had no choice but to nod helplessly and agree. Perhaps Su Ing Tai might really be able to create a miracle. Anyway, the stakes were already clear to her. Even if she failed, she would have no regrets. This after the candidates were decided, Yi Xian immediately waved his hand and put the elephantine sable and the other 4 into the internal space of the farmer god's treasure cauldron in his body. Then, he left the Source Nest star and rushed to the forbidden area of the magic hall. There were more subordinates there, so there must be many who had registered, 5 days later, in the forbidden area of the magic hall. Hiss, the crisp sound of cloth tearing rang out. A crack appeared in the void, and a figure walked out from it. It was Yi Xian. After returning, Yi Xian immediately sent out his divine sense to gather all the higher-ups of the 6 major armies of the magic hall. Then, his figure flashed and he sat down cross-legged at the top of the atmosphere of the Source Nest star. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Soon, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out from all directions, and rays of light shot toward him. A woo, 2 pig howls rang out. Old Pig Spirit and Primordial Porcupine rushed over, and the black-robed desolate sovereign from the Alliance of the Remnants also followed behind them. The 3 of them had the battle strength of a desolate sovereign, so they were the first to arrive. Behind them were the higher-ups of the magic hall who were below the desolate sovereign realm. Among them, the strongest were the mighty figures of the primordial era. Although there were not many of them, they were not few either. Looking around, all the higher-ups of the magic hall had arrived without exception. Chapter 5100. After the power of his spiritual sense was transmitted, the upper echelons of the 6 armies of the demon palace quickly arrived one after another and gathered outside Yi Xian's cave star. At this moment, Yi Xian was sitting cross-legged at the top of the atmosphere of the cave-dwelling star. The 7 beautiful cultivators, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru were probably still in seclusion and hadn't arrived yet. Not far from him were Old Pig, the black-robed desolate sovereign, and Immemorial Porcupine. 3 behind him were 9 powerful beings from the remote antiquity era, the Blood Dragon Clan, the Green Rock Clan, and the Battle Lion Clan, the 3 powerful beings from the Alliance of the Remnants, the 6-headed Blood Dragon Clan, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, Li Bei, and Elder Sang Ji. Here apart from them, Green Cow, Yuling Long, Long Ao, Gong Jun, Howling Moon Mastiff, Three-Clawed Dragon, Long Shan Tang, Blood Dragon Ancestor, Green Rock Ancestor, Blood Dragon, Green Rock Ancestor, and the last 200+ undyings from the captive army had all arrived. The upper echelons of the 10,000 evil army led by the immemorial turtle, as well as the commander of the Heavenly River Army, Old Devil Mosquito Butcher, Naples, Devil King Mo Wen Tian, the Demon Uncle, the Dark Turtle Clan leader Mingjiao, the Mad Mosquito Emperor, Old Man Shenyuan, Old Man Duanmu, Abbess Bodhi, and the other upper echelons of the smaller factions and clans arrived last. In just a few hours, thousands of figures had gathered. All the higher-ups of the 6 armies of the Magic Hall had arrived. Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's original body are fine. As he spoke, Yi Xian turned to look at the Mad Mosquito Emperor and the Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher, smiling as he nodded. The reason he left the Demon Palace's Forbidden Grounds for the Great Desolation Forbidden Grounds was to rescue Shui Ben and the Mosquito Butcher. Here. Now that he had returned, he naturally had to announce the final result. Otherwise, all the higher-ups of the Magic Hall would be worried about him. The Mad Mosquito Emperor and Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher were indeed feeling uneasy. When they heard this result, they immediately let out a long sigh of relief, and a relieved smile appeared on their faces. However, the 2 of them did not return with me because they had already gone elsewhere. With a turn of events, Yi Xian's expression turned serious. He paused for a moment before continuing, "This lord has returned this time and will be leaving soon. However, there is one thing that is extremely important. Now, I am asking for your opinion. No matter what decision you make, you must not reveal it in the future." After that, he used his divine sense to tell them about entering Source Nest Star to steal the heavens. Of course, he did not mention Shi Wanjin, nor did he mention how to achieve this. He only said that he had a way to accomplish this and asked the subordinates in front of him for their choice. Upon hearing this news, the gathered upper echelons of the Devil Halls were instantly shocked. It had been a while since they entered the primordial chaos void. Although the subordinates of the Magic Hall weren't allowed to travel outside the Forbidden Star Field, there were still scouts outside to gather information. Hence, the higher-ups of the Magic Hall were quite familiar with the Source Nest Star. This was the place where the Chaos Demon God was born. What Yi Xian said now was to let them enter the Origin Nest Star to steal the heavens, pry into the primordial luck of the next era, and replace the Chaos Demon God that was being nurtured within the Origin Nest Star. These words were too shocking. If it hadn't come from Yi Xian, they wouldn't have believed it at all. In fact, even if they heard Yi Xian say this with their own ears, they were still shocked and found it hard to accept for a moment. After a moment of shock, the higher-ups of the Magic Hall began to discuss this matter in groups of 2s and 3s. This matter was too serious and was not a small matter. When Yi Xian told them about this matter, they only used divine sense to communicate because they were worried that this matter would be leaked and cause unnecessary trouble. Thus, now, they didn't dare to discuss this matter in private. They had to use divine sense to communicate with each other when discussing this matter. Xian wasn't in a hurry. He just sat cross-legged at the peak of the atmosphere of the abode star and silently waited for the final decision of the higher-ups of the Devil Halls. Of course, he'd specially reminded them earlier. Because the Nest of Chaos was giving birth to chaotic fiend gods, all of them were existences with terrifyingly abundant vital energy and blood. So, entering the Nest of Chaos to replace them and become heaven stealers and space ferocious beasts was more suitable. Until it was best not to make such a choice for the great beings of the human race, unless they had extremely strong bodies and rich blood like the ferocious beasts, or they had special bloodlines. Otherwise, it wasn't suitable at all. After some discussion, they quickly came to a decision. Primordial Porcupine, Primordial Hairy Tortoise, Green Ox, Yuling Long, Howling Moon Mastiff, Long Li, Three-Clawed Dragon, the Black-Robed Huang Zun, Ming Jiao, and the others all signed up. Division apart from them, there were also dozens of Universe Supreme beings from the Ferocious Beast Army, the Blood Dragon race, the Green Rock race, and the Battle Lion race. The total number was close to 100. The number was about the same as Yi Xian's estimation. In fact, his original intention was to not exceed 100. If the number exceeded 100, he would have to search for other source nest stars at the last minute. After all, there were only slightly more than 100 source nest stars that he had previously encountered and recorded the interstellar coordinates of. Indeed, if he were to search for them at the last minute, it would be too much of a waste of time. The Hongmeng void was too vast. Even with Yi Xian's current cultivation level at the late stage of the heavenly Tao realm, searching for source nest stars here was no different from searching for a needle in a haystack. Of course, apart from the nearly 100 people who signed up, Yi Xian also reserved 6 quotas. These 6 quotas were for Lang Ganglai, Ji Jinghong, Jin Haoyan, Jiao Ri Tian, Medusa, and Lion Biyao. They were Yi Xian's confidants, and they had long pledged their allegiance to Yi Xian. However, they did not stay by Yi Xian's side. Instead, they followed Yi Xian's instructions and returned to their respective races. Now, the races of the second universe, like all the other living beings of the Hongmeng Great World, had long fallen into the hands of the primeval Heaven's Eye. Therefore, the 6 of them were naturally no exception. They were all in the Hongmeng Great World's forbidden land, hence, they would have to make another trip there. However, this time, they were only there to rescue Medusa and the other 5 from the forbidden land. Since they had rushed there on a whim, the primeval Heaven's Eye would definitely not be on guard, so there should not be any setbacks. Xiao. 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 Seeing that everything was almost done, Yi Xian no longer hesitated. With a wave of his hand, he put all the nearly 100 subordinates who had signed up into the Shenong treasure cauldron space inside his body. They carried all their cultivation resources with them, so there was no need for them to return to their respective cave residences to pack up their belongings. This was a starry sky environment, and a great battle could break out at any time. It was simply a joke to pack up their belongings for such an important matter. Just as Yi Xian was about to leave with this group of subordinates and rush to the forbidden land of the Hongmeng Great World, he seemed to have suddenly sensed something. His body trembled slightly, and he immediately turned to look outside the forbidden land of the Hongmeng Great World. A gratified smile appeared on his face. The devouring treasured body is finally back. Xiao, a sharp sound broke through the air, and a ray of light shot out from the forbidden land of the magic hall. It stopped abruptly in front of Yi Xian. It was the devouring treasured body that had been gone for a long time. The devouring treasured body was Yi Xian's avatar, and the 2 of them were originally one. Now that they were facing each other, there was no need for words to communicate. They instantly understood everything that had happened to each other over the years. The devouring treasured body's bloodline talent was stronger than Shi Wanjin's lightning poison tribulation physique, but it did not have as good a mouth as Shi Wanjin. And back when he left, the devouring treasured body's cultivation level was stronger than Shi Wanjin's. Therefore, since Shi Wanjin was already a first-stage desolate supremacy, the devouring treasured body had naturally stepped into that realm. And so his cultivation level had reached the 9th stage of the primordial supreme realm. Just like old pig spirit in his 9 transformation state, he was a supreme existence at the half-step heavenly Tao realm. With you presiding over the magic hall's forbidden land, I can rest assured. Looking at the devouring treasured body, Yi Xian smiled and nodded. As he spoke, he suddenly waved his hand. Xiao. A ray of light shot out, and in the blink of an eye, it entered the devouring treasured body's glabella and disappeared. The ray of light was none other than Yi Xian's mechanical avatar, which was also the Empyrean beast. The Empyrean beast was now a powerful existence at the 2nd stage of the heavenly Tao realm. Even the 4 heavenly kings who were at the 9th stage of the desolate supremacy realm were in the Empyrean beast's body. And so Xian had sent the Empyrean beast into the devouring treasured body's body so that it could stay behind with the devouring treasured body to preside over the magic hall's forbidden land. The Empyrean beast could fight alone, but it could also summon the 4 heavenly kings with a wave of its hand, splitting out 4 electronic wisps of consciousness to enter. Together with the 4 heavenly kings, the 5 mechanical war beasts could join forces in battle. And again with the devouring treasured body and old pig spirit, there was naturally no need to worry about the magic hall's forbidden land. The reason for such an arrangement was that he would be leaving for quite some time. And near to have 100 generals enter the Source Hive star to steal the heavens was clearly not something that could be accomplished in a short period of time. After all, the Source Hive stars were not gathered in one spot. They were scattered across the massive primordial chaos stellar domain. It would probably take several years for Yi Xian to bring his subordinates to complete the task. The devouring treasured body and Yi Xian were one to begin with. Even though he had been away for a long time, there was no need to elaborate on his return. Waving after handing the Empyrean beast to the devouring treasured body, Yi Xian gave Old Pig Spirit a few more instructions. He instructed him that if the devouring treasured body were to attempt to break through to the heavenly Tao realm, they had to be staggered. At any given moment, one of them would be left behind to preside over the magic hall's forbidden land. Rip, after everything was done, Yi Xian waved his hand. Instantly, the crisp sound of ripping cloth could be heard. A void rift appeared in the void in front of him. He took a step forward and stepped into it, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The magic hall's forbidden land was located on the left side of the Milky Way's right bank, while the primordial chaos forbidden land was located in the middle of the left bank. Even with Yi Xian's strength at the peak of the heavenly Tao realm, it would take quite some time to travel from the magic hall's forbidden land to the primordial chaos forbidden land. Previously, when he left the primordial chaos forbidden land and returned to the right bank of the Milky Way, he had activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability attached to his system, allowing him to instantly arrive there. However, on the left bank of the Milky Way, he did not imprint any interstellar coordinate jump points. Thus therefore, there was no shortcut for Yi Xian to go from the right bank to the left bank of the Milky Way. The journey was long and he could not delay any further. He had to rush there immediately. A month later, Yi Xian traveled at full speed. He did not sleep or rest during the journey and finally arrived in the middle of the left bank of the Milky Way. Again. A day later, he could vaguely sense the auras of astral beasts ahead of him. He had finally arrived at the primordial chaos forbidden land. Back then, Yi Xian was in his ape form. He was about 10 feet tall, and the cultivation aura he emitted was at the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. It was the same as primeval heaven's eye. This time, he had no intention of concealing his figure or converging his aura. After all, he had come to take away Lang Ganglai, Ji Jinghong, Jin Haoyan, Jiao Ritian, Medusa, and Lion Biyao. And the 6 of them were definitely in the sea of battleships on the left side of the primordial chaos forbidden land. But the sea of battleships was so vast that all the living beings in the 3 main astral planes were gathered together. They had all kinds of battleships, fortresses, and astral fortresses as their homes. Even with Yi Xian's cultivation level and strength, he would need to release his spiritual perception to search for the 6 of them. As such, there was no point in concealing his figure or converging his aura. Once he entered the star domain, primeval heavens, I would be able to instantly sense it. Furthermore, at such a close distance, before Yi Xian could find the 6 of them and take them away, primeval heavens I would definitely appear in front of him. As such, he might as well enter the primordial chaos forbidden land openly and ask for the 6 of them. To primeval heavens I, Lang Ganglai, and company were not important resources. It was naturally not willing to take the risk. Shoo! An extremely sharp sound tore through the air as Yi Xian transformed into a beam of light. He was extremely fast and instantly charged into the primordial chaos forbidden land. Roar! Darn bastard, you actually dare to return. Almost at the instant he charged in from the edge of the star domain, a shocking roar sounded from the deepest depths of the primordial chaos forbidden land. It was none other than primeval heaven's eye's voice. Boom! Rumble, roar. Ruthless, soon, an earth-shattering rumble resounded. A green vertical eye that looked like a giant star shot out from the depths of the star field. Roars and howls resounded from the forbidden star fields on both sides of the star field. The 10 heavenly Tao realm experts of the primordial chaos forbidden land led by the weeping soul blood ape are all here. You actually broke through again. Now, you are already at the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm? Soon, primeval heaven's eye and the 10 heavenly Tao realm ferocious beast generals came to a halt in the void hundreds of billions of kilometers away. The gigantic vertical eye flashed with a green beam as an extremely shocked spiritual perception voice sounded. He knew that Yi Xian's cultivation speed was fast. After all, his true cultivation level was only at the supreme primordial realm. However, he never expected it to be this fast. In less than 2 months, he had already reached the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm like him. Whoosh, Yi Xian completely ignored him. In an instant, the ferocious ape's figure vanished. The void where it originally stood had the strange sound of splashing water. Violent, the ape's 10-foot-tall body collapsed, transforming into a sea of blood that spread out and enveloped a corner of the universe's void. Roar! Roar! Ruthless! Right on the heels of that, deep roars and howls sounded from 3 different directions of the vast sea of blood. In the blink of an eye, 3 massive figures rose up from the ground. They were none other than the primordial demon apes, 3 great fiend bodies. Chapter 5101. Roar! Roar! Screech! As the ferocious ape's 10-foot-tall body collapsed, it transformed into a sea of blood that spread out and enveloped a corner of the universe's void. The 3 primordial demon apes' demonic bodies instantly rose from the sea of blood. In the blink of an eye, they traversed 60 million kilometers. They were the body of flesh and blood, the body of bones, and the body of black fog. The body of bones did not have any flesh and blood. It was just a purplish gold skeleton that exuded an endless ferocious aura. It was extremely ferocious. Although the body of black fog was in the form of a ferocious ape, its body was a black fog. Even its eyes were only 2 purple beams. It appeared extremely strange. All of this happened too quickly. In the blink of an eye, the 3 blood sea avatars had condensed. The cultivation auras that emanated from their bodies were all at the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. They were none other than 3 powerful late-stage heavenly Tao realm experts. And the moment Yi Xian came up, he didn't say a word and directly condensed the 3 blood sea avatars. It was obvious that he was about to start a battle, causing the heart of the primordial heavenly Tao's green eyes, who was still shocked by his cultivation at the 8th level of the heavenly Tao realm, to sink. He did not have absolute confidence in winning. With his understanding of Yi Xian, it was impossible for him to attack so easily. What left him baffled was that Yi Xian had already taken Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher away the last time. He could not figure out the reason why he was attacking again. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, the primeval heaven's eyes flashed. A low, muffled voice was heard once again. "What are you up to?" Roar! Yi Xian completely ignored him. Just as the heavenly Tao's eye finished speaking, the ferocious ape suddenly raised its head and roared angrily. He had directly activated the 9 transformations demon ape bloodline divine power's final form, which was the demon ape true body. With a furious roar, the 3 blood sea avatars' powers instantly surged. It was as though a raging river was roaring. The 4 limbs and bones of the great blood sea avatar surged with boundless ferocity. There was also a surge of terrifying chi and blood power that was so majestic that it made one tremble and fear gushing out from the 3 bodies. In an instant, they rapidly converged, and in just half a breath, their backs had already merged. In the blink of an eye, the 3 blood sea clones disappeared. What appeared in the void was the true form of the devil ape with 3 heads and 6 arms. Its body of flesh, bones, and black fog had fused into one. By the time the primeval heaven's eye regained its senses, the eyes of the skeleton of the devil ape's 3 true forms had already burst forth with an incomparably blazing purple-gold light, and a mysterious aura like a raging river suddenly burst forth, spreading out in all directions. He suddenly raised his left arm, the originally empty palm of his left hand erupting with golden radiance. A golden bow in the form of energy appeared in his left hand, simple and unadorned yet sinister. The middle part of his palm was a 2-headed strange beast, one facing up and one down. Within the mouth of the beast, there were 2 humanoid spirit creatures biting the legs of 2 humanoid spirit creatures. The 2 beasts opened their mouths wide and seemed to be roaring. A bowstring that was obviously made of countless fine golden threads twisted together was connected to the mouths of the 2 humanoid creatures. It was the heaven-falling bow, which was famous in the prehistoric era. Well, the body of flesh and blood suddenly flipped its hands, and two fine rays of light shot out. The left hand of the body of flesh and blood held one of the legs of the Shinong cauldron, like a huge seal that flipped the heavens, and the right hand of the body of flesh and blood held the big-headed black stick transformed from the Shinong medicinal pestle. Whoosh! Oni 9-colored fine ray of light suddenly flashed between the eyebrows, and the 9-colored ribbon transformed from the 9-colored flame sea appeared, entangling the huge and strange body of the black fog avatar. It could transform into an agile, colorful python and rush out at any time, revealing an endless sense of ferocity. The process sounded long, but in fact, it happened in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the devil ape true body appeared, and each of them took out their battle treasures and supreme divine abilities. When all of this was mixed together, it was simply despairing. In the distant void, even the primeval heavens, I was dumbfounded. It stared blankly at Yi Xian, speechless for a moment. Now, Yi Xian, who had transformed into the three-headed, six-armed devil ape true body, although his cultivation level was only at the 8th level of the heavenly Tao realm, it was definitely the strongest existence among the 8th level of the heavenly Tao realm. It was not much weaker than a true 9th level expert. After all, the devil ape true body's three-headed, six-armed form was clearly the combination of three powerful 8th level heavenly Tao existences. And because the three of them were one, their backs were fused together, and this kind of combination was even tighter, making their cooperation flawless. Such an existence was definitely not as simple as facing three ordinary 8th level heavenly Tao existences at the same time. They were not on the same level at all. It could be said that if the current Yi Xian were to engage in a great battle, as long as the primordial heavenly Tao was slightly careless, the avatar wielding the heavenly fallen Bao could attack and kill it with a single arrow. This, at such a close distance, with the skeleton avatar waiting for an opportunity, there was no way he could avoid it. He would definitely be heavily injured even if he didn't die. In fact, even if the skeleton avatar didn't attack and the heaven-falling Bao was only used as a deterrent, the primeval heavens I wouldn't be able to gain any benefits from fighting Yi Xian in such a state. Furthermore, it was highly likely that it would be at a disadvantage. By ignoring the skeleton avatar, the remaining two devil ape true bodies were in no way weaker than him, be it in terms of physical body or skeletal body. They were both at the 8th level of the heavenly Tao realm. By now that they had fused as one, the primeval heavens I would charge forward. It was equivalent to fighting 2 against 3. Coupled with the ribbon formed by the 9-colored sea of flames, as well as the might of the farmer god's treasure cauldron and the big-headed black rod, it was impossible for him not to be at a disadvantage. These thoughts flashed through the heavenly Tao green eye's mind like a spark. Instantly, a green beam flashed in its gigantic vertical eye. At this moment, heavenly Tao's green-eyed eye's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. Although he wanted nothing more than to rush forward and suppress Yi Xian, he knew that he no longer had the chance. At least, it was impossible for him to do so at the moment. This guy's growth rate was really too shocking. Last time was the best opportunity to kill him, but unfortunately, they missed it. They couldn't keep him here and get rid of all future troubles. To now, Qin Shi had actually dared to come looking for him by himself, whereas he could only sullenly and forcefully suppress his impulse to make a move against Qin Shi, and he still stood 100 billion kilometers away from Qin Shi. He didn't dare rashly launch an attack because he was utterly unable to gain any advantage and would even suffer a loss. Thinking back to how weak Yi Xian had been in his eyes back then, not even comparable to an ant. He had never truly looked him in the eye. The disparity was so great, but the time was almost negligible. It was a huge blow to him. This time, I have personally come to the great desolation forbidden land to ask for 6 people. At this moment, as his strongest form was revealed, the voice of Yi Xian's divine sense sounded out as well. Although his voice wasn't loud, countless creatures in the entire great desolate forbidden area could clearly hear him. These 6 people, not a single one of them can be missing. I must take them away this time, either give them to me, or fight. It's up to you whether you want to give them or not. Want 6 people? But, and he was so strong. If he didn't give them to him, he would immediately attack. Listen. Upon hearing Yi Xian's voice, the endless sea of battleships on the left side of the Great Desolation Forbidden Land star field instantly burst into an uproar. The Blood Wyrm Tribe, Blue Rock Tribe, Battle Lion Tribe, Inji Tribe, Raging Ox Tribe, Golden Eagle Tribe, Colored Python Tribe, Voracious Wolf Tribe, and Tree Spirit Tribe, all the superior beings and elders of the 9 races of the Second Universe were gathered in a star fortress that was 1,000,000 meters in diameter, each of them looking excited. There was also a powerful ripple emanating from the main control cabin of another star fortress. Hundreds of desolate supremacies and superior beings of the primordial era were gathered here, all from the First Universe's plane, and were the foundation of the former First Universe's slave races. Moreover, on the everlasting star of the Third Universe's human faction, the Immortal Emperor and the other leaders of the human faction, as well as the leaders of the human faction in the Sky End Palace, which resembled an energy vortex, were also gathered. If counting the elders of various ranks of the former 10,000 Net Federation in the Temple of Glory, there were also hundreds of superior beings of the primordial era and supreme ancients gathered here from the Third Universe. Phase in comparison, the leaders of both human factions gathered here, especially the Immortal Emperor and the few who had come in contact with Yi Xian before, were clearly more excited. In that very moment, the countless champions from the 3 main planes of the stars, as well as the leaders of various races and factions, all of them had an unprecedented hope and expectation ignited in their hearts without exception after they came to their senses. Everyone's eyes shone with an incomparably blazing light of expectation. Even though Yi Xian, the master of Magic Hall, had said that he would only take 6 people away, they believed that they would most likely be one of those 6. In fact, Lang Ganglai, Ji Jinghong, Jin Haoyan, Jiao Ri Tian, Medusa, and Lion Biyao also had this kind of excitement in their hearts, but this thought only flashed for a moment before quickly disappearing. Then, the 6 of them continued to shake their heads as bitter self-mocking smiles appeared on their faces. Although they had pledged allegiance to Yi Xian and even returned to their own race at Yi Xian's behest, when did that happen? Such as now that the primeval world no longer existed, and with the height that Yi Xian had reached, even the incarnation of the primeval world's will of heaven had to be wary of him. How could he still remember that little bit of history? Even more so, moreover, there were countless champions from the 3 main planes of the stars gathered in this sea of battleships. Even if the primordial beings and supreme primordial beings were added together, there were more than 1,000 of them. If Yi Xian wanted to take 6 people away, how could he possibly let them, who were merely universe masters, have a chance? Roar! Yi Xian, are you threatening me? Yi Xian's voice had barely faded when Primeval Heaven's Eye, who was 100 billion miles away, suddenly flew into a rage. Since when did the forbidden grounds of the primeval universe become a place where anyone could threaten them? You can think of it this way. Yi Xian's voice sounded out once more, and the purplish gold light in the eyes of the skeleton clone suddenly burned brightly. It's just 6 juniors below the level of the primordial era. I will take them away right now. If you want to stop me, the heavenly fallen Bao will definitely shoot you. At most, I'll just retreat immediately, and when I recover, I'll come back and ask for it. Yi Xian didn't hesitate any longer. His terrifying 8th-level heavenly Tao realm consciousness extended toward the sea of battleships on the left side of the forbidden grounds of the primeval universe. In just a short time, he found the auras of Lang Ganglai and the others and locked onto them. He was so presumptuous and had already attacked. The primordial heavenly Tao was furious, but he did not dare to act rashly. Because, with his understanding of Yi Xian, since he had said so, he would definitely do it. Since, if he really wanted to stop him, the arrow would be unavoidable. No matter how much the forbidden grounds of the primeval universe were affected by the arrow, he could just escape, recover, and come back again. If he didn't agree to it every time, there was nothing he could do. If it happened a few more times, he would probably explode from anger. Relatively speaking, it was just taking away 6 juniors who weren't even at the level of primordial beings. Yi Xian was a person who valued relationships. If he wasn't wrong, these 6 juniors were probably friends with him in the past and didn't have any special value. For these 6 juniors, there was really no need to confront the madman Yi Xian head-on. He could just think of another way to deal with him later. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, primeval heaven's eye forcefully suppressed his impulse to attack. His huge vertical eye that was like a star flashed with a green light, revealing an endless chill, but he didn't say anything in the end. This, he was clearly admitting defeat. As the embodiment of the heavenly Tao's will of the primeval universe, it wasn't easy for him to make such a concession. Yi Xian didn't dare delay any longer, in case the other party suddenly changed his mind. That would only add to his troubles. With this thought in mind, he immediately attacked. Swoosh. 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 The six-armed demonic ape's true form didn't move. It remained vigilant as it stared at primeval heaven's eye and the 10 heavenly Tao realm ferocious beast generals led by the weeping soul blood ape in the void billions of kilometers away. However, Yi Xian's powerful spiritual perception was fully activated as a heavenly Tao realm rank 8. At that moment, an extremely sharp sound tore through the air as 6 beams of light shot out from the sea of battleships to the left of the forbidden grounds of the primeval universe. There was a figure in each of the 6 beams of light. They were Lang Ganglai, Ji Jinghong, Jin Haoyan, Jiao Ri Tian, Medusa, and Lion Ba Dao. The 6 of them were only universe masters, so they couldn't withstand such a terrifying speed. However, all 6 of them were enveloped and protected by Yi Xian's powerful spiritual perception, so they were completely fine. Because he was worried that the green eye of the great desolate heavenly Tao would interfere, Yi Xian pushed his powerful divine sense, which was at the 8th level of the heavenly Tao realm, to the limit. Now, he only brought along the 6 universe masters who didn't resist, so his speed was naturally extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, the 6 beams of light arrived in front of the 3-headed, 6-armed demonic ape's true form and stopped abruptly in the void. Lang Ganglai, Ji Jinghong, Jin Haoyan, Jiao Ri Tian, Medusa, and Lion Ba Dao appeared. All of them had their mouths wide open, and they were in a daze, wondering if what they had just experienced was just an illusion. In fact, it wasn't just them. In the vast sea of battleships on the left side of the forbidden desolate land, the powerful figures of the remote antiquity era and the supreme masters of the remote antiquity from the 3 main planes of the universe were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They were beings like Undying Emperor who had been in contact with Yi Xian before, and they all looked like they had been struck by lightning. They had never expected that the 6 people Yi Xian wanted to take away weren't them, but the young talents of several races in the second universe. It seemed that these guys had once had a conflict with Yi Xian, but they didn't know each other at all, as Lang Ganglai and the other 4 appeared in front of the 3-headed, 6-armed demonic ape, in the sea of battleships to the left of the forbidden grounds of the primeval universe. Come. The powerful beings and supreme masters of the primeval era from the 3 main planes of the universe were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They had never expected that the 6 people Yi Xian wanted to take away were the young talents of several races in the second universe. This was really hard for them to accept. At this moment, the higher-ups of all parties were as if they had been struck by lightning. They were crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. This was not the time to talk, and this was not a place to stay for long. Yi Xian immediately waved his hand, and in an instant, Lang Ganglai and the other 4 were taken into the space inside the Shenong's treasure cauldron. Then, without hesitation, he immediately activated the interstellar coordinate jumping ability attached to the system in his body. The next moment, a light flashed, and the real body of the 3-headed, 6-armed demonic ape shrank in size and was instantly enveloped by it. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared, this kind of secret method again. He disappeared in an instant without even the slightest spatial fluctuation. There is no trace at all. How did he do it? Roar, as Yi Xian's figure disappeared, the primordial heavenly Tao's eyes, which had long since anticipated this scene, instantly flew into a rage. His roar shook the heavens, causing the countless experts in the sea of battleships on the left side of the Forbidden Star region to tremble in fear. Yi Xian left, leaving with Lang Ganglai and the other 5 that they had not expected. At this moment, all the experts, including the immortal emperor, had a thick sense of despair on their faces. In the dark void far away on the right bank of the river, whoosh, an imperceptible sound of breaking through the air rang out, and a light flashed, and Yi Xian's figure quietly appeared. This time, he activated the interstellar coordinate jumping ability attached to the system in his body. The coordinate jumping point that Yi Xian had locked onto was still near the base camp of the Source Nest planet. Although it had only been a moment, he had already left the left bank of the Milky Way. Compared to the 1 month it took to get there, it was simply unimaginable. The higher the level of his growth, the more deeply Yi Xian could feel the power of the devouring system in his body. He really didn't know how Xingbo had fiddled with it back then. However, this time, Yi Xian did not return to the Source Nest planet. Instead, he directly rushed to the next Source Nest planet. Now, including Lang Ganglai, Ji Jinghong, Jin Haoyan, Jiao Ri Tian, Medusa, and Shirba Dao, who he had just brought out of the forbidden area of the Great Desolate Land, there were nearly 100 subordinates waiting in the space inside the Shenong treasure cauldron in his body. In other words, Yi Xian had to take Shi Wanjin to find all the hundreds of Source Nest planets that had the interstellar coordinates recorded back then, and gnaw a small hole in the barrier membrane that enveloped these Source Nest planets, so that the nearly 100 subordinates waiting in the space inside the cauldron could enter one after another and quietly steal the sky. The task was too heavy. He really didn't have time to delay, so he could only set off immediately. After a few days, a Source Nest planet appeared in the void in front of him. Yi Xian did not hesitate and directly waved his hand. In an instant, 2 rays of light shot out, and in the blink of an eye, they turned into the figures of Shi Wanjin and the green ox. Swish! Without wasting any time, Yi Xian immediately took action. With a wave of his hand, a ray of light shot out, charging towards the Source Nest planet in front of him. Wang! With an incomparably deep buzzing sound, the ray of light shot out and stopped abruptly above the Source Nest planet that was hundreds of millions of kilometers away. A ray of light without any suspense, a layer of hazy membrane appeared below the light. It was still about 1,000 feet long, and there was no similar hazy membrane in the other areas. It was the same as before. Swish! This time, Shi Wanjin did not wait for Yi Xian to call out to him. His eyes flashed with anticipation, and with a shake of his shoulders, his entire body instantly turned into a ray of light and shot out. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of this hazy membrane that was 1,000 feet in radius. Next, after slightly adjusting the power in his body, he took a deep breath and bent down to chew on the food as if he was eating. Shi Wanjin was getting more and more familiar with this kind of thing. After all, he was accumulating experience every time he did it. Every time he did it, his monstrous teeth were also getting stronger and stronger. This was the case for him. This time, Shi Wanjin's speed was as fast as before. 4 hours had just passed, and he had already bitten a small hole in the barrier in front of him. The small hole was filled with an incomparably pure energy aura that caused people to tremble in fear. Swish! The green ox was already prepared. When it saw the small hole appear, it did not hesitate at all. It raised its head and let out a low moo. Then, a bright light flashed in its eyes, and its entire body instantly transformed into a ray of light that shot out. In the blink of an eye, it had already drilled into the small hole and entered the interior of the Source Nest planet, disappearing from sight. Wang! Shi Wanjin immediately stopped, and a low buzzing sound rang out at the same time. The fingernail-sized hole that had just appeared also healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, instantly recovering to its original state. Boom! Rumble! As soon as Yi Xian finished, a series of extremely dull rumbling thunder suddenly came from the end of the dark void in the distance. It lasted for about 3 breaths of time, then it strangely stopped. Yi Xian frowned, and he suddenly had a bad premonition. Swish! Without hesitation, he immediately waved his hand and kept Shi Wanjin, who was rubbing his cheeks but had a happy expression. It was obvious that he was happy because he had just gnawed on a bean-sized barrier membrane of a Source Nest planet. Then, with a shake of his shoulders, his entire body instantly turned into a ray of light and blasted toward the end of the dark void where the strange rumbling thunder came from. After a few short breaths, Yi Xian had already arrived at the dark void where the rumbling sound came from earlier. As his figure came to an abrupt halt, he looked around, but there was only an endless expanse of darkness around him. Even with the power of his divine sense, he couldn't find anything beyond 100 billion kilometers. Don't talk about source nest planets. There wasn't even a speck of cosmic dust. Such a situation could be seen everywhere in the vast and boundless primordial chaos void. However, the low rumbling thunder that suddenly appeared and lasted for about 3 breaths of time was extremely real. Furthermore, it definitely came from this area. Yi Xian was now a powerful existence at the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. At such a close distance, how could he make such a mistake? There's clearly no abnormality, but I can't find the reason or source of the rumbling thunder. Could it be that this is just a phenomenon that appeared in the primordial chaos void? As he muttered, Yi Xian suddenly thought of something, and his heart sank. Yi Xian immediately rushed to the place where the rumbling thunder came from. However, to his surprise, it was a dark void. There was nothing. Not only was there no sign of life, there was not even a speck of cosmic dust. There's clearly no abnormality, but I can't find the reason or source of the rumbling thunder. Could it be that this is just a phenomenon that appeared in the primordial chaos void? In shock, he muttered softly as if he was sleep-talking. With a flash of inspiration in his mind, he seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and his heart sank. Indeed. There was such a possibility, but he couldn't be sure at the moment. This matter needed to be verified. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian's divine sense power spread out again. It was extremely meticulous, and it thoroughly explored the surrounding hundreds of billions of miles in the void. Indeed. After confirming that he did not miss anything, and that there was no abnormality, he did not hesitate and immediately turned to leave, rushing to the nearest source nest planet that was marked with the next interstellar coordinate. A few days later, he arrived at his destination. A source nest planet appeared in the void in front of him. After approaching it, Yi Xian waved his hand and 2 beams of light shot out. This time, the figures of Shi Wanjin and the primordial porcupine appeared. Whoosh! Without wasting any time, he waved his hand again, and a beam of light shot toward the source hive star in front of him. With a low buzzing sound, the beam of light shot forward and stopped abruptly at a distance of 10 million miles above the source hive star, which was hundreds of millions of miles away. Under the star in his sight, a familiar scene appeared again. It was a hazy barrier of about 1,000 meters. A gleam of expectation flashed in Shi Wanjin's eyes. With a shake of his shoulders, his entire figure instantly turned into a beam of light and blasted forward. He took a deep breath, and as if he was eating, he bent down and gnawed at it. 2 hours later, a small hole had been gnawed out of the barrier in front of him. Inside the hole, an incomparably pure energy aura was emitted. Chapter 5102. Moo, swish. The primordial porcupine was already prepared. It raised its head and let out a low and deep moo. In the blink of an eye, it had already drilled into the small hole and disappeared into the interior of the origin nest star. Wang, a low buzzing sound rang out at the same time. The fingernail-sized hole that had just appeared also healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In an instant, it was as good as new. However, Yi Xian's attention was not on this at all. In fact, from the moment Shi Wanjin bent down and began to gnaw, Yang Kai's divine sense had already extended into the surrounding dark void. His attention was raised to the extreme as he paid close attention to everything around him, not letting go of even the slightest clue. Boom! Rumble, rumble, rumble. However, at the end of the dark void in the distance, the expected muffled sound of thunder immediately came. It lasted for about 3 breaths of time before it strangely stopped again. A dark light flashed in Xian's eyes. This time, he didn't even pay attention to Shi Wanjin. He immediately teleported and locked onto the direction and location of the rumbling sound. In less than 1/10 of a breath, he had already arrived there. As expected, his heart sank once again. There was still nothing in front of him. His spiritual sense spread out, and within a radius of hundreds of billions of kilometers, it was the same situation. However, just now, the shocking rumbling sound had indeed come from this place. Although it had only lasted for about 3 breaths of time, there was an extremely dense energy fluctuation in this place at that time, revealing an incomparably dense aura of the primordial laws. Previously, in the vicinity of the origin nest star. Yi Xian already had a guess in his heart, but he was not sure. Now that he had encountered the same situation again, although the investigation was still fruitless and he did not find any conclusive evidence, his previous guess was basically confirmed. It wasn't that someone was hiding in the dark and pretending to be a ghost. It was just a natural reaction of the primordial void. The 2 consecutive low rumbling sounds were just a specific manifestation of the power of the primordial void law. This kind of feeling was similar to the reaction of the heavenly Tao in an independent world like the Great Desolate World. For example, the descent of the heavenly tribulation. While the reason for this situation was obviously related to Yi Xian letting Lion Wanjin gnaw at the invisible barrier protecting the Source Hive Star and sending his subordinates into the Source Hive Star to carry out stealing the heavens. When the primordial era began, 3,000 nesting stars would give birth to a chaos fiend god in the mysterious and boundless primordial void. When the primordial era officially began, the 3,000 chaos fiend gods who walked out of the 3,000 nests would become the first generation of chaos beings, the true favorites of the new primordial era. Example: the primordial chaos era, which had lasted for countless years, was about to come to an end. The 3,000 chaos fiend gods that had been born in the primordial chaos era had established many great worlds outside of the primordial chaos void. Of course, now that the primordial era was about to end, all the worlds that were created at the beginning of the era had already perished, devoured by the endless void turbulence, heading towards destruction. The Great Desolation world was the last of them. Just from this, it could be seen how important the chaos fiend gods born in the 3,000 nests were. Yi Xian didn't know much about the primordial void. Why did the primordial era open one after another? Why did the primordial era open one after another? Why did the primordial era open one after another? Why would there be 3,000 origin nests that gave birth to 3,000 powerful chaos demon gods every time the primordial era opened? But before the chaos fiend gods in these nests were born, there was no doubt that they were protected by the primordial chaos void. Just from the fact that the nests were like the Milky Way star field, there was an invisible barrier formed by the power of the laws that shrouded the nests. Although the primordial chaos void did not have the so-called will of the heavenly way like the Great Desolation world, or rather, the will of the heavenly way had a concrete manifestation, but the level of the primordial chaos void was still far above the Great Desolation world. The various powers of the laws here not only existed in the dark, but also had to be felt. It was one thing for Yi Xian to steal from the heavens once or twice. For example, when he sent Shui Ben, the mosquito butcher's true body, and the Emperor's seal thunder spirit into a single origin nest star 3 times, there wasn't any abnormal reaction. But, if he did this kind of thing too many times, the power of the laws of the primordial chaos void would naturally sense it. The last 2 rumbling thunder sounds were because of this. Right for Yi Xian, this rumbling thunder was actually just a kind of warning from the power of the laws of the primordial chaos void. It seems that I have to hurry up. The power of the laws of the primordial chaos void has already sensed. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, a dark light flashed within Yi Xian's eyes. His expression immediately became even more serious. We have to hurry up. Once this drags on for too long, I'm afraid something big will happen if we continue like this. After that, he didn't hesitate anymore. He turned around and returned to his original position. After putting Shi Wanjin into his body, he immediately rushed to the next nest star. Unknowingly, half a year had passed since Yi Xian took Lang Ganglai and company away from the primordial chaos forbidden ground. In this half a year, everything was normal in the primordial chaos forbidden ground. However, primeval Heaven's Eye and the 10 heavenly Tao realm ferocious beast generals led by the weeping soul sanguine ape never appeared. After Xian left, primeval Heaven's Eye roared angrily before disappearing into the void. Even the weeping soul sanguine ape and the other heavenly Tao realm ferocious beast generals under him did the same. From after that, they never appeared again. Forbidden Ground. All the experts in the Forbidden Ground were unsure if they were in seclusion in their respective cave abode stars, or if they had hidden in an unknown parallel void, or if they had left the primordial chaos Forbidden Ground and headed to other regions of the primordial chaos void. Heaven's Tao realm experts came and went as they pleased, leaving no traces behind. It was too unfathomable, at this moment, in a parallel space that was connected to the primordial void, there was an enormous oval-shaped star that stood towering amidst the boundless darkness. It imperceptibly emanated an extremely obscure yet extremely powerful aura. This parallel void had the same nature as the endless turbulent void. However, it was more stable. There was no endless turbulence in the void, but in fact, there was nothing in it, not even a speck of cosmic dust. Therefore, the gigantic oval-shaped star that stood silently in the void was definitely something foreign. It did not belong here in the first place. Matter in fact, on both sides of the Milky Way, the upper echelons of the desolate supremacy and above in the various supreme forbidden grounds and stellar domains would usually hide in such parallel spaces. There was no connection between them, and some of them were even created by their own heaven-defying means. It was like a temporary cave abode. Rip! Rip! The crisp sound of ripping silk rang out. In the distance of the dark void, a series of spatial cracks appeared. Following that, one figure after another rushed out of the cracks. There were big and small figures, but even the smallest figure was millions of miles long. In less than a minute, 10 void rifts appeared around the dark void. 10 figures walked out of them. They were of different forms, but all of them were astral beasts. The auras they emitted were extremely ancient and powerful. They were the 10 heavenly Tao realm beasts under the primeval heaven's eye. The weeping soul blood ape with a blood-colored horn on its head was one of them. Buzz! With the arrival of the 10 heavenly Tao realm ferocious beast generals, the oval-shaped planet that stood silently in the middle of the void quaked slightly. With a deep hum, the planet suddenly emitted a faint azure glow, transforming into a gigantic azure vertical eye. This vertical eye was none other than the primeval heaven's eye. This dark void that resembled nothingness was a secret space he had opened up in the void parallel to the primordial chaos with his great divine powers. Usually, the primeval heavens eye would seclude himself here. While among his subordinates, only the 10 powerful heavenly Tao realm beasts, led by the weeping soul blood ape, had the qualifications to enter this place and knew the coordinates to enter. For half a year, the primordial heavenly Tao green eye had been hibernating in this secret space that it had opened up. However, the 10 heavenly Tao realm ferocious beast generals under it had been sent out to carry out different missions, and back when they left, the primordial heavenly Tao green-eyed had instructed them to return half a year later. Now, the 10 heavenly Tao realm ferocious beast generals had returned as agreed. However, it was unknown how the mission they were tasked with was carried out. Tell me. Very quickly. Soon, as the green light in the gigantic vertical eye flashed, the primeval heaven's eye's deep voice sounded. After exchanging looks, the 10 heavenly Tao realm beasts, led by the weeping soul blood ape, spoke one after another. They reported the situation they had investigated over the past half a year on both sides of the Milky Way. The Magic Hall's forbidden zone has been found. It's extremely far from our primordial desolate forbidden zone, with the entire Milky Way separating us. We are located in the middle of the left bank of the Milky Way, while the Magic Hall's star domain is located on the left bank of the Milky Way's right bank. To head there, even a heavenly Tao realm existence would need to circle from the dark zone at the end of the Milky Way's left bank to the end of the Milky Way's right bank before rushing there. The journey is long, and even a heavenly Tao realm expert would need more than a month. As for the primordial desolate army, it's basically impossible. That's right. Along the way, one would need to pass through too many powerful forbidden zones and star domains. Such a massive army of living beings would attract too much attention, and any carelessness would lead to misunderstandings. Along the way, one would end up in a huge battle with unrelated existences. As for the situation in the Magic Hall's forbidden zone, over the past half a year, almost no experts have left the periphery of the star domain. They have always been holed up in the forbidden zone's star domain. However, there are hidden scouts that have been sent out. I captured one of them and obtained some information from a soul search. This scout team's commander is only a titled Undying Emperor. His level is too low, so he doesn't know the true secrets of the Magic Hall's forbidden zone. However, one thing is certain. The Magic Hall's master, Yi Xian, left half a year ago and has never returned. He seems to be carrying out some important arrangements outside, and now, the strongest expert guarding the magic hall's forbidden zone is only a desolate supremacy old pig spirit at the 9th stage of perfection. He's only at the half-step heavenly Tao realm, so he can't even withstand a single blow. In addition, everything about Yi Xian's collection of innate elemental origins has been investigated. Apart from the left bank of the galaxy, he has also taken action on the right bank. Strangely, he had already collected a set of innate elemental origins, but for some reason, he took action again to hunt innate elemental ferocious beasts. Presently, we can already confirm that he has already gathered the quintessence of the second batch of quintessence treasures of the 5 elements. The quintessence of the Earth Guide, Fire Guide, Metal Guide, and Wood Guide have already been gathered. Presently, he merely lacks the quintessence of the Water Guide. In addition, over the past half a year, there have been some unprecedented phenomena happening in the primordial chaos void. It's extremely strange. The regions where the phenomena occur are not on the 2 banks of the galaxy, but in the vast, dark void that is extremely far away from the right bank. Practically every 3 to 5 days or so, in the vast dark void in the distance of the right bank, there would be a place that faintly emitted the rumbling of thunder that shook the heavens and the earth, and it imperceptibly revealed the aura of the primordial laws that caused one's heart to palpitate. In the beginning, this strange and untraceable rumble of thunder wasn't very intense. The aura of the primordial chaos laws that it emitted wasn't very rich either. But with the passage of time, the phenomenon is far from what it was half a year ago. This phenomenon is as though the primordial chaos void has given birth to some kind of heavenly Tao will. The so-called rumbling of thunder is the throbbing of a power that is similar to the heavenly Tao will, or even, anger. To think that there's such a thing, upon hearing this, a glint flashed in heavenly Tao Azure's eyes as it immediately began its inference. This phenomenon is as though the primordial chaos void has also given birth to some kind of heavenly Tao will. The so-called rumbling of thunder is the throbbing of a power that is similar to the heavenly Tao will, or even, anger. Having said that, one of the heavenly Tao realm beasts paused for a moment before continuing. What's even stranger is that there is a nesting star within 100 billion kilometers of the place where the rumbling of thunder occurs without any warning. Although this matter hasn't been verified one by one, the dark void far away from the right bank of the galaxy is too vast. The rumbling of thunder only lasts for a short period of 2 to 3 seconds. After that, there's no more sound. It's impossible to lock onto its location. However, there were 2 times when the thunderous rumbles occurred, and some of us happened to be nearby, so we rushed over immediately. During those 2 times, we discovered a nesting star within 100 billion miles of the place where the thunderous rumbles occurred. Just based on this point, we can basically conclude the inference. This strange rumbling of thunder is very likely related to the nesting stars that are born in the primordial chaos void. There's actually such a thing. Upon hearing that, a glint flashed in heavenly Tao Azure's eyes as it immediately began its inference. As primeval heavens I closed his eyes, an invisible and obscure force instantly emanated from his body. It circulated invisibly, causing the dark void to appear even more mysterious. The 10 heavenly Tao realm beasts led by the weeping soul blood ape didn't leave. They lay dormant in the dark void around primeval heaven's eye. They didn't do anything else as they waited for the results of primeval heaven's eye's inference. They also found this matter extremely odd. It had never appeared in the primordial chaos void before, and among the people present, only primeval heaven's eye had the highest cultivation level. He had already reached the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm, and he wasn't far from the peak of the 9th stage's perfection heavenly Tao realm. Apart from that, as a former heavenly Tao will of a great world, he was adept at heavenly Tao inference. This was something that the 10 heavenly Tao realm beasts present, including the weeping soul blood ape, were far inferior to. Therefore, all they could do was wait for the results of such inference. There was no way they could participate in it. Time slowly passed, and in a blink of an eye, 9 days passed. Over the past 9 days, the dark void was silent. There wasn't a single sound, but the obscure and profound aura that emanated from primeval heaven's eye's body grew thicker and thicker. It was to the point where it felt like it couldn't be dispersed. Very clearly, his inference had reached the most critical juncture. Heavenly Tao inference was extremely profound and extraordinary. The typical living being had no way of grasping it. Only the embodiment of the heavenly Tao's will of a great world could come into contact with it. Even Yi Xian had never come into contact with it. 9. Because of this, the Heaven Dao divination technique only lasted for 9 days. No matter if it was a shocking secret or a trivial matter, no matter if the result of the divination was obtained, the divination would definitely end in 9 days at most. This was something that the Weeping Soul Blood Ape and the other 10 Heavenly Dao Realm Ferocious Beast Generals under the primordial Heavenly Dao Green-Eyed knew very well. Therefore, with the arrival of the 9th day, their tightly shut eyes slowly opened. They landed on Primeval Heaven's Eye's body, which was in the middle of the circle. As the dark light flickered, there was a thick sense of expectation that couldn't be dispersed. Dang! Just as the final moment of the 9th day was about to fade away, the huge vertical eye that had been tightly shut all this time suddenly opened. From within the eye, an extremely blazing green beam shot out. Next! In an instant, the voice of the primordial Heavenly Dao's green eyes, which were filled with excitement and anxiety, sounded. Tell me quickly. Have you counted the strange rumbling sounds in the past half a year? How many times have there been? This. Clearly, the inference had come to a conclusion. At the very least, they had found some clues. Otherwise, Primeval Heaven's Eye wouldn't suddenly ask such a question. And seeing how agitated and anxious he was, the matter was clearly no small matter. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the Heavenly Dao Realm Ferocious Beast General who happened to have counted the matter did not dare hesitate and immediately replied, "We've counted it. In the past 6 months, in the vast and endless dark void on the Milky Way's right bank, there have been a total of 28 such strange booms, but this is only the data when we left the Milky Way's right bank. Now that we've rushed back to the Milky Way's left bank, we've spent another month on the journey. Based on the fact that these strange booms happen every 3 to 5 days, the total number of booms should be more than 35 times. 35 times? Damn it, that's already more than a third of the time. We have to stop him as soon as possible." Hearing the number of explosions of the strange thunder, it had reached at least 35 times. The green eye of the primordial Heavenly Dao immediately became anxious. The vertical eye that was as huge as a star shone with a green light, and the low voice of the divine sense revealed a sense of excitement. Such a scene had almost never happened to him. After all, he was the embodiment of the Heavenly Dao's will of a great world. He was high and mighty, treating all living beings as dogs. There were very few things that could disturb his mind. Positive while the Weeping Soul Blood Ape and the other Heavenly Dao Realm Ferocious Beast Generals were alarmed and momentarily failed to react, Primeval Heaven's Eye's deep voice resounded in the dark void once again. He was narrating the results of his inference. The result of this inference is even more astonishing than the Heavenly Dao treasure from before. Even if we obtain the Heavenly Dao treasure, it will only allow a few more Heavenly Dao Realm Ferocious Beast Generals to appear among the peak desolate supremacies of our desolate wilderness forbidden ground. This is not the ultimate goal of our gathering here. We have gathered countless living beings of the desolate wilderness world here and established a desolate wilderness forbidden ground on the left bank of the Milky Way. We have been waiting endlessly, and our ultimate goal is to enter the Milky Way's stellar domain and head to that mysterious homeworld to vie for the providence of the primordial chaos of the next epoch, and my inference results are also related to the providence of the next epoch. Those strange booms are indeed related to the nests in the primordial chaos void. This epoch is about to end. In this vast and boundless primordial chaos void, there are 3,000 nests. Every nest gives birth to a powerful chaos fiend celestial. Once this epoch ends and the next primordial chaos epoch begins, the 3,000 chaos fiend celestials born in these 3,000 nests will appear. They will be the first generation of living beings in the next primordial chaos epoch. They are existences at the chaos level that far surpasses the Heavenly Dao realm. Unfortunately, once the chaos seeds in these 3,000 nests germinate, the nests will be enveloped and protected by an invisible barrier. It's the same as the invisible barrier that protects the entire Milky Way. There's no way to enter, but now, someone is stealing from the heavens. This person is very likely Yi Xian. It's unknown what means he used, but he was able to send his subordinates into the nests. But now, there's someone secretly stealing from the heavens in the primordial chaos void. This person is very likely the Magic Hall's master, Yi Xian. It's unknown what means he used, but he was able to send his subordinates into the nests. Although the primordial chaos void doesn't have the will of the heavenly Tao condensed in different forms like the various great worlds, the power of the primordial chaos void's operating laws has always been affecting this incomparably mysterious great void. Those 3,000 nests are the first-generation living beings of the next primordial chaos epoch. Yi Xian used some unknown means to send his subordinates into the nests and replace them. This is no different from stealing from the heavens. At the same time, he's also stealing the primordial chaos destiny of the next epoch. The primordial chaos void naturally sensed something like this. It wouldn't be a big deal if it happened once or twice, but this person is actually so daring. In just half a year, he has already stolen the primordial chaos destiny of 35 nests and successfully sent 35 of his subordinates into the nests to replace the chaos fiend celestials inside and enter deep sleep. It is precisely because of this that the primordial chaos void sensed his attacks again and again. That is why the strange thunderous roar that has never been heard before sounded. This is a warning, but he clearly wasn't scared and didn't stop. The primordial chaos void doesn't have a concrete will of the heavenly Tao. This is beneficial, but it also has a drawback. Now that Yi Xian has taken advantage of this loophole and successfully stole from the heavens more than 30 times in a row, this is the manifestation of its drawback. Unfortunately, we can't interfere in this matter, but if this continues, there will be a limit to the operating power of the primordial chaos void's laws. Once this limit is touched, there will be a world-shaking disaster. No one knows what kind of changes will occur in the primordial chaos void, but the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, will definitely be wiped out by the invisible power of the primordial chaos void's operating laws. This line can't be crossed. 9 is the limit, and the number 9 is the ultimate limit. Every time the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, destroys the invisible barrier of the source nest star, he will attract the power of the primordial chaos void's laws and be tainted with a trace of karma. The limit of this karma is 99 times. Once this line is touched, the operating power of the primordial chaos void's laws will instantly explode, and the culprit who destroyed the invisible barrier of the source nest star will be wiped out in an instant. At this point, the voice of the way of the heavens paused for a moment before continuing. The excitement in the voice of the divine sense was even more obvious. In other words, if you only attack 98 times, although it is extremely dangerous, there won't be any serious accidents. Now, the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, has already attacked more than 30 times. He has used up a third of this chance to steal the heavens, but he still has more than 60 chances left. Although I'm not sure what method he used to break the invisible barrier formed by the laws of the primordial void that enveloped the source hive stars and sent his subordinates into the source hive stars to carry out the plundering of the heavens. But one thing is certain, and that is as long as we find the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, and try to force him to submit, then my subordinates will also have the same opportunity. If you want to, all of you can enter the source nest star and replace a chaos demon god. You can enter hibernation and nurture until the end of this era. When the next era begins, you can appear as a first-generation chaos demon god with a portion of the primordial chaos fate. Not only the 10 of you, but also the dozens of peak desolate supremacies in the chaos forbidden grounds who have yet to step into the heavenly Tao can also enter the source nest star to steal the heavens. This is a form of accumulation of resources. It's violent and direct. Perhaps it doesn't have much meaning at the moment, and it doesn't provide any obvious help to the karmic luck of the next primordial era. But once this era ends completely and the next era begins, its effects will instantly manifest. After all, in the entire primordial chaos void, only 3,000 chaos demon gods were born in an era. The mother planet that exists eternally occupies half of the primordial chaos era's destiny, and these 3,000 chaos demon gods share half. Once the next primordial chaos era begins, every time I have a first-generation chaos demon god under my command, the foundation to compete for the mother planet's destiny will be more abundant. So, no matter what, we must find the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, as soon as possible. There are only 60 chances left to steal the heavens, and one chance will disappear every 3 to 5 days. This is a huge loss that is almost unbearable. Screech. M. Chapter 5103. With that said, the primeval heavens, I didn't say anything else. Instead, the gigantic vertical eye that resembled a star emitted a shocking roar. It was filled with endless excitement and indignation. He couldn't hold it in any longer. This opportunity and creation far exceeded what the heavenly Tao treasure represented. It was violent and direct. It was like harvesting the providence of the primordial chaos of the next epoch ahead of time. Furthermore, there weren't many opportunities left. Time was of the essence. Even someone as composed as him could no longer remain calm. Around the dark void, the 10 heavenly Tao realm ferocious beast generals under the weeping soul blood apes heavenly Tao green-eyed were already dumbfounded. Hung the desolate heaven Tao's eyes words were too shocking. It completely overturned what they previously knew. They naturally knew about source hive stars and had a rather good understanding of them. The 10 of them had even entertained the shocking idea of entering a source hive star and replacing the chaos seed that was nurtured within. However, such matters depended on luck. Once the chaos seed in a source hive star sprouted, it was impossible to enter again. Therefore, they had only thought about it in the past and didn't pay much attention to it because it was nearly impossible. They never expected that such a nearly impossible opportunity would suddenly become a reality. The moment they thought of how they could enter a source hive star and use heaven's stealing, and how they would appear as a powerful chaos fiend celestial in the primordial chaos epoch, the 10 heavenly Tao realm ferocious beast generals couldn't help but feel excited. That punk, Yi Xian, is as slippery as a loach. It won't be difficult to find him, but it won't be easy to force him to submit. Just as the 10 heavenly Tao realm ferocious beast generals led by the weeping soul blood ape were engrossed in their excitement, a green beam flashed in the gigantic vertical eye that resembled a star. The deep and sinister voice of the primeval heavens eye sounded once again. This time, the stakes are too high. There is absolutely no room for error. With my strength and yours, I'm afraid we won't be able to guarantee that we can suppress him. We need to find another heavenly Tao realm expert at the 8th step to join forces with us. Coincidentally, isn't he still lacking a water guide origins? Fellow Daoist whale dragon of the whale dragon forbidden land is also a connate life form, and he happens to be of the water attribute. With his help, my chances of success will instantly increase by 30%. This matter concerns the chaos fiend celestial. We can directly snatch the providence of the primordial chaos for the next epoch. There is absolutely no room for failure. With just me and the rest of you, there's probably no guarantee that we can suppress him. We need to find an 8th order heavenly Tao realm expert to join forces with us. After figuring out everything, a cold light instantly burst out from the huge vertical eye that was like a star. Hung the desolate heaven path sex green-eyed spiritual perception voice turned deeper. That's perfect. Isn't he still lacking a portion of water guide essence? Fellow Daoist whale dragon of the whale dragon forbidden land is also a connate life form, and he happens to be of the water attribute. With his help, my chances of success will instantly increase by 30%. The fellow Daoist whale dragon he was referring to was an extremely powerful late-stage heavenly Tao realm expert. His cultivation level was about the same as the primeval heaven's eyes. Although he was only at the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm, he was not far from the 9th stage of the heavenly Tao realm's peak. It could be said that they were evenly matched. In recent times, the primeval heaven's eye and Yi Xian had already clashed twice. Be it back at the demonic ape forbidden land on the left bank of the Milky Way or later on when they set up a green urn in the primordial desolate forbidden land to lure Yi Xian in, both times, Yi Xian had relied on his own strength to face the encirclement of more than 10 heavenly Tao realm experts. Eventually, he was able to escape with great ease. With these two precedents, the primeval heavens I was now extremely wary of Yi Xian. He placed unprecedented importance on him, and he had even vaguely forgotten about his mortal enemy, the headless infant corpse. The last time, he had set up a green urn in the primordial desolate forbidden land to lure his enemy. It could be said that he had waited patiently for the enemy to exhaust him. He had made ample preparations, but in the end, Yi Xian had still calmly escaped. Not long after they escaped, they brazenly came back and took away a few of the younger generation ants from the 3 main planes of the starry skies. It was also that time that made the primeval heavens eye realize that his cultivation level had broken through once again. In a short period of time, he had risen by a minor realm. Now, with that heaven-defying bloodline divine power, his peak combat strength was nearly on par with him, reaching the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. It had been some time since Yi Xian left. According to the primeval Heaven's Eye's inference and estimates, he had not broken through again after his departure. But he reckoned that he wasn't far from another breakthrough. This was too bad. This was no trivial matter. He absolutely could not wait any longer. Not only did this person have the heavenly Tao treasure, but he also had the heaven pilfering mystic technique. Furthermore, he had used up a third of the heaven pilfering opportunities. Now, he only had about 60 or so chances left. Furthermore, the remaining 60 or so chances of heaven pilfering would be used up every 3 to 5 days. That fellow had not stopped and continued causing trouble. Therefore, no matter how one looked at it, the present situation was extremely serious. He absolutely could not delay any further. If not only would he miss out on the 60 or so chances of heaven pilfering, even the heavenly Tao treasure would only be able to look on helplessly. Then, the stronger Yi Xian was, the more impossible it would be to suppress him in the future. But, in reality, even now, such a chance was already very slim. Yi Xian already had the same terrifying strength as him at the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. Unfortunately, that fellow had the Blood Sea mystic technique. Once he used it, he could instantly split into 3. The 3 Blood Sea avatars all had the same combat strength. And in addition, he had the extremely powerful divine power, the heaven falling bow. It could be said that even if there were 2 or 3 8th stage heavenly Tao experts at the same cultivation level as the primeval Heaven's Eye, it would be very difficult for Yi Xian to suffer. But he was rather confident about the whale dragon that he had previously mentioned. Not only was the whale dragon's cultivation level the same as his, having reached the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm, but it was only a sliver away from the 9th stage of the peak heavenly Tao realm. It was also a connate ferocious beast that possessed a very special bloodline divine power. If it was used without warning, with the help of the primeval Heaven's Eye, there was definitely a 60% chance of suppressing Yi Xian. A 60% chance of winning is already very high, but it's still not enough. We only have one chance. If we miss it, there will be no more chances. Therefore, we have to ensure that nothing goes wrong this time. Having said that, the gigantic green vertical eye flashed as it locked onto the weeping soul sanguine ape. After pondering for a moment, its deep voice sounded again. This time, we will focus on Daoist whale dragon's secret art of the whale swallowing. We will not use force to suppress him. It's useless even if there are too many people. However, the weeping soul sanguine ape's bloodline divine power will have a certain supplementary effect on your secret art of the whale swallowing. If you participate and strike with all your strength at the right time, my chances will increase by at least 10%. This way, it will be more than 70%. Although it's still not perfect, 70% is more than 2/3. It's worth a try. I will leave and may not return in the near future. Apart from the weeping soul sanguine ape, I will send 2 heavenly Tao masters to lead 20 powerful beings to the forbidden area of the magic hall on the right bank of the Milky Way and launch an attack. The remaining 7 heavenly Tao masters are not to act rashly. Stay here and guard the forbidden area of the chaos wasteland on my behalf. As for the 2 heavenly Tao masters who are going to the forbidden area of the magic hall on the right bank of the Milky Way, remember, you are just creating momentum. Your goal is to force Yi Xian back to the forbidden area of the magic hall. The battle doesn't need to be too intense. You can delay it a little. Whoosh. Having said that, the primeval heavens I didn't say anything else. Suddenly, a ray of green light shot out from its gigantic green eye. It enveloped the weeping soul sanguine ape in the void on its right side and disappeared in a flash. Hiss, boom, rumble. In the next instant, accompanied by the crisp sound of ripping silk, the dark void in front of the heavenly Tao master's green eye emitted an earth-shattering rumble of thunder. The spatial rift appeared out of thin air. The green eye of the way of the heavens didn't hesitate any longer. Like a meteor, it rushed into the spatial rift in a flash and disappeared from sight. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. With that, he left with the weeping soul sanguine ape. The 9 heavenly Tao realm ferocious beast generals standing in the dark void immediately took action. Each of them tore open a void rift and immediately returned to the chaos wasteland forbidden area. Among them, 7 ferocious beast generals stayed behind. According to the primeval Heaven's Eye's orders, they were to guard the forbidden area on his behalf. As for the other 2 ferocious beast generals, they gathered troops from the forbidden area. They only led 20 powerful ferocious beasts at the level of primordial mighty figures and rushed out of the forbidden area. Without stopping, they rushed to the forbidden area of the magic hall on the left bank of the Milky Way. The 2 ferocious beast generals were not weak. One was at the 3rd stage of the heavenly Tao realm, while the other was at the 4th stage. They were both at the mid-stage. Now that Yi Xian was no longer presiding over the magic hall, the 2 of them were enough to suppress him with 20 mighty figures. Whoosh, whoosh, roar. Hiss, inside the forbidden desolate land, the chains rattled, and the furious roars and howls of ferocious beasts rose and fell. At a glance, a massive nether cauldron that resembled a planet could be seen in the central stellar domain of the forbidden area. The 20,000 runic chains on the cauldron's exterior were extremely thick and were 500,000 kilometers long. They were wriggling like spirit snakes. In the surrounding void, there were many astral beasts standing there. Upon careful count, there were 20 existences at the level of primordial mighty figures. In addition, there were 2 heavenly Tao realm ferocious beast generals. The 2 ferocious beast generals' cultivation levels were not weak. One of them was a blood-winged tiger at the 3rd stage of the heavenly Tao realm, while the other was a blue-eyes golden-eyed beast at the 4th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. They were existences at the mid-stage. According to primeval heavens, I estimated that with Yi Xian no longer presiding over the magic hall, the 2 of them were enough to suppress him with 20 mighty figures. Soon, the 20 powerful ferocious beasts at the level of primordial mighty figures charged into the nether cauldron and vanished. While, among the 2 heavenly Tao realm ferocious beast generals, the blue-eyes golden-eyed beast at the 4th stage raised its head and swallowed the nether cauldron that transformed into a beam of light. Following that, it raised its head and roared. Before its roar faded, the blue-eyes golden-eyed beast and the blood-winged tiger charged out of the forbidden area. Without stopping, they rushed to the forbidden area of the magic hall on the left bank of the Milky Way. At the same time, in the dark void on the left bank of the Milky Way, rip, the crisp sound of ripping cloth sounded as primeval heavens I rushed out of a void rift. Without stopping, it shot straight for the end of the void ahead. This was the Whale Dragon Forbidden Area located hundreds of billions of kilometers in that direction. Whale the Dragon Forbidden Area was similarly famous on the left bank of the Milky Way. With its current overall strength, although it was unable to enter the top 10 on the left bank, it could enter the top 100 like the primeval Forbidden Area. Arrival the beast's forbidden areas and the remnant star domain that were ranked in the top 10 on the left bank definitely had peak 9th stage heavenly Tao realm experts presiding over them. The average person would not dare to provoke them as their statuses were just too high. The strongest person presiding over the Whale Dragon Forbidden Area was the Whale Dragon mentioned by Primeval Heaven's Eye. Its cultivation level was the same as Primeval Heaven's Eye, at the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. Furthermore, it was not far from the peak of the 9th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. Apart from this Whale Dragon, the Whale Dragon Forbidden Area had more than 10 heavenly Tao realm astral beasts. They were all subordinates of the Whale Dragon, so their overall strength could be said to be extremely powerful. Arrival the Whale Dragon Forbidden Land had nearly 100 primordial supremes below the heavenly Tao realm. For such a terrifying beast Forbidden Land to have such high-end combat strength, it would have been unimaginable in the past. Even when Yi Xian was hunting supremes of the primeval supremes, there was no doubt about the outcome if he encountered such a beast Forbidden Area. No matter how monstrous his means were, only death awaited him. However, such a situation was clearly impossible in the past. In the past, even in the Whale Dragon Forbidden Area, there was only one heavenly Tao realm astral beast. This, over the course of an epoch, the 3,000 Chaos Fiend Celestials born in the primordial Chaos Void had opened up several great worlds. After each great world was destroyed, the strongest experts in it led the remaining living beings in the great world to the 2 banks of the Milky Way. formation they built various astral forbidden zones and remnant stellar regions. As they rested there, they waited for the Milky Way stellar region to open so that they could vie for the providence of the primordial chaos in the next epoch, and the primordial chaos forbidden area was the last great world to be destroyed. With its destruction, the upper echelons of the various astral domains and remnant stellar regions on both banks of the Milky Way realized that the end of the primordial chaos epoch was approaching. Only then did they emerge from their slumber. From the Whale Dragon Forbidden Area was headed in a different direction from the Primordial Chaos Forbidden Area's Magic Halls Forbidden Area on the left bank. To go from the Primordial Chaos Forbidden Area to the Magic Halls Forbidden Area, one had to circle around the end of the left bank. From there, one would head to the right bank of the Milky Way before heading to the Magic Halls Forbidden Area. Although the Primordial Chaos Forbidden Area and the Whale Dragon Forbidden Area were both located on the left bank, the Primordial Chaos Forbidden Area was located in the middle of the left bank. As for the Whale Dragon Forbidden Area, it was located in the middle of the left bank. Therefore, the blood-winged tiger and the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast of the Primordial Chaos Forbidden Area would definitely reach the Magic Halls Forbidden Area on the right bank first. As for the Primordial Heaven's Eye, it would need to head to the Whale Dragon Forbidden Area from the opposite direction first. After a short delay, it would turn around and head to the dark area at the end of the left bank before heading to the Magic Halls Forbidden Area. It would definitely arrive after them. Whoosh, a faint whistling sound could be heard. 2 days later, the Primordial Heaven's Eye finally arrived at the Whale Dragon Forbidden Area. A crack appeared in the void, and a figure stepped out from it. It was a middle-aged man in a green robe. He had a square face and a dignified expression. Back in the Primordial Chaos world, the Primordial Heaven's Eye had never changed its form. It had always appeared in its original form as a gigantic green eye that resembled a star. The green eye emitted a cold and sinister gaze that exuded an aura of disdain for everything. But now, the Primordial Chaos world had completely collapsed. Not long after the breakthrough, it had been devoured by the endless void turbulence. The so-called Primordial Chaos Heavenly Tao will had been reduced to an ordinary life form in the Primordial Chaos void. It was just that its cultivation level and strength stood at the top of the pyramid. Under such circumstances, it would have been fine if it was facing an existence weaker than it, but the whale dragon it was about to visit was like him. It was a whale dragon that was only a hair's breadth away from the peak of the Heavenly Tao realm. The Primordial Heaven's Eye's sense of superiority no longer existed. Therefore, it was natural for it to transform into a green-robed remnant, fellow Taoist. Halt! At the edge of the Whale Dragon Forbidden Area's star domain, a deep voice sounded in front of it. A blue-robed elder stepped out of the void, and the cultivation aura that emanated from his body was that of a Heavenly Tao Realm 8th stage. Without a doubt, this existence that had also transformed into a remnant should be the strongest expert in the Whale Dragon Forbidden Area, Whale Dragon. Since he was a Heavenly Tao Realm 8th stage, coupled with the fact that the Primordial Heaven's Eye did not deliberately conceal its cultivation aura when it arrived, he naturally sensed it immediately. Such an existence was not far from the peak Heavenly Tao realm at the 9th stage. Be it a visit out of goodwill or a visit with ulterior motives, it was definitely not something the other Heavenly Tao realm experts in the Forbidden Zone could handle. Therefore, the powerful Whale Dragon had taken the initiative to appear. This must be fellow Taoist Whale Dragon. Fellow Taoist, there's no need to worry. I'm the primordial green eye of the Primordial Forbidden Area in the middle section of the left bank of the Milky Way. When he reached the Whale Dragon, the primordial Heavenly Tao Qing Yen stopped. A kind smile appeared on his face. He nodded slightly and continued, I have 2 reasons for coming here today. Firstly, I want to warn you about a great enemy. Secondly, I want to give you a good fortune, one of a powerful enemy. Give me an opportunity. 10 billion kilometers away, Whale Dragon's eyes flashed as he said with a faint smile, I'd like to hear the details. Let's first talk about the opportunity that I'm giving you. Hong said. The desolate heaven Taoist nodded and continued with a faint smile, I'm sure you know that in this vast primordial chaos void, there are 3,000 nesting stars. Every nesting star nurtures a powerful chaos demon god. Now, this primordial chaos era is almost over, and the next primordial chaos era is about to begin. The 3,000 chaos demon gods nurtured in these 3,000 nesting stars will be born. They will be the first generation of living beings in the next primordial chaos era, existences at the chaos level that far surpasses the heavenly Tao realm. Fellow Taoist, I'm sure you understand the so-called stealing the heavens, but once the chaos seeds in these 3,000 nests sprouted, the nests would be shrouded and protected by a layer of invisible barrier, just like the invisible barrier that protects the entire Milky Way. There's no way to enter at all. Now, someone is doing this. I don't know what method he used, but he can actually send his subordinates into the nesting star. Moreover, the primordial chaos void has naturally sensed this. It's fine if it's just once or twice, but this person is so daring as to do it again and again. In a short period of half a year, he had already stolen the primordial karmic luck of 35 source hive stars and successfully sent 35 of his subordinates into the source hive stars to replace the chaos fiend gods within them and enter deep slumber to be nurtured. It's also because of his repeated actions that the primordial chaos void has sensed it. In the endless dark void in front of the right bank of the Milky Way, there will be unprecedented strange thunder every 3 to 5 days. You and I are both incarnations of the heavenly Tao's will of a great world. You must understand the heavenly Tao's deduction technique. A few days ago, I used this technique to deduce the final result. 9 is the number of extremes, and the number of 9 is the ultimate. Every time this person steals the heavens and destroys the invisible barrier of the nesting star, he will attract the power of the primordial chaos void and be tainted with a trace of karma. And the limit of this karma is 99 times. Once this line is touched, the power of the primordial chaos void will explode instantly. Now, that existence has already made more than 30 moves. 1/3 of such opportunities have been used, but there are still more than 60 chances left. Although I'm not sure what method he used to break the invisible barrier formed by the power of the primordial void that enveloped the source hive stars and sent his subordinates into the source hive stars to carry out the sky stealing, there's one thing I'm sure of. That is, as long as we find this person and try to force him to submit, then my subordinates will also have the same opportunity. I'm willing to share the 60 or so chances of stealing the heavens with you 50-50. As for why it was you, fellow Taoist, and not the other peak-level heavenly Tao of the 8th level or even the 9th level on the left bank of the Milky Way, there is naturally a reason for this. What I'm going to say next is that I'm warning you about a great enemy. I wonder if you know of the cosmic berserk ape. At this point, a cold light flashed in Tian Dao Qing's eyes, and his face instantly darkened. This berserk ape was quite famous on both sides of the Milky Way many years ago. Back then, he was just a tiny ant. In fact, he's only at the desolate supremacy realm now. Because he possesses some kind of heaven-defying secret technique that has no time limit, he can raise his cultivation by a large realm. That's why he has the combat strength of an 8th stage heavenly Tao. Not long ago, this child appeared again and caused quite a stir on the left bank of the Milky Way. Fellow Taoist, you must have heard of it. During the battle of the demonic wolf Forbidden Land, I joined forces with more than 10 heavenly Tao realm fellow Taoists but failed to hold him back. Not only does he have the Shenong treasure cauldron, he also has the 9-colored flame sea. He even has the blood sea mystic technique and the supreme divine power, the heaven falling bow. Previously, this child collected the 5 elemental herbs and refined a heavenly Tao treasure medicine. Later on, he collected the 5 elemental herbs again. His goal is very likely to be to refine a primordial chaos treasure medicine suitable for peak heavenly Tao realm experts like us, and according to the reliable information I have, he has already obtained the metal, fire, earth, and wood elemental herbs in his second collection of the 5 elemental herbs. What's lacking is the water elemental herb, and fellow Taoist, you happen to be a water elemental connate ferocious beast. The dragon pearl in your body is the water elemental herb he needs. This child is naturally arrogant and unruly. He dared to kill that old freak, Desolate Supremacy, when he was at the mighty figure realm. And now, his cultivation level and strength is the same as fellow Taoists, at the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. There's no reason for him to not come knocking. Therefore, my choice is fellow Taoist. That's because there's no reason for you not to take action. This child is our common enemy. We need to cooperate sincerely to succeed. You mean to say, upon hearing that, a cold glint flashed in Whale Dragon's eyes as he continued the conversation. That existence that is searching for nests in the dark void ahead of the Milky Way's right bank, is this galactic berserk ape? To be precise, it should be the Magic Hall's Lord of the Magic Hall's Forbidden Land. Yi Xian. With a slight nod, Primeval Heavens, I continued, the so-called galactic berserk ape is just an avatar he uses to deceive others. This person is a human. Now, in the left region of the Milky Way's right bank, he has established a forbidden land for ferocious beasts. The Magic Hall's forbidden land under him is filled with all sorts of people. Not only are there ferocious beasts, there are also remnant experts. However, other than Yi Xian himself, the strongest person in the Magic Hall's forbidden land is only a perfected desolate supremacy, old pig spirit. Now, Yi Xian has led a group of trusted elites to the endless dark void ahead of the Milky Way's right bank in search of nests. Therefore, the strongest person in the Magic Hall's forbidden land is that old pig spirit. Upon saying that, the primordial heavenly Tao's green-eyed face revealed a smug look. After a pause, he continued, 2 days ago, I sent 2 mid-stage heavenly Tao realm ferocious beast generals from the primordial forbidden grounds. They led 20 desolate supremacies and mighty figures to the Fiend Hall's forbidden grounds. They will definitely arrive there before me and fellow Taoist. The first thing they will do is to attack the Magic Hall's forbidden land. However, they won't attack immediately. This is to attack reinforcements. The Magic Hall's forbidden land was single-handedly built by the Lord of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian. Although this person has a violent temperament, he is also extremely inflexible. There are many of his trusted subordinates in the Magic Hall's forbidden land. As long as something happens in the Magic Hall, he will definitely rush back as soon as he receives the news. As for you and me, we can first determine his approximate location. Then, we can set up an ambush on the path he must take to reach the Magic Hall's forbidden land. At this point, Whale Dragon waved his hand. Since fellow Taoist already has a foolproof plan, what are you hesitating for? Let's set off immediately. Rip. The desolate heaven path's green eye no longer hesitated. Upon hearing this, he immediately waved his hand. In an instant, a crack appeared in the void on the right. The two looked at each other from a distance of 10 billion miles. Hand over after exchanging glances, they took a step forward and entered the crack in the void. Their figures disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chapter 5104. Left bank of the Milky Way, Magic Hall's Forbidden Zone. Count it had been more than a month since Yi Xian left with the group of Magic Hall elites. Over the past month, the Magic Hall's Forbidden Zone had been peaceful. According to Yi Xian's instructions before he left, apart from the necessary elite scouts, there were no other experts walking around the massive Magic Hall. Now, the Magic Hall's Forbidden Zone was the same as what Primeval Heavens I knew. Yi Xian wasn't presiding over the Forbidden Zone, but it didn't mean that there weren't any Heavenly Tao realm experts. Count from Primeval Heaven's eye's point of view, Yi Xian had always been by his side, but in fact, Yi Xian had left the Archbeast in the Magic Hall's Forbidden Zone. Count the Archbeast was a powerful existence at the second stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. And apart from him, the 4 Heavenly Kings, who were at the 9th stage of the Desolate Supremacy realm, were also in the Archbeast's body. Count Yi Xian had sent the Archbeast into the Treasure Devourer body's body so that it could stay behind with the Treasure Devourer body and preside over the Magic Hall's Forbidden Zone. The Archbeast could fight alone, but it could also summon the 4 Heavenly Kings with a wave of its hand, splitting 4 electronic wisps of consciousness into them. Together with the 4 Heavenly Kings, the 5 mechanical beasts could join forces in battle. As such, even a 3rd stage Heavenly Tao would be helpless. With the Archbeast and the 4 Heavenly Kings joining forces, they could defend themselves in a head-on battle. Count Yi with the Treasure Devourer body and pig spirit, there was naturally no need to worry about the Magic Hall's Forbidden Zone. Although the Treasure Devourer body and pig spirit were only at the 9th stage of the 9th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm, in fact, their cultivation levels were only a hair's breadth away from the true Heavenly Tao realm. With the Archbeast presiding over the Magic Hall's Forbidden Zone, the 2 of them could take turns to enter seclusion and attempt to break through to the Heavenly Tao realm. Dang, however, it was impossible for it to go into seclusion at the same time because the Autarch Beast simply didn't care about the secular affairs of the Magic Hall's forbidden area. It usually shrunk its body and stayed within Yi Xian's abode star, basically not showing itself. In fact, after Yi Xian left, Old Boar went into seclusion. His demonic pig 9 transformations bloodline ability had been deduced to the 6th transformation. Under the 6th transformation, he had the cultivation base of a 9th rank Desolate Venerable, while his own cultivation base was actually a 2nd rank Desolate Venerable. As a 2nd rank Desolate Venerable, once he activated the 9 transformations demonic pig bloodline ability, he could instantly step into the 3rd rank Desolate Venerable. In addition to the following 6 transformations, his cultivation base would increase by a total of 6 small ranks, making him a perfect 9th rank Desolate Venerable. However, after Yi Xian left, Old Boar used 3 days to break through a small cultivation base, reaching the 3rd rank Desolate Venerable. As such, under the 6th transformation of the 9 transformations demonic pig 9 transformations, his peak combat strength reached the 1st rank Heavenly Dao realm. However, this was impossible in the primordial Great World. Due to the suppression of the Great World's Heavenly Dao, the 9 transformations demonic pig 9 transformations bloodline abilities effects could only stop below the Heavenly Dao realm. Following later on, once Old Boar came out of seclusion, Yi Xian's treasure-devouring body immediately went into seclusion. His peak Desolate Venerable cultivation base at the 9th rank Desolate Venerable realm was solid. This point had even surpassed Yi Xian's actual body. Therefore, treasure-devouring body's seclusion was to attempt to break through to the true Heavenly Dao realm, walking ahead of Yi Xian's actual body. Now, treasure-devouring body had been in seclusion for more than a month, but he had yet to come out. As for Old Boar, who had combat strength at the 1st rank Heavenly Dao realm in the 6th transformation of the 9 transformations demonic pig 9 transformations, he had been trying his best to infer the next 3 transformations. Or perhaps it was because his cultivation base had broken through to the Heavenly Dao realm in the 6th transformation, causing his spiritual perception strength to increase several-fold. This time, it only took Old Boar a month to infer the last 3 transformations of the 9 transformations demonic pig 9 transformations. This was definitely of extraordinary significance. Although he had not gone into seclusion and his cultivation base was still at the 3rd rank Desolate Venerable realm, with the final 3 transformations of the 9 transformations demonic pig 9 transformations deduced, it instantly increased his peak combat strength by 3 small ranks. Only few months ago, after he broke through to the 3rd rank Desolate Venerable realm, his peak combat strength reached the 1st rank Heavenly Dao realm under the 6th transformation of the 9 transformations demonic pig 9 transformations. Now, it had increased once again, reaching the 4th rank Heavenly Dao realm. As such, there were now 2 powerful Heavenly Dao realm existences presiding over the Magic Hall's forbidden grounds. Old Boar's cultivation base was the strongest. Under the 9th transformation of the 9 transformations demonic pig 9 transformations, he had already stepped into the mid-stages of the Heavenly Dao realm, reaching the 4th rank. As for the Empyrean beast, its cultivation base was slightly weaker. It was a 2nd rank Heavenly Dao, but by joining forces with the 4 Heavenly Kings, it could fight any 3rd rank Heavenly Dao. 2 Heavenly Dao realm existences had combat strength at the 3rd rank and the 4th rank. This happened to have the same cultivation level as the blood-winged tiger and the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast sent by the primeval Heaven's Eye. It could be said that even if the 2 old fogies were to descend into the Magic Hall's forbidden grounds, they would not be able to gain much of an advantage. Until the 20 peak mighty figures and supreme primordial. Don't forget that there were still the 7 gorgeous cultivators in the Magic Hall's forbidden grounds. The 9 black dragons that the demonic dragon rode, as well as the other upper echelons of the 6 legions in the Magic Hall, were basically equal in strength. This was something that the primeval Heavens I would never have expected. In fact, there was still a truly powerful person in the Magic Hall's forbidden grounds that had not been included. That was Yi Xian's treasure-devouring body. He had been in seclusion for more than a month. Before he entered seclusion, his cultivation level was already at the 9th rank Desolate Venerable realm, allowing him to fight a 1st rank Heavenly Dao. This was absolutely astounding. This was because he was different from Yi Xian. As for the treasure-devouring body, Yi Xian had deliberately allowed him to take a different path from his main body. Yi Xian's main body had all sorts of mystic arts and treasures. His true combat strength had always been far beyond his realm. It was nothing out of the ordinary for him to fight beyond his realm. However, it had to be said that this was basically due to the various mystic arts and treasures. The treasure-devouring body was different. He did not have any external treasures, nor did he have any mystic arts. All he had was a connate treasure-devouring body. His combat strength was completely a manifestation of his own strength. This, under such circumstances, to be able to defeat a first-rank heavenly Tao at the 9th-rank Desolate Venerable Realm at the 9th-rank Desolate Venerable Realm showed how terrifying his talent was. On this point, although he was only an avatar, his cultivation realm had already exceeded Yi Xian's main body. He had even entered seclusion before Yi Xian to break through to the true heavenly Tao realm. This was also circumstantial evidence. After all, he had the connate treasure-devouring body. His entire body was condensed from the purest connate-devouring core crystal. Compared to a body of flesh and blood, his talent was incomparable. It was understandable. Therefore, once the treasure-devouring body came out of seclusion and entered the true heavenly Tao realm, his combat strength could be anticipated. At the very least, a first-rank heavenly Tao was definitely not his match. Even a second-rank heavenly Tao might not be able to fight the treasure-devouring body head-on. To fight him head-on without being at a disadvantage, one would need to be at least a third-rank heavenly Tao realm, Si La, Hua La La. At that moment, in the silent magic hall's forbidden zone, there was the crisp sound of ripping silk. Oni void rift appeared as the strange sound of the netherworld cauldron's chains emitted from it. Instantly, it alarmed countless experts in the magic hall's forbidden zone as they turned to look in the direction of the sound. Si La, Hua La La. After Yi Xian's departure, the entire magic hall's forbidden zone had been silent for more than a month. But at that moment, at the edge of the forbidden zone's star domain, there was the crisp sound of ripping silk. The void rift appeared out of thin air as the strange sound of the netherworld cauldron's chains emitted from it. Instantly, it alarmed countless experts in the magic hall's forbidden zone as they turned to look in the direction of the sound. Whoosh! In the next instant, an extremely sharp sound tore through the void as a massive figure rushed out of the void rift. It was none other than the massive netherworld cauldron. The 20,000 runic chains on the cauldron's exterior were extremely thick and were 1,000,000 kilometers long. They were wriggling like spirit snakes, whoosh whoosh whoosh. Following the descent of the netherworld cauldron, 22 figures rushed out of it. They were of different sizes and shapes, but all of them were astral beasts. Until in terms of cultivation strength, there were 2 heavenly Tao realm experts, 10 desolate supremacies, and 10 primordial great perfection stage 9 experts. First, as mentioned before, the reason why the primeval heavens I sent out this elite team of trusted aides was not to destroy the magic hall's forbidden zone, but to suppress it. Although the magic hall's forbidden zone was one of the strongest forbidden zones on the right bank of the Milky Way, in fact, other than the magic hall's master Yi Xian and the arch-beast in his hands, none of the other existences in the magic hall's forbidden zone were worthy of the primeval heaven's eye's attention, including the old pig spirit who he thought was only a desolate supremacy stage 9 expert. Therefore, as long as he finished off the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, he could destroy the tiny magic hall's forbidden zone with a thought. He was not even interested in it. Previously, he sent an elite team to the magic hall's forbidden zone with the goal of besieging it and forcing the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, to come to his aid. As such, he naturally could not use his powerful strength to suppress it. Therefore, other than the 2 heavenly Tao realm ferocious beast generals, there were 10 desolate supremacies in the team. There were even 10 desolate supremacies at the primordial era who had reached perfection of the 9th order. This was so that they could have combat strength at every realm. This way, they could avoid using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. No, however, if any random cat or dog that appeared in the magic hall's forbidden zone required the heavenly Tao realm ferocious beast generals to take action, that would be too boring. In fact, at that moment, after the netherworld cauldron rushed out of the rift, it came to a sudden stop in the void. The spot where it silently hovered was not within the magic hall's forbidden zone. This was because if that was the case, a full-scale battle would immediately begin. It was not in line with the mission given to them by the primeval heaven's eye. At that moment, the spot where the netherworld cauldron was hovering just inside the magic hall's forbidden zone's boundary. It was equivalent to blocking the entrance, preventing the Forbidden Army in the Magic Hall's Forbidden Zone from escaping. Roar. Screech. 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 22 powerful ferocious beasts of different shapes and sizes charged out of the Netherworld Cauldron. They instantly formed 2 rows in front of the Netherworld Cauldron. In the back row were 10 desolate supremacies and 10 pinnacle mighty figures. In the front row were 2 ferocious beasts that were 50 million kilometers in size. They were none other than the 3rd stage Heavenly Dao Realm Bloodwing Tiger and the 4th stage Heavenly Dao Realm Blue-Eyed Golden-Eyed Beast. The moment they appeared, the 22 powerful ferocious beasts pushed their cultivation auras to the limits. They transformed into a suppressive might that radiated forward, instantly silencing the entire Magic Hall's Forbidden Zone. Far ahead, deep in the Forbidden Zone's Forbidden Zone, the subordinates of the Magic Hall and the abandoned planets did not appear. The various battleships, fortresses, star fortresses, and astral battleships around the planets also remained motionless. It was useless for them to charge over in a battle of this level. There was naturally no need for them to send themselves to their deaths. In fact, even the Black Palace in Yi Xian's cave abode star did not move. The 7 gorgeous cultivators in seclusion in the Black Palace did not seem to have any plans of appearing either. Roar. In the next moment, a heaven-shaking roar suddenly sounded out from within Yi Xian's cave. A ray of light shot over with a terrifying speed that was faster than lightning. In a blink of an eye, it arrived in a spacious land at the edge of the star domain. It came to a halt when it was separated by a distance of 50 billion kilometers from the Magic Hall's Forbidden Zone's entrance. It was massive, and it was none other than the Archbeast. The Archbeast was a fusion of mechanical beasts and Heaven's Legacy beasts. It was the culmination of the entire Heaven's Legacy race and mechanical race. Its body was 50 million kilometers in size. Even a gigantic planet would appear tiny in front of it. It stood upright and had 2 legs and 4 arms. On its back was a pair of mechanical wings that resembled mantis blades. This pair of wings was a characteristic of mechanical beasts. As for its head, it was an amalgamation of countless facets that resembled a beehive. This was a characteristic of Heaven's Legacy beasts. For example, now, Yi Xian's electronic avatar had entered the Archbeast's body, allowing its cultivation level to reach the 2nd stage of the Heavenly Dao realm. Now that this cultivation level was emanating, it could be said to be extremely powerful. In addition to the Archbeast's terrifying body that spanned 50 million kilometers, even the sanguine-winged tiger and the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast that were 50 million kilometers in size appeared tiny in front of it. As such, their might was instantly reduced by half. It could be said that just the Archbeast charging out from Yi Xian's cave abode star and traversing the spacious land at the edge of the Forbidden Zone star domain made the Magic Hall's Forbidden Zone's aura in no way weaker than the invasion team that was 50 billion kilometers away. In fact, it even surpassed them, when such a massive mechanical combat beast that had reached the 2nd stage of the Heavenly Dao realm appeared in the void 50 billion kilometers away. The 22 powerful beasts that had just descended were taken aback. However, they were only momentarily taken aback. They had yet to realize that the information that Primeval Heaven's Eye grasped was severely inaccurate. After all, it was only the Archbeast that had appeared. Whoosh! 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 With a wave of the Archbeast's hand, 4 beams of light shot out and hovered around it. They were none other than 4 gigantic mantis-winged combat beasts that were 50 million kilometers in size. Their basic form was identical. They stood on 2 legs and their mantis wings were like blades. The only difference was in minute detail. These 4 mechanical combat beasts were none other than the 4 heavenly kings. Yi Xian's mechanical avatar was already extremely powerful. It could split into billions at will. Now, it had split into 4 electronic consciousnesses that entered the 4 heavenly kings' bodies. Therefore, the 4 heavenly kings were in fact Yi Xian's electronic avatars. They were in sync with the Archbeast's consciousnesses. If they were to fight together, their cooperation would definitely be flawless. The 4 heavenly kings in the form of winged combat beasts had different patterns on their chests that resembled emblems. From left to right, the four-winged combat beasts had emblems on their chests. They were a purplish gold void soldier ladle, a ferocious single-horned weeping soul beast's head, a gray slime, and a blood-red blood mosquito beast. As for the four heavenly kings' cultivation levels, they were all at the perfected 9th stage of the supreme primordial realm. In other words, they were at the half-step heavenly Tao realm. This clearly did not attract the attention of the blood-winged tiger and the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast. After seeing the four heavenly kings, their eyes did not waver at all. With the netherworld cauldron's descent, 22 powerful beasts, led by the blood-winged tiger and the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast, appeared out of nowhere. They emitted suppressive auras that enveloped the entire magic hall's forbidden zone. The archbeast that presided over the area immediately rushed out of Yi Xian's cave abode star. With a wave of its hand, the four heavenly kings rushed out of its body and lined up horizontally in the void. The four heavenly kings' cultivation levels did not change. They were still at the perfected 9th stage of the supreme primordial realm, in other words, at the half-step heavenly Tao realm. This clearly did not attract the attention of the blood-winged tiger and the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast. After seeing the four heavenly kings, their eyes did not waver. But, right on the heels of that, a shocking howl sounded. It emanated a suppressive aura that instantly caused the blood-winged tiger and the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast to tremble. They subconsciously turned to look in the direction of the sound. Woo. The howl sounded as a beam of light rushed out from a distant abandoned star. It was so fast that it appeared not far from the archbeast in the blink of an eye. It was none other than the old pig spirit. His body spanned 60 million kilometers and was extremely shocking. Only a few months ago, after he broke through to the 3rd stage of the desolate supremacy realm, his peak combat strength had reached the 1st stage of the heavenly Tao realm under the 6th transformation of the 9 transformations fiend pig. Now, it had skyrocketed again, reaching the 4th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. It was on par with the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast's cultivation level. It was in no way weaker. Then, the old pig spirit rushed out of the star and appeared out of nowhere. The aura of the 4th stage of the heavenly Tao realm emanated from his body, causing the 22 powerful beasts that were hundreds of billions of kilometers away to tremble violently. As their expressions changed abruptly, they all sucked in a breath of cold air in unison, followed by the sound of divine sense. All of them revealed a touch of shock and horror that couldn't be dispersed. What? This is that black-skinned old pig spirit? Wasn't it said that he was only at the 9th stage of the desolate supremacy realm? From the looks of it, he is clearly at the middle stage of the 4th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. Pfft, I feel like vomiting blood. This information is too inaccurate. A middle stage of the 4th stage of the heavenly Tao realm is said to be at the half-step heavenly Tao realm. This is preposterous. A mechanical battle beast at the 2nd stage of the heavenly Tao realm and a black-skinned old pig spirit at the 4th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. In addition, there are 4 desolate supremacies at the 9th stage of the heavenly Tao realm who are at the 9th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. Such strength is almost on par with us. As such, how can we crush them in this battle? This is clearly a fierce battle that is evenly matched. Roar, screech. So what if there are 2 heavenly Tao realm existences? This sovereign and the blood-winged tiger can stop the 2 of them. Although the remaining 4 desolate supremacy battle beasts are at the 9th stage of the heavenly Tao realm, we still have 20 desolate supremacies and mighty figures. If we join forces, we should be able to suppress them. We don't have any other choice. This battle is inevitable. Roar. 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 As the 4th stage heavenly Tao realm blue-eyed golden-eyed beast gave the battle order with a roar, the blood-winged tiger beside it, as well as the 20 desolate supremacies and mighty figures lined up behind them, raised their heads and roared. Without any hesitation, the 22 powerful astral beasts charged forward. The powers in their bodies were pushed to their limits, transforming into an invisible suppressive force that enveloped the stellar domain. As a result, the void produced an extremely deep humming sound, screech. Upon seeing this scene, the archbeast was the first to react. It raised its head and let out an earth-shattering roar. Its massive body took a large stride forward. At the same time, its head rapidly turned. Thearch the beast's head had inherited the characteristics of the heaven's legacy beast. It was in the shape of a beehive and had many facets. These facets were clearly cannon muzzles that could shoot out energy beams from all directions. But now, this huge head that was like a beehive with a large number of facets suddenly burst out with a low buzzing sound. It was so dazzling that it was impossible to look at it directly. But furthermore, the blazing golden light on all the facets suddenly flashed and pointed in the same direction. It was none other than the blood-winged tiger that was charging at the arch-beast. Boom! Whoosh! 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 Before the blood-winged tiger could recover from its shock, an earth-shattering explosion was heard. The emperor beast's beehive-like head, which was covered with a large number of facets, suddenly shot out a large number of light beams. All of them. Some of the light beams were of the same size. They were about 10,000 miles in diameter and 40 to 50,000 miles in length. They were pure gold in color and there were so many of them that it was shocking. However, after these beams of light shot out from the beehive-like facets, they didn't spread out in all directions. Instead, they gathered together and shot forward. The power was too shocking. The void was directly torn apart, and the dense hissing sounds continued without end. All the crimson gold light pillars were so fast that it was shocking. In the blink of an eye, they had already crossed the distance of tens of billions of kilometers and arrived in front of the blood-winged tiger. Roar! The blood-winged tiger never expected the arch-beast to have such a long-range energy attack. Its body trembled violently as it came to an abrupt halt in the void. It originally wanted to turn around and dodge to the right, but it was too late. Although more than half of its body had charged out, its back and one of its wings had been struck by the terrifying and majestic energy beam. Blinking, in an instant, one of the blood-winged tiger's wings had melted away. Its left hind limb was half gone, turning it into a lame tiger. Although it did not perish, nor was it seriously injured, it was in a sorry state. Hiss! In its humiliation, the blood-winged tiger raised its head and let out a roar. With a flash, it charged at the arch-beast again. However, due to its injuries and the loss of one wing and half a leg, its might was clearly not as strong as before. It was almost on par with the arch-beast at the second stage of the heavenly Tao realm. Boom! This time, the arch-beast did not use its head, which was covered with countless facets, to launch a long-range attack. Its huge eyes flashed coldly as it instantly charged forward. It raised its right arm that was like a pillar that held up the sky and punched out. The void rapidly collapsed. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! At this moment, the 4 heavenly kings charged out at the same time. Their target was the 20 desolate supremacies and mighty figures. Hiss! Roar! As they charged out, Heavenly King Void and Heavenly King Blood Mosquito, who were in the middle of the 4 heavenly kings, raised their heads and let out a shocking roar and roar. At this moment, the soldier ladle insignia on Heavenly King Void's chest suddenly lit up. It shone brightly. The tens of millions of soldier ladles and the thousands of beehive nodes began to move under Heavenly King Void's command. There were a total of more than 1,000 beehive nodes with a diameter of 3,000 meters. Inside each node, there were tens of thousands of void soldier ladles guarding it. They were using all their strength to activate the unique biological frequency of the soldier ladle race. These unique biological frequency were channeled out under the guidance of the soldier ladle in each beehive node. More than 1,000 beehive nodes had more than 1,000 biological frequency streams that resembled a river. All of them flowed through the pipes and surged towards the core node of the core circle before gathering into one. Finally, with Heavenly King Void's sudden roar, this terrifying and mysterious biological frequency was like a tsunami. It instantly surged out from his mouth. Hum! Hum! With Heavenly King Void's movement, an invisible shockwave roared out. This majestic and terrifying biological frequency directly caused a dense and weak tremor in the void. This scene was so shocking that it gave people an illusion. It was as if the entire vast and boundless star field was trembling under this sudden high-frequency buzzing. Boom! Accompanied by a terrifying sound that was sharp enough to tear apart the sky, everyone was temporarily deafened in an instant. Void in front of them, an invisible tidal wave like the sea of stars suddenly leaked out, turning into an invisible force that could topple mountains and overturn seas. In an instant, it enveloped the vast void of hundreds of millions of miles. The 20 roaring beasts, desolate venerables and powerful figures, were all shrouded in it. Chi-la-la, rumble, clear tearing sounds that were as dense as rain resounded everywhere. This vast void of hundreds of millions of miles was instantly torn apart inch by inch. As far as the eyes could see, a large amount of void turbulence shot out. In a few of the larger void cracks, a large amount of void turbulence directly formed a void whirlpool that was like a black hole. Such as, indeed, space beasts below the level of a powerful being, even if they were universe supreme beings, when faced with the impact of the endless storms and tides surging out from such a black hole-like crack in the void, they would be crushed like dry weeds and smashed rotten wood, and they would be instantly reduced to ashes. However, these 20 space beasts were all powerful figures and desolate venerables, and this kind of area of effect attack obviously had its power reduced. It did not fully reflect the Heavenly King Void's 9th stage perfect desolate venerable cultivation base. Thus, even though they were in an extremely sorry state, especially the 10 ferocious beast almighties, bloody scars had appeared on their bodies as they were injured by the boundless spatial turbulence. However, they were merely injured and didn't die because of this. It wasn't even to the extent that they were heavily injured. No. It did not matter. The 4 heavenly kings rushed out at the same time, and this wave of attack was only the Heavenly King Void's power. It was far from over, and it was not all. At the same time, Heavenly King Blood Mosquito let out a shocking roar, and the power of the Blood Mosquito War Raja that was integrated into its chest also exploded. The color of the Blood Mosquito War Raja was a dark red color that leaned towards black, like dried blood, giving people a very heavy feeling of oppression. At a glance, there was nothing unusual about it, and it was exactly the same as the other 3 War Raja. However, in fact, the core node of the smallest 9th circle inside the mouth of the horn was different from the other thousands of honeycomb nodes. The front half of this core node was densely filled with extremely sharp alloy spikes. At a glance, this core node was like a huge alloy porcupine. Straight, although the core node with a diameter of 3,000 meters was only covered with alloy spikes on the side facing the mouth of the horn, the number of them was extremely shocking. They were too densely packed, and the total number was over 100 billion. Moreover, the hardness of these alloy spikes was extremely shocking, over 100,000 meters in diameter, several times that of the main dragon bone material of the Starry Sky Fortress. This was because these alloy spikes were all made from some kind of special mineral or crystal. Each of the alloy spikes was 1,000 feet long. If they were thrown out like spears, under a certain degree, they would be able to pierce through battleships, even fortresses, and Starry Sky Fortresses. It was precisely the forging system that tailored it according to a certain characteristic of the Mosquito clan. It could be said that the Blood Mosquito battle claws were definitely the only battle claws among the 4 great battle claws that could produce physical attacks, not just energy attacks. Roar! Shio, shio, shio. In the next moment, the Blood Mosquito Heavenly King rushed out, raised its head, and roared. Before it finished, the intense high-frequency vibrating sound of a mosquito beast flapping its wings came from its chest. Ding! Looking over, countless densely packed tiny holes like a honeycomb appeared, emitting a low buzzing sound, causing the entire void to tremble slightly, as if there was some kind of resonance. This kind of high-frequency vibration power was clearly restrained. It gathered together and gathered from the honeycomb nodes to the core node of the 9th ring. Otherwise, if it spread out, this large part of the void would have been disturbed to the point of trembling. But, even so, this invisible shockwave, after being amplified by the special shape of the War Raja, had already blown out wrinkles in the void when it left the outer circle of the War Raja with the largest diameter. In the invisible shockwave, there were clearly countless giant alloy spears made of special materials mixed in, and they could even pierce through stars. Now, they were whistling through the sky, and their momentum was simply unstoppable. These alloy spikes were pushed to the extreme by the invisible shockwave. When they shot out, a layer of invisible ripples appeared in the void, and in the blink of an eye, they rushed into the void in front of them in the blink of an eye. Chapter 5105. Poof! Poof poof poof, muffled popping sounds could be heard instantly. Looking around, in the void tens of billions of miles away, the 20 ferocious beasts and the desolate sovereign had bloody holes appearing on their huge bodies. These bloody holes were made by the countless alloy spears that were shot out in the invisible shockwave. The 10 ferocious beasts and the desolate sovereign were all more than 10 million miles in size. Although these alloy spears were extremely sharp and could even pierce through stars under the powerful invisible shockwave, each spear was only 100 feet thick. For their huge bodies that were more than 10 million miles in size, it was simply not painful or itchy. However, there were too many of these alloy spears. They were so densely packed that they covered the sky and earth. Now that they had pierced through, the 5 ferocious beasts were the first to bear the brunt of the attack. Their huge bodies were simply pierced into sieves, and they fell on the spot. However, the Heavenly King Blood Tattoo could only use one wave of such spear attacks in a short period of time because the arrangement of the spears also required time. However, it did not matter. It had only been 2 waves of attacks. Although the Void Heavenly King and the Blood Mosquito Heavenly King had already made their moves, the Time Heavenly King and the Crying Soul Heavenly King had yet to make their moves. This time, when the 4 of them attacked together, they would definitely all make their moves and display the might of the Heavenly Kings. Melt among the 4 battle claws that entered the bodies of the 4 Heavenly Kings. The Void battle claws possessed the power of the Void, the Crying Soul battle claws howled and cried souls, and the Time battle claws were even more terrifying. They could create the tide of time that was related to the universe's time law. The Void battle claws only had one void ripple. In addition to the invisible shockwave, the Blood Mosquito battle claws could also move the alloy spears, covering the sky and earth, forming an indestructible physical attack. As for the Crying Soul battle claws, there was only a terrifying cry that could destroy souls. The tide of time triggered by the Time battle claws was a kind of invisible law power. Only when it exploded, there was a slight flash of golden light that represented the passage of time. If it was against mechanical and electronic life forms, the Crying Soul battle claws and the Time battle claws would have the weakest effect. However, if the target was a flesh and blood creature, the situation would instantly reverse. For example, today, after the attack of the Blood Mosquito Heavenly King, one of the 2 Heavenly Kings who had yet to make a move, the Time Heavenly King, finally made a move. Previously, of the 4 great Heavenly Kings, the Void Heavenly King and the Blood Mosquito Heavenly King attacked one after another. After 2 attacks, 5 of the 20 vicious beasts, desolate venerables and powerful beings fell. However, there were still 15 left, and they were merely injured. Now, as the attacks of the Void Heavenly King and the Blood Mosquito Heavenly King came to an end, of the 2 remaining Heavenly Kings, the Time Heavenly King finally made his move. Screech, the Time King let out a thunderous roar, and as he did, the green gold Empress inside the Time War scroll received the order to unleash a full-power attack. Down below in an instant, in the core node of the central domain, where time had passed, the Azure Gold Slime Emperor did not hesitate in the slightest and immediately took action. Within the thousands of beehive nodes, the 1,000 Slime Kings and the tens of millions of Azure Gold Slimes instantly fully activated the power in their bodies, and an astonishing pressure rapidly condensed. Buzz. A low buzzing sound rang out. Invisible ripples spread out from the green gold Jade Emperor's body and entered the walls of the core beehive. Standing along the pipes connected to the outer walls, the ripples were instantly transmitted out. In the blink of an eye, the tens of millions of slimes in all the beehive nodes trembled. Their bodies shone with golden light, layer by layer, superimposed on each other and converged together. In a tenth of an instant, the light gold color had turned into a rich golden color, and it was also covered with a faint purple gold color. The golden color turned into purple gold, and it looked completely different from before. Although the purple color was still rather faint, it was clearly visible, representing the change in its power. Countless purple gold lights rushed into the walls of the beehive nodes as if they were intelligent, and then returned along the pipes of the outer walls. From all directions, they rushed toward the core beehive node where the green gold slime emperor was located. While all of this was completed in less than half an instant. The rich purple gold lights that had gathered from the thousands of beehive nodes all converged. Down below, after entering the core beehive node, this core beehive node located in the center of the 9th ring inside the huge mouth of the war scroll suddenly lit up, and a scorching purple gold light exploded. Everything that followed was without suspense. Straight, the core beehive node with a diameter of 3,000 meters completely turned into a purple gold world. Waves of purple gold ripples spread along the war scroll, and in front of the huge mouth of the war scroll, a purple gold fan-shaped ripple was derived. Imitation like a gorgeous purple gold tide, with the shocking roar of the King of Time, it rushed out and pushed forward, while Allah, the purple gold tide of time, flowed past, and the invisible power of the universe's time law manifested, freezing the 15 ferocious beasts and the desolate sovereign in the void tens of billions of miles away, and they could not struggle at all. Visible to the naked eye, the huge bodies of the 15 ferocious beasts and the desolate sovereign changed in an instant. The purple gold tide flowed through their bodies, and the originally lustrous fur dimmed quickly without any suspense. Light disappeared, and large pieces of fur fell off, floating into the universe's void and turning into flying ash. The power of this strange purple gold tide lasted for 30,000 years. Although the 15 ferocious beasts and the desolate sovereign were extremely powerful, the power of the time law was invisible and intangible, and it affected everything in the dark. On the surface, it looked like they had only been illuminated by a streak of purple gold light, but this instant represented 30,000 years of endless time flowing through their bloodline true bodies. Change. If it was an ordinary ferocious beasts of the starry sky, they would not be able to withstand it at all, and they would turn into decaying ash and withered bones in an instant. Matter. In fact, even the primordial era's great beings could not withstand the passage of 30,000 years on their bodies in an instant. If they were not injured before, it would have been fine. But now, they were already injured, and they were corroded by the power of the time law. Among the 15 ferocious beasts, the last 5 primordial era's great beings withered and died in an instant. Pang! The huge flesh body withered, lost its breath of life, and fell downwards. All of this took a long time to describe, but there were a total of 3 waves of attacks, and they were completed in just 3 breaths. In 3 breaths, all 10 primordial era's great beings were dead, and now, only 10 supreme primordial era's great beings were left. Although they were not dead yet, they were also injured, and in addition to the corrosion of the purple gold tide of time, their condition was extremely bad, as if they were seriously injured. But among the 4 heavenly kings, only 3 heavenly kings had made a move, and there was still 1 heavenly king who had not made a move yet. And this wave of attacks was obviously the last straw to overwhelm the 10 supreme primordial era's great beings. The one who had not made a move yet was Heavenly King Di-hun. Following Heavenly King Di-hun's purple gold tide of time dissipated quickly, and at this moment, Heavenly King Di-hun finally made a move. Screech. A shrill screech rang out, and because of it, the void trembled slightly, giving people a feeling of horror. This was Heavenly King Di-hun raising his head and letting out a long howl. The war talisman that had fused into Heavenly King Di-hun's body was the Weeping Soul War Talisman. The Weeping Soul Beasts were the Weeping Soul Beasts, and the strength of the Weeping Soul Beast in the Soul Battle Karma was directly related to the life forms of the Weeping Soul Beasts in the Soul Battle Karma. Previously, after being tempered by the Thunder Lock spiritual mist, the tens of millions of Weeping Soul Beasts in the thousands of beehive nodes in the Weeping Soul Battle Karma had leveled up to Weeping Soul Golden Apes, and among them, there were even 300,000 Weeping Soul Purple Apes. However, that was a long time ago. Now, the tens of millions of Weeping Soul Beasts were almost all undying beings, and among them, there were more than 300,000 Universe Masters and more than 30,000 Universe Supremes. At this moment, as Heavenly King Di-hun raised his head and let out a howl, all the Weeping Soul Beasts in the Weeping Soul Battle Karma started to move. In thousands of beehive nodes, tens of millions of Weeping Soul Beasts activated the unique Weeping Soul Spirit Ripple of their race. The Spirit Ripple energy gathered in every beehive node and flowed through the special pipes between the nodes to the core node of the core circle, gathering into one. It was so fast that it turned into a sharp howl in the blink of an eye. It sounded like the roar of a raging sea, but also like the sound of nature, spreading out instantly. Heavenly King Weeping Soul threw his head back and let out a long howl. His soul-wrenching howl was filled with the bizarre mental energy of the entire weeping soul beast race. At this moment, it howled outwards, causing the entire star region to tremble in the face of this sudden and violent howl. It was so strange that it gave people a feeling that it could tear the sky apart. Before, in the sky, the 10 supreme masters of the primordial era beasts were shaking violently. Even their minds and consciousnesses were in a trance at this moment, as if their spirit bodies were being pulled out of their bodies by the howl. 1. An invisible tidal wave that was like an ocean in the starry sky enveloped their bodies and directly affected their souls, wreaking havoc on them. Li. Miserable, the howls were extremely short. In a short moment, the 10 desolate sovereigns were dead. There was no sign of life coming out of their huge bodies. In the blink of an eye, the 20 supreme masters of the primordial era and supreme masters of the primordial era brought by the blood-winged tiger and the blue eyes golden clear beast were all killed. Everything that happened before seemed to take a long time, but in fact, it happened in 4 or 5 breaths. There was no gap in the 4 waves of attacks of the 4 heavenly kings. From the first wave of attacks to the end of the 4th wave of weeping soul attack, one wave after another. In the first wave of attacks, the 20 supreme masters of the primordial era and supreme masters of the primordial era were completely caught off guard, but it was too late for them to guard against the next wave of attacks. When the first wave of void power of the heavenly king of the void was about to end, the second wave of invisible shockwaves from the heavenly king of the blood mosquito came rumbling, then came the tide of time and the power of weeping soul attack. One wave after wave, they were completely overwhelmed. Before the 20 supreme masters of the primordial era and supreme masters of the primordial era could react, everything was over. In fact, although the cultivation of the 4 heavenly kings was powerful, they were all peak desolate elders of the 9th step great circle, which was half a step into the heavenly Tao. However, the other 10 beasts were all supreme beings of the primordial era. Although there was no desolate supremacy at the peak of the 9th stage, even if the 4 heavenly kings joined forces, it was impossible to kill all of them in a short period of time. For example, the 4 heavenly kings were not able to kill all of them. Today, such a result could only be said to be a joke. Although the 4 heavenly kings were 4 people, the ones that entered the bodies of the 4 mechanical beasts were all a part of Yi Xian's electronic consciousness that was divided from the emperor beast. But, it could be said that the communication between the 4 heavenly kings did not have any hesitation at all. Just saying that their hearts were in sync was not enough to describe it. It was this kind of absolutely perfect cooperation that allowed their attacks to be so sharp. In just 4 or 5 breaths, they had already finished everything, causing the 20 primordial experts and the old monster Huang Zun to be wiped out just like that. In fact, such a result was something that even the 4 heavenly kings and the emperor beast did not expect before the battle began. It could be said to be a pleasant surprise, absolutely amazing. In the eyes of the blood-winged tiger and the green-eyed beast, there was no need to mention the degree of shock. From their point of view, although the 4 heavenly kings were peak desolate supremacies of the 9th stage, there were 10 desolate supremacies among the 20 ferocious beasts they brought. Furthermore, they were basically 7th stage and 8th stage existences. In this way, the 20 space beasts joined forces to attack the 4 heavenly kings. Although there was no possibility of killing them, it should not be a problem to suppress them for a short period of time. But, the result was so shocking. The 4 heavenly kings only attacked once, and in a total of 4 waves of attacks, all 20 space beasts were killed in a short period of 4 or 5 breaths. They were completely annihilated, and it was a near instant annihilation. They were unable to accept it, but there was nothing they could do. Although they were extremely resentful towards the 4 heavenly kings, they were unable to kill them, as they were unable to free themselves from the battle, with their opponents entangling them. As for the blood-winged tiger, he was already entangled with the emperor beast, and he did not have the advantage. They were evenly matched. As for the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast, his opponent is naturally pig spirit. Both of them are at the 4th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. Once the battle begins, it's impossible to have a result in a short period of time. When the battle between the 4 heavenly kings ended, the old pig spirit was overjoyed. His emotions surged as he raised his head and let out a shocking howl. How dare you invade the magic hall with just that bit of ability? You bunch of trash, you must have been sent by the primeval heaven's eye, right? In his delight, the old pig spirit's eyes flashed with contempt. He sized up the green-eyed beast a few times before saying, "That guy isn't a match for you," so he didn't dare to come to the magic hall to cause trouble. Instead, he sent you here to die. How despicable, but that's fine too. That kid Yi Xian didn't allow me to wander around, so you guys didn't enter the forbidden area of the magic hall to die. Since I have nothing better to do, I'll use you guys to practice and loosen up my muscles. I'll just treat you as trash and make use of you. Roar, remember, the one who will torture you, is the pig tyrant of the magic hall. Awoo. Boom. Rumble. After saying that, the old pig spirit raised his head and let out a heaven-shaking howl. Without any hesitation, his shoulders shook as his terrifying true body shot out like a gigantic black bolt of lightning. With a raise of his hooves, he smacked the green-eyed beast's forehead. Pfft. Upon hearing those words, the green-eyed beast nearly spewed out blood from anger. No matter what, he was a heavenly Dao realm expert. Furthermore, he hadn't just entered the realm, but a mid-stage heavenly Dao realm existence. He had lived for countless years. Back in the primordial world war, he already possessed the terrifying cultivation level of a desolate supremacy at the peak of the 9th stage. He was one of the trusted generals under the primeval heaven's eye. That was even then, no existence dared to make such a fuss in front of him. But, now, after countless years of seclusion, he had already stepped into the heavenly Dao realm. Yet, he encountered such a situation. A black-skinned pig that didn't even exist back then actually dared to tell him to make good use of trash, to loosen up his muscles and bones. This was intolerable. Screech, under extreme anger, the green-eyed beast raised his head and let out a terrifying roar, revealing endless anger. Following that, he no longer hesitated. With a flash of his body, he charged straight at the old pig spirit. This, however, two mid-stage heavenly Dao realm experts at the 4th stage were too powerful. It was the same for their speed. Even lightning couldn't compare to them. Again, in addition, the two were facing each other head-on. The distance between them was negligible. In just a few breaths, the two huge figures that were tens of millions of miles in size had already collided in the void. An earth-shattering explosion sounded. In the area where the two figures collided, the void within a radius of 10 billion miles directly collapsed, turning into a huge black hole. However, under the influence of the powerful nomological power of the primordial void, it quickly began to repair and mend. The aura was too strong. In the blink of an eye, the void within a radius of 10 billion miles was shrouded in a frenzy of energy and energy. The figures of the old pig spirit and the green-eyed beast could no longer be seen as they fell into a state of confusion. Only a series of roars and screeches could be heard from time to time. In the blink of an eye, the battle was in full swing. Two violent battlefields appeared in the void. The blood-winged tiger and the supreme beast were fighting, while the old pig spirit and the green-eyed beast were fighting. The 4 heavenly kings, who had just finished their battle, were now free. Clang! At this moment, in the distant void in front of them, the sound of chains suddenly came. Clang! On this side, the blood-winged tiger and the supreme beast, the old pig spirit and the green-eyed beast were fighting in pairs. After the 4 heavenly kings killed the 20 powerful beasts and the desolate sovereign, they were now free. Clang! It was at this moment that the sound of chains covering the sky and covering the earth suddenly rang out from the void in front of them. Looking over, the netherworld furnace that was as huge as a giant star suddenly moved at this moment without warning. First previously, the blood-winged tiger, the green-eyed beast, and the other 22 powerful beasts had arrived. They were originally carrying the netherworld furnace. After their arrival, the 22 beasts rushed out of the netherworld furnace and crossed the void, while the netherworld furnace floated behind them, motionless. But, now, with the death of the 20 powerful beasts and the desolate sovereign, the furnace spirit in the netherworld furnace suddenly reacted. Now, it suddenly moved. The 10,000 rune chains on the outer wall of the furnace wriggled like a giant python in the starry sky. This was clearly the rhythm that it was about to take action. The Supreme Beast and the Old Pig Spirit were now unable to withdraw at all. The opponent that they were fighting against had the same cultivation level and strength. The battle could not end in a short period of time. Moreover, they had to go all out. Otherwise, once they were careless, they would instantly fall into a disadvantageous position and fall into a passive situation. Although the netherworld furnace was not a real living creature and was only a cauldron that was like a magic treasure, its grade was astonishing. Like the Shenong cauldron in Yi Xian's hands, it was a primeval treasure of the era, a top-notch magic treasure of a great world. Moreover, under the nurturing of the primeval heaven's eye, the netherworld furnace had clearly given birth to a furnace spirit. The existence of this furnace spirit was equivalent to giving life to the netherworld furnace, giving it the ability to move on its own initiative. First, previously, in the three main dimensions of the starry sky, the primeval heavens eye had not been officially born. It had always been the netherworld furnace that automatically collected the remains of powerful primeval creatures and refined them into all evil origin elixir. First, today, although the primeval heavens eye was still not here, the netherworld furnace was controlled by the furnace spirit. In fact, it was not much different from a true starry sky expert. If it moved, it could fight with anyone. As for its strength, due to the fact that it was a primeval treasure of the era, it naturally could not be too weak. Over the years, under the efforts of the primeval heaven's eye, the netherworld furnace was now equivalent to a heavenly Tao realm expert. It was roughly at the first stage of the heavenly Tao realm, whoosh, whoosh, amidst the earth-shattering sounds of chains, the cauldron of the nether cauldron that was as large as a star immediately moved. It turned into a streak of blood-black light, but it did not charge towards the four heavenly kings. Instead, it charged towards the depths of the demon hall's forbidden grounds. Although its body was massive, its speed was not slow at all. It was faster than lightning, catching the four heavenly kings off guard as it swept past them. In the blink of an eye, it had traversed hundreds of billions of kilometers in the void. At that moment, 500,000 kilometers in front of the netherworld furnace, there was an abandoned planet at the periphery of the Magic Hall's forbidden grounds. A large number of Magic Hall subordinates were stationed on this abandoned planet. They were the captive legions of the Magic Hall's 6 major legions. Captives. The Thundering Legion was formed from the captives of the Blood Wyrm, Battle Lion, and Azure Rock races. And what was stationed on this abandoned planet was only a portion of the captive legion's Azure Rock branch. There were about 20 million of them. Apart from that, there were about 5 million battleships, fortresses, and star fortresses floating in the void around the abandoned planet. Today, as the netherworld cauldron shot forward, it arrived at the edge of the abandoned planet in the blink of an eye. On the surface of the cauldron that was as huge as a planet, those 10,000 giant rune chains that were 1,000,000 kilometers long danced and surged forward like a giant python in the starry sky. Boom. Rumble. Leading the charge were the 5 million battleships, fortresses, and star fortresses in the void around the planet. The netherworld furnace's 10,000 runic chains spanned 500,000 kilometers and were extremely thick. Their toughness was even more shocking. Now, they were like giant pythons in space as they lashed out. In a blink of an eye, a portion of the battleships were reduced to smithereens. A deafening boom resounded as flames surged into the sky amidst the explosions. The Azure Rock race experts inside the battleships did not even have a chance to escape as they died on the spot. This was only the beginning. The netherworld furnace didn't stop there. It rushed into the cauldron that was as large as a star, and the 10,000 rune chains were crazily waving. Every time they swept, a large number of battleships would explode into a huge fireball. Shoo! Whoosh! 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 Such a shocking scene caused a huge commotion. It naturally alarmed the 20 million Azure Rock race captives on the abandoned planet. Against the netherworld furnace that had reached the first stage of the heavenly Tao realm, there was no way they could put up any resistance. With the netherworld furnace approaching, it was already not bad that they did not faint from fright. Countless silhouettes rushed out of the huge abandoned planet, fleeing in all directions. Although the abandoned planet was massive, it was only about the same size as the netherworld furnace. Now, the netherworld furnace was only brandishing the 10,000 runic chains on the surface of the cauldron. If it were to crash into the abandoned planet, it would instantly shatter the planet. The terrifying impact would destroy everything. None of the 20 million Azure Rock race captives would be able to survive. This the reason why they all rushed out from the planet and fled in all directions was because they thought of such a possibility. But, unfortunately, their so-called extreme was clearly a joke to the netherworld furnace that had combat strength comparable to the first stage of the heavenly Tao realm. Human. There were too many of them. It was impossible to pursue them one by one. The netherworld furnace had no intention of doing so. To it, these 20 million Azure Rock race experts were not very strong. They could only be stationed on an abandoned planet at the periphery of the Magic Hall's Forbidden Zone. They were just a bunch of ants. And they were ants among ants. At that moment, an extremely deep buzzing sound suddenly sounded. An extremely terrifying suction force was emitted from within the netherworld furnace. The suction force was invisible, but it spread out in an instant. It acted on the large number of Cyan Rock clan captives who were rushing out from the abandoned planet. In an instant, it caused their fleeing figures to stop abruptly in the void. Tight. Then, they were pulled back in the void by this invisible suction force that was so terrifying that they were completely unable to resist. In just a short breath of time, over 1 million figures had fallen into the mouth of the netherworld cauldron and were directly devoured. Kacha. Kacha. Immediately following that, the grinding sounds of grinding stones could be heard from within the netherworld furnace. What was happening inside was clearly indescribable. Chapter 5106. Roar. Roar. Ruthless, everything happened in the span of 2 to 3 breaths. The 4 heavenly kings turned around and saw such a tragic scene. They were instantly enraged. They raised their heads and roared. Without hesitation, they shot toward the netherworld cauldron in front of them at the same time. Everything happened too quickly. Caught off guard, the netherworld furnace soared into the sky and reached the edge of an abandoned planet in the blink of an eye. It destroyed a large number of battleships stationed in the void outside the planet. All the captives of the Green Rock clan who escaped the planet were sucked into the cauldron. There were tens of millions of them. Moreover, as these tens of millions of experts of the Green Rock clan were sucked into the cauldron, the netherworld furnace immediately emitted a terrifying cracking sound. This was the sound of the grinding stone in the cauldron starting to grind the flesh and blood into paste. Such a scene, just imagining it was enough to make one's head explode with anger. It was absolutely unbearable. Roar. Roar. Ruthless, everything happened in the span of 2 to 3 breaths. The 4 heavenly kings were completely unable to react. Now that he turned around and saw such a tragic scene, he was instantly enraged. He raised his head and roared. Without hesitation, he shook his shoulders and shot toward the netherworld cauldron in front of him at the same time. This time, they did not activate the Battle Haga's power in their chests because their target was different from before. The netherworld furnace was not made of flesh and blood. Whether it was the tide of time, the weeping soul ripples, or the shockwaves formed by the power of the void, they did not have much effect on it. Only the invisible shockwaves of the blood mosquito Battle Haga mixed with the alloy spikes might be effective. However, the netherworld furnace itself was made of some kind of extremely strong metal. It did not have flesh and blood. Even if these alloy spikes could penetrate the netherworld furnace, it would not be of much use. Therefore, the 4 heavenly kings rushed out this time and only surrounded the netherworld furnace from 4 different directions. Then, when they got close, they immediately punched out an existence that was like a magic treasure made of some kind of extremely strong metal. Only by destroying it with absolute power could they solve the problem. Walala. The netherworld furnace had a spirit. Facing the encirclement of the 4 heavenly kings, its figure paused for a moment, but it did not show the slightest fear. The 10,000 million miles long rune chains on the outer wall of the cauldron like a giant python in the starry sky waved in an instant, splitting into 4 groups and attacking the 4 heavenly kings. Although it wasn't a true cosmos expert, it had already given birth to a cauldron spirit. Therefore, it had the ability to attack autonomously. Furthermore, its combat strength wasn't weak. It could basically match an existence at the first stage of the heavenly Tao realm. For although the combined forces of the great heavenly kings similarly had the ability to fight a first-stage heavenly Tao realm expert head-on, their true cultivation realm had yet to reach the heavenly Tao realm. They were only peak desolate supremacy at the 9th stage of the perfection realm, which was only at the half-step heavenly Tao realm. The netherworld furnace had split the 10,000 rune chains on the outer wall of the cauldron into 4 groups, attacking the 4 heavenly kings separately. Its goal was clearly to separate the 4 heavenly kings so that it could defeat them one by one in the shortest amount of time. Otherwise, once the 4 heavenly kings joined forces, they would have the ability to fight a first-stage heavenly Tao realm expert head-on. If both sides were to continue fighting, it would be very difficult to see a decisive result in this battle in a short period of time. Roar. Boom. Walala. Su Heavenly King Kong raised his head and roared. With a wave of his right arm, a huge fist like a meteor blasted out. In the blink of an eye, it broke hundreds of the more than 2,000 blood-black rune chains, but that was all it could do. The remaining 2,000 or so rune chains were like spiritual pythons in an instant. As they coiled nimbly, they tightly wrapped around the huge figure of the Void Heavenly King in just a short breath. At a glance, it was simply like a dumpling, too tight. Roar, ka-cha-cha. Su Heavenly King Kong was unwilling to give up. He raised his head and let out a shocking roar. The power in his body was pushed to the limit as he struggled crazily in the void. Even more so as for the void battle talisman on his chest, it was emitting a blazing light at this moment. This was clearly a sign that the void battle talisman's power was being activated. Under their combined strength, a third of the 2,000+ black rune chains that tightly wrapped around his body were instantly broken. But even so, there were still more than 1,000 rune chains that wrapped around the Void Heavenly King's incomparably huge body. It seemed that he had already used all his strength. The last 1,000 or so rune chains that were still wrapped around his body were unlikely to be able to break free. A similar scene was playing out on Heavenly King Blood Mosquito, Heavenly King Time, and Heavenly King Crying Soul. The 10,000 rune chains on the outer walls of the netherworld cauldron were all incomparably thick and solid, reaching a length of 1,000,000 zhang. Moreover, they were as agile as space serpents. Now, facing the 4 heavenly kings who were rumbling towards them, these 10,000 rune chains were divided into 4 and completely wrapped around the 4 heavenly kings. Only just a small number of runic chains was enough for the 4 great heavenly kings to directly break free. However, with over 2,000 chains entangled together, they were truly too sturdy. Even if they used all of their strength, and even used the kinetic energy of the battle claws that had been fused into their bodies, they were only able to break apart a third of the chains. It was almost meaningless. Because after breaking off a third of the rune chains, their situation was the same as before. Their movements were restricted and they were wrapped like dumplings. The two sides competed with each other, and this scene continued for the time it took for half an incense stick to burn. During this period of time, the runic chains that wrapped around the bodies of the 4 great heavenly kings would occasionally emit cracking sounds, but it was only a small number, and it was unable to turn the situation around. Gradually, the 4 heavenly kings started to feel a little tired after struggling with all their strength. And in the other 2 battlefields in the void, the Emperor Beast was fighting with the Blood-Winged Tiger, and the Old Pig was fighting with the Blue-Eyed Golden-Eyed Beast. The 2 sides fighting in these 2 battlefields were evenly matched, and it was impossible to have a result in a short time. So therefore, the 4 heavenly kings couldn't count on the Emperor Beast and the Old Pig. Front in the depths of the forbidden grounds of the Devil Hall, numerous abandoned stars were filled with numerous experts of the Devil Hall. There was no lack of experts from the primordial era amongst them. For example, the 7 gorgeous cultivators had already stepped into the primordial exalt realm. But even they, who had the strongest cultivation, were only second-order desolate supremacies. They were only at the initial stage of this realm. Against the netherworld furnace, which had the combat strength of a first-order heavenly Tao realm expert, they were clearly unable to shake it. Furthermore, the 7 gorgeous cultivators were still in seclusion. They probably didn't know the situation in the outside world and that the 4 heavenly kings were in danger. Whoosh, walala, at this moment, after feeling the 4 great heavenly kings' struggling strength gradually weaken, the netherworld furnace finally made a new move. Its rune chains slowly retracted and lifted up. This was clearly the rhythm of throwing the 4 great heavenly kings' entangled bodies into the furnace. Boom! Rumble, the situation was extremely dangerous. It could be said that it was a matter of life and death. At this moment, there was a shocking explosion high in the void. A thick tribulation cloud that covered tens of millions of miles suddenly appeared. This was clearly a heavenly Tao lightning tribulation. Furthermore, the aura it emitted was extremely powerful. It was definitely not an ordinary heavenly Tao realm expert. It seemed to have mutated. Whoosh, walala, as the 4 heavenly kings' struggle gradually weakened, the netherworld furnace made a new move. Its rune chains slowly shrank and lifted. This was clearly the rhythm of throwing the 4 heavenly kings' entangled bodies into the furnace. Although the 4 heavenly kings weren't lifeforms of flesh and blood, but electronic and mechanical lifeforms, their massive bodies were modified time and time again. They used a large number of materials from the remains of ancient lifeforms. Even more furthermore, the 4 races of kinetic energy that fused into the 4 heavenly kings' bodies were rather extraordinary as well. This included the various top-grade cosmic metals used in the 4 heavenly kings' bodies, as well as some other special materials. The netherworld furnace could absorb all of them. To it, these were also the best resources. If it were to throw the 4 heavenly kings into the huge furnace, they would instantly perish under the crushing pressure of the millstone. Boom! Rumble, at this moment, the situation could be said to be extremely dangerous. It was definitely a 1 in a million situation. And it was also at this moment that a turning point appeared. Void high in the sky, there was a shocking explosion. A thick tribulation cloud that covered tens of millions of miles suddenly appeared. This was clearly a heavenly Tao lightning tribulation. Furthermore, the aura it emitted was extremely powerful. It was definitely not an ordinary heavenly Tao realm expert. It seemed to have mutated, at this moment, and in the forbidden grounds of the magic hall, the heavenly Tao lightning tribulation suddenly appeared. The only possibility was that the treasured devouring body had successfully broken through. As for the mutation of the heavenly tribulation, it seemed to be expected. What sort of existence was the treasured devouring body? In terms of monstrous talent, it far exceeded Yi Xian's actual body. It would be strange if his heavenly Tao lightning tribulation did not mutate. Matter in fact, it was indeed so. As the terrifying tribulation cloud appeared high in the sky and churned, in the depths of the forbidden grounds of the magic hall, a star instantly exploded, peng, with a deafening boom, the entire planet was blasted into pieces. Countless pieces of rubble flew everywhere. A figure shot out from the rubble like a shooting star. His speed was extremely fast, and he headed straight for the outskirts of the forbidden grounds of the Devil Hall, which was also where the battle was taking place. This figure was none other than the treasured devouring body. His body did not seem eye-catching, being that of an ordinary human expert. He was completely incomparable to the massive astral beasts that spanned tens of millions of kilometers. However, the cultivation aura that emanated from his body was extremely astounding. Such as today, having just broken through and stepped into the heavenly Tao realm, his cultivation level was naturally only at the first stage of the heavenly Tao realm. But for some reason, when they turned around and saw the treasure-devouring body, even the 3rd stage heavenly Tao realm sanguine-winged tiger and the 4th stage heavenly Tao realm jade-eyed golden-eyed beast felt a sense of trepidation. They felt an extremely strong sense of dread. Heaven's Tao realm experts were already at the pinnacle of life's natural order. Their divine perception was extremely sharp. For the two of them to have such feelings towards the treasure-devouring body was enough to show how powerful he was. Matter in fact, it was indeed so. The treasure-devouring body was extraordinary. His body was formed from the connate devouring crystal, and his bloodline was purer than a connate ferocious beast. It was close to that of a chaos fiend celestial. Same Ash was absolutely invincible under his realm. Even more so as for that, even though he was only at the first stage of the heavenly Tao realm, he could still easily suppress existences at the third or fourth stage of the heavenly Tao realm. And it was precisely because of such a heaven-defying bloodline that the treasure-devouring body was so confident all these years. He roamed the outside world alone to temper himself and grow. However, he never relied on any cardinal treasures or powerful divine powers. Against any enemy, he only relied on pure strength and the instinct of the treasure-devouring body to fight. On this point, even Yi Xian could only sigh at his inferiority. There was no way he could compare. Roar! At that moment, as his figure shot over like a shooting star, he arrived in the void where the battle was taking place in the periphery of the forbidden grounds of the magic hall. The treasure-devouring body raised his head and roared as he charged straight for the netherworld cauldron. Boom! Rumble! Far up in the sky, the black tribulation cloud that had gathered out of thin air had already spanned 5 billion kilometers. The vast expanse of sky was enveloped by the tumultuous tribulation cloud as though doomsday had arrived. Even the void was trembling as a result. Typical heavenly Tao lightning tribulations would definitely not have such terrifying might. This was a mutated heavenly Tao lightning tribulation. Typical mid-stage heavenly Tao realm existences would lose a layer of skin if they encountered it. In fact, that was indeed the case. When the sanguine-winged tiger and the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast sensed the surging tribulation lightning above their heads, they were no longer calm. They seemed to want to escape, but they were held back by the arch-beast and the pig demon. Compared to the two of them, the arch-beast and the pig demon could also be injured by the tribulation lightning. However, the pig demon's skin was tough, while the arch-beast had an alloy combat body made of special metals. In comparison, it clearly had the advantage. For example, today, they had forcefully left the sanguine-winged tiger and the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast behind. It was clear that they wanted to use their injuries to exchange for their deaths. Boom! Crash! Kacha! In a blink of an eye, the treasure-devouring body appeared in front of the netherworld cauldron. Without any hesitation, he punched the netherworld cauldron. Although the netherworld cauldron had combat strength at the first stage of the heavenly Tao realm, the treasure-devouring body was no ordinary heavenly Tao realm expert. This punch instantly caused the netherworld cauldron to tremble. It was completely no match for the treasure-devouring body. The strength of the punch left it alarmed as though it was being crushed. Hua! The clanking sounds of chains rang out. Half of the thousands of rune chains that had originally bound the 4 heavenly kings were instantly broken. The 4 heavenly kings had escaped and did not continue to fight. They simply did not dare to linger here. Bihe's cultivation base was only at the great perfection of the 9th stage of desolate supremacy, which was half a step into the heavenly Tao. This kind of cultivation base could not even withstand the ordinary heavenly Tao lightning tribulation, let alone the devouring treasure body, which was so powerful that it made people tremble in fear. They immediately retreated to the depths of the forbidden zone in the magic hall. They avoided the tribulation clouds that enveloped a region of 5 billion kilometers and watched from afar. Crash! The sound of chains rang out as the netherworld cauldron emitted an intense blood-red light. All the runic chains that were previously broken instantly reconnected under the illumination of this light. They looked exactly the same as before. The only difference was that the blood-red runic patterns on the 10,000 runic chains seemed to be dimmer than before. Netherworld, the cauldron's 10,000 chains and the massive cauldron's inner and outer walls had a large number of obscure runic patterns. These runic patterns represented the power of its domain. For example, the runic patterns on the 10,000 chains had dimmed significantly. Some of the runic patterns were so dim that they were nearly invisible, as though they had been extinguished. It clearly represented that the netherworld cauldron's power had been damaged. It was the same as when a cosmos expert was injured. It was afraid. As the broken chains reconnected, the netherworld cauldron's massive cauldron body suddenly trembled as it attempted to shoot into the distance. It was clearly trying to avoid the treasure-devouring body. It was too afraid of him. Crash! Luck! The sound of chains rang out as the netherworld cauldron emitted an intense blood-red light. All the runic chains that were previously broken instantly reconnected under the illumination of this light. Immediately following that, the netherworld cauldron's massive cauldron body suddenly trembled as it attempted to shoot into the distance. It was clearly trying to avoid the treasure-devouring body. It was too afraid of him. If Yi Xian were to see such a scene, he would probably be shocked speechless. For example, today, Yi Xian was already a powerful existence at the 8th level of the heavenly Tao realm. If he were to punch out, his strength would definitely exceed the treasure-devouring body, which was only at the 1st level of the heavenly Tao realm. For example, although the treasure-devouring body was monstrous, no matter how monstrous it was, its combat strength was only equivalent to the 4th level of the heavenly Tao realm. But in fact, if Yi Xian were here, the result of his punch would definitely be different. At the very least, the netherworld cauldron would definitely not become so fearful just from the might of that punch, to the point of wanting to retreat immediately. Or Su Tianji's heavenly Tao lightning tribulation was probably one of the factors that made it fearful. After all, this was a mutated heavenly Tao lightning tribulation. Its might was not to be underestimated. But this reason was still somewhat far-fetched because the netherworld cauldron was not like other starry sky experts. Although it had already given birth to a cauldron spirit and had its own consciousness, its body was still just a cauldron that resembled a magic treasure. Furthermore, it was forged from a special kind of extremely strong metal. Like the Shenong cauldron, it was a primordial treasure of the era. Heaven. Although this heavenly Tao lightning tribulation was terrifying and its mutated might was even stronger, to an existence like it, it was definitely less of a threat than a living creature of flesh and blood. Clearly, it was not enough to make the netherworld cauldron want to escape immediately. If unsurprisingly, the reason why the netherworld cauldron was so fearful should be related to the treasure-devouring body. The treasure-devouring body did not have any powerful abilities, nor did it have any treasures accompanying it. Its devouring bloodline was its strongest means. Netherworld. The cauldron had given birth to a cauldron spirit, and its cultivation level had already reached the 1st stage of the heavenly Tao realm. Its divine perception was extremely sharp. It was fine if it did not come into contact with the cauldron previously, but when the treasure-devouring body's punch landed on the cauldron's wall, both parties had intimate contact without any obstruction. It was enough for the netherworld cauldron to keenly grasp something from the punch. Unfortunately, although it realized the danger and wanted to escape, what kind of existence was the treasure-devouring body? Its fighting spirit was shocking, and even Yi Xian was inferior to it. It naturally could not let the enemy in front of it leave. Boom. Rumble, Kacha. At this time, the churning tribulation clouds high in the sky had become even more violent. Amidst the shocking rumbling of thunder, a crisp sound that made one's heart tremble resounded. Within the terrifying tribulation clouds that covered a distance of 10 billion miles, a blood-colored lightning finally struck down. With a diameter of 50 million miles, it was terrifyingly thick. The invisible aura of destruction that emanated from it caused even heavenly Tao realm existences to change their expressions. Good. Only one such blood-colored lightning bolt struck down, and it was locked onto the treasure-devouring body. It did not strike where the blood-winged tiger and the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast were fighting. This made the two old fellows secretly heave a sigh of relief. Although it was a mutated heavenly Tao lightning tribulation, the treasure-devouring body did not take it to heart. He had a body that was formed from the purest innate devouring origin crystal. The power of his bloodline was too powerful, and he could even devour the power of lightning, turning it into resources to boost his cultivation. But, this time, he clearly didn't plan to directly rush into the sky and enter the tribulation lightning to devour the power of the lightning. Turn around. Glancing at the sky, the treasure-devouring body's shoulders shook, and his entire body instantly shot up, charging towards the mouth of the cauldron. Look! This posture clearly indicated that he was going to enter the interior of the netherworld cauldron. If that was really the case, once he entered the interior of the netherworld cauldron, no matter where the netherworld cauldron fled, the tribulation lightning from the tribulation clouds that shrouded the sky would definitely lock onto the netherworld cauldron and chase after it. The netherworld cauldron might not be afraid of this, but it was extremely afraid of the treasure-devouring body. At the thought of the treasure-devouring body entering its cauldron, the cauldron spirit sensed it, and the entire cauldron that was as huge as a star trembled slightly. Immediately after, as the treasure-devouring body shot towards the mouth of the cauldron, a blood-colored light screen immediately appeared at the mouth of the cauldron, sealing the entire mouth of the cauldron. This was clearly condensed by the power of the Netherworld Cauldron's domain, and its purpose was to block the treasure-devouring body outside, preventing him from entering the cauldron. Whoosh! Just as the blood-colored light shield appeared, the devouring treasured body arrived. The moment it touched the blood-colored light shield, its body suddenly froze. However, immediately after, there was a dazzling seven-colored light radiating from the devouring treasured body's body. This is when the layer of blood-red light encountered this layer of dazzling rainbow light. It was as if ice and snow had encountered the scorching sun. In an instant, a large hole was melted into it. The treasure-devouring physique that had just stopped abruptly entered the Netherworld Cauldron through the big hole and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Crack. Boom. Rumble, walala. In the next moment, the blood-red lightning bolt finally struck down from the sky. Although the Netherworld Cauldron was like a giant star, the diameter of this blood-red lightning bolt was 50 million miles, almost the same size as the Netherworld Cauldron. An incomparably large bolt of blood-colored lightning instantly enveloped the entire Netherworld Cauldron. A thunderous roar shook the heavens, and the cauldron's spirit could feel it. Under this level of tribulation lightning, the entire cauldron began to tremble violently. The 10,000 rune chains on the cauldron crazily danced, and the clanking sounds entered one's ears. This was only the first bolt of tribulation lightning. There were a total of 9 heavenly Tao tribulations, and everything in front of them was clearly just the beginning. After a short 3 breaths of time, the boundless sea of lightning finally dissipated. The main body of the Netherworld Cauldron was unscathed, but the talisman markings on the 10,000 chains on the outside of the cauldron had clearly dimmed a little. All of the chains drooped down, giving off a feeling of powerlessness. It was clear that they had suffered some damage from the terrifying might of the tribulation lightning. At this moment, the Netherworld Cauldron spirit was definitely on the verge of collapse. Today he was just too unlucky. He was fine earlier, but in the blink of an eye, a heavenly Tao realm expert with a special bloodline forcefully barged into the cauldron. Furthermore, the other party had just broken through and was undergoing his heavenly Tao lightning tribulation. And because of this fellow's special bloodline, his heavenly Tao lightning tribulation was also extraordinary. It had already mutated, and now that this person was hiding in the cauldron, it was clear that he couldn't escape. He had to brace himself and help him endure the 9 waves of mutated heavenly Tao lightning tribulation from beginning to end. Boom. Rumble. Crack. It was also at this moment that the shocking sound of thunder rang out once again in the sky. Accompanied by the extremely clear sound of ripping silk, the second bolt of tribulation lightning finally struck down. In the forbidden area of the palace, the battle between the blood-winged tiger and the arch-beast, the old pig spirit and the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast was still ongoing. High above their heads, the tribulation clouds that enveloped the void for billions of miles were still churning violently, emitting a terrifying pressure that made one shudder. Boom. Rumble. Crack. It was also at this moment that the shocking sound of thunder rang out once again in the sky. Accompanied by the extremely clear sound of ripping silk, the second bolt of tribulation lightning finally struck down. Walala. The Netherworld cauldron was struggling, and the runic chains outside the cauldron's walls were waving crazily. Its body was originally like a giant star, but now, it was rapidly shrinking. When the second bolt of tribulation lightning struck down, the Nether Cauldron, which was as large as a star, had already shrunk to a circumference of only 100,000 feet. However, it still could not escape the lock of the tribulation lightning. The blood-red tribulation lightning fiercely smashed onto the walls of the cauldron, causing the entire cauldron to tremble violently once again. However, it was still fine. After all, it was a primordial treasure of the era, forged from some kind of mysterious and powerful metal. Moreover, the existence that personally forged it was the will of the heavenly Tao of a large world, so its strength could be imagined. Crack. At the same time, inside the Nether Cauldron. After entering the cauldron, the devouring treasured body's shoulders shook and directly arrived in front of the huge millstone inside the Nether Cauldron. Just now, the Nether Cauldron's divine might had sucked in all 20 million Azure Rock clan captives on an abandoned planet. Immediately after, the sound of the millstone rotating could be heard from inside the cauldron. This time, when the devouring treasured body entered the cauldron, the bone-chilling sound had already disappeared and could no longer be heard. After all, it was only 20 million Azure Rock clan captives with low cultivation bases. In a short period of time, they had been ground into bloody paste by the huge millstone inside the cauldron. Look! Seeing all this, a cold light flashed in the devouring treasured body's eyes. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and touched the huge millstone. The moment his fingertips touched it, from the center of his palm, there was clearly a blazing light shining. What was strange was that when the blazing light on the devouring treasured body's palm lit up, the huge millstone also suddenly lit up with a blood-red light. As if attracted, the two lights instantly merged together. The aura of this blood-red light was extremely strange. It had the aura of Yi Xian's bloodline, and also the aura of the headless infant corpse. However, it was extremely obscure and deeply hidden, covered by an extremely dense aura of fierce beasts. Also only Yi Xian's original body or the devouring treasured body could sense it. Even the nether cauldron was deceived. Otherwise, it would not have allowed this blood-red light to exist in the core of the cauldron. All of this was thanks to the headless infant corpse. When Yi Xian entered the depths of the origin of all evil star area in the first universe of the three main dimensions of the starry sky, he gained the trust of the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise. With the help of the primordial porcupine, he sent a drop of essence blood to the nether cauldron. In this way, he gained the nether cauldron's approval, which allowed him to enter the depths of the origin of all evil star area without being affected by the pressure of the nether cauldron. Clang! The nether cauldron's ferocious face had not yet appeared when it accepted the drop of essence blood and recognized Yi Xian's identity as the primordial little demon ape, the descendant of the origin of all evil ancient wild beast. Exactly. In the drop of essence blood that was sent to the nether cauldron, the headless infant corpse was mixed with a wisp of the heavenly ways power. However, it was extremely obscure and was covered by the strong aura of the primordial demon ape. It was hidden from the nether cauldron and was not detected by it. This was a backup plan left by the headless infant corpse in the nether cauldron. Yi Xian knew about this, and the devouring treasured body, as his avatar, naturally knew about it as well. For example, when the devouring treasured body entered the nether cauldron's body and reached out to touch the huge millstone inside the nether cauldron, the drop of essence blood was activated. The backup plan left by the headless infant corpse in the blood was fully activated. Coupled with the unique power of the devouring treasured body's devouring bloodline, at this moment, from the center of the devouring treasured body's palm, a wisp of blood-red light instantly burst out and entered the outer wall of the millstone that the palm touched, and immediately spread out in all directions. Buzz! At this moment, a strange buzzing sound rang out. As the blood-red light from the devouring treasured body's palm spread out rapidly, the originally dense and obscure runes on the huge millstone were instantly shaken. From near to far, these runes quickly dimmed. The speed was too fast. In just a breath, some of the obscure runes around the devouring treasured body's palm had gone from dimming to disappearing, directly disappearing. This huge flesh millstone was the core of the nether cauldron. The obscure runes on the millstone represented the consciousness of the cauldron spirit that was born in the nether cauldron. For example, the devouring treasured body used the arrangement left behind by the headless infant corpse to display its unique devouring bloodline to the extreme. It was currently devouring these obscure runes, which was equivalent to devouring the consciousness of the cauldron spirit. Once all of this was over, the spirit refinement of the nether cauldron would disappear, or it would be completely refined by the devouring treasured body. At that time, the nether cauldron would no longer belong to the primeval heaven's eye, and would be taken away by the devouring treasured body. This, the direct refinement of the nether cauldron from the inside, was extremely thorough, to the extent that there was no possibility of reversal. From then on, the nether cauldron to the devouring treasured body was like the farmer god's cauldron to the Yi Xian. With a thought, it would be as easy as controlling an arm, and it would be difficult to separate. Walala, screech. The nether cauldron spirit naturally sensed everything that was happening inside the nether cauldron. At this moment, it was truly panicking. The 10,000 rune chains outside the cauldron's walls suddenly waved even more crazily. The nether cauldron, there was even a sky-shaking screech coming from inside its body. This was the cauldron spirit's shriek. It realized that the crisis of destruction had arrived. In reality, the nether cauldron was not too afraid of the devouring treasured body's heavenly tribulation lightning. Even if the devouring treasured body entered the cauldron's body and forcefully pulled the nether cauldron to bear the lightning for it. However, it was originally an era's most precious treasure of the desolate era. It was not a living creature of flesh and blood, but was forged from some kind of mysterious and powerful metal. Although the heavenly tribulation lightning could slightly damage the nether cauldron, it could not harm its foundation. It would be able to recover in a short period of time. But everything that was happening inside the nether cauldron was different. The huge millstone was densely covered with countless cryptic runes. They were the embodiment of the cauldron's spirit's consciousness. Right now, they were being rapidly devoured, as if the cauldron's spirit was being refined. But, once this process was completed, although the cauldron's spirit would still exist, it would no longer be the current cauldron spirit. It would be as if it had been reborn, and the devouring treasured body's divine soul and aura would change owners. Unfortunately, although the cauldron spirit resisted all of this and was unwilling to appear in the end, it clearly could not do anything. It could not stop the devouring treasured body from proceeding. Boom! Rumble, Kacha! High up in the void, the sky-shaking rumble of thunder resounded once again. Within the terrifying tribulation clouds that covered 10 billion li of the void, another blood-red bolt of lightning struck down. It was 50 million li in diameter, and in an instant, it completely submerged the nether cauldron that was only a million li wide. Kacha! At this moment, with the devouring treasured body refining it from the inside and the heavenly tribulation lightning crushing it from the outside, the nether cauldron spirit once again let out a sky-shaking screech, revealing endless despair. Kacha! At this moment, the nether cauldron spirit once again let out a sky-shaking screech, revealing endless despair. Its situation was too critical. It had never succeeded before. Now, with the devouring treasured body refining it from the inside and the heavenly tribulation lightning crushing it from the outside, it would not be able to hold on for long. Chapter 5107. Boom! Rumble, Kacha! High up in the sky, the thunderous roar resounded once again. Another blood-red bolt of lightning struck down from the terrifying tribulation clouds that covered an area of 10 billion kilometers. It was 50 million kilometers in diameter, and it instantly struck down. The netherworld furnace, which was now only 1 million kilometers in diameter, was once again completely engulfed. Heavens, there were a total of 9 waves of tribulation lightning, and this was already the 7th one. Although the netherworld furnace was not damaged by the tribulation lightning, the furnace spirit had to go all out in the face of such terrifying power. Otherwise, the furnace body could be damaged. This was its main body, and it absolutely could not allow such a situation to happen. In fact, everything that happened inside the furnace body was more serious, but it involved the furnace spirit's main body, so it had no way to resist. Thus today, on the huge millstone inside the furnace body, more than half of the countless dense and obscure runes that originally covered it had been obliterated. This was the core of the netherworld furnace, and as more than half of the runes were obliterated, the power of the netherworld furnace would be greatly affected. At this moment, there was no longer the sound of chains rattling in the air. Netherworld, the 10,000 rune chains on the exterior of the furnace were all dangling powerlessly. The 10,000 zhang long chains were all dangling downwards, and the runes on the chains had already completely dimmed. Like dead vines, they merely swayed slightly under the impact of the invisible force in the air. Boom! Kacha! The clouds rolled, and the 8th bolt of tribulation lightning struck down, completely submerging the netherworld furnace in an instant. At first, the furnace body was still shaking violently, but then, as if something had happened to it, it suddenly paused, and there was no more movement. At this moment, the obscure runes on the huge millstone inside the furnace body were completely devoured, and not a single one was left. This meant that the furnace spirit of the netherworld furnace had been taken away from the main body of the netherworld furnace, and had been swallowed into the treasured body of Devourer to begin refining. This refining process had actually started when the first rune was devoured. Now, as the last rune disappeared, the countless runes refined by the treasured body of Devourer were completely completed. An incomparably deep buzzing sound rang out, and the eyes of the treasured body of Devourer burst out with a blazing light. A ray of light shot out from between his eyebrows, and in the blink of an eye, it entered the huge millstone in front of him and disappeared. Rumble. In the next moment, the netherworld furnace that was motionless like a dead object suddenly started to shake. An expanse of blood-red light suddenly appeared on the enormous millstone within the furnace, and it swiftly split apart to derive boundless obscure talisman markings. Everything happened too quickly. In just a short moment, the smooth outer wall of the millstone, without a single obscure seal pattern, was covered by countless blood-colored seal patterns in an instant. At first glance, it seemed to be no different from before the devouring treasured body devoured it. But in fact, if one took a closer look, they would find that the countless blood-colored runes that appeared around the outer wall of the millstone were completely different from before. All of them had new changes. They were more ancient and profound. The heavenly Tao realm's cultivation aura did not change, but what emanated was clearly the soul and bloodline aura of the devouring treasure body, Walala, Buzz. Amidst the low humming sounds, the 10,000 rune chains hanging down powerlessly like dead vines on the outer walls of the netherworld furnace instantly blossomed with boundless golden light. The countless runes densely covered on the chains seemed to have come alive, and instantly became lively. The 10,000 rune chains seemed to welcome a new life at this moment. They completed a transformation and once again waved around like a giant python in the starry sky. From this moment onwards, the netherworld furnace was still the netherworld furnace. Its cultivation strength was comparable to a level 1 heavenly Tao, and its original power had not changed. Instead, because of the integration of the unique bloodline power of the devouring treasured body, it became stronger and obtained new abilities. At the same time, from this moment onwards, the netherworld furnace was no longer the netherworld furnace of the past. It no longer had anything to do with the primeval heaven's eye. Just like how Yi Xian refined the Shenong cauldron, it was completely refined from the inside out, and could no longer be separated from the devouring treasured body. Boom! Rumble, high in the sky, the mutated tribulation clouds that covered billions of miles of the void began to churn restlessly again. This was the rhythm of the last wave of lightning tribulation. That was, even if it was an ordinary heavenly Tao lightning tribulation, the last wave of tribulation lightning would definitely be the strongest. For this mutated heavenly Tao lightning tribulation, the situation was not only the same, but it was obviously even more intense. The final 9th wave of tribulation lightning would instantly extract all the lightning power in the vast tribulation clouds that covered billions of miles of the void and turn it into a single wave of tribulation lightning, and strike down. Whoosh! At this moment, a faint air-breaking sound came from the mouth of the reborn netherworld furnace, and a figure shot out from the furnace. It was the devouring treasured body. Without hesitation, with a wave of his hand, the huge netherworld furnace turned into a blood-black light in an instant, and entered the devouring treasured body's glabella and was absorbed into his body. First, the netherworld furnace was still an enemy, so it was natural to lead the lightning to strike it. But now, it was different. The netherworld furnace had been refined and became the life treasure of the devouring treasured body, so there was naturally no need for that. In fact, this last wave of tribulation lightning with the most terrifying power had another use for the devouring treasured body. With this thought in mind, a cold glint flashed in his eyes, and he immediately looked at the blood-winged tiger that was entangled with the arch-beast. The blue-eyed golden-eyed beast was at the 4th level of the heavenly Tao realm, and had already stepped into the mid-stage of the heavenly Tao realm. Although the last wave of tribulation lightning was the strongest, it was basically impossible to kill it with just one wave of tribulation lightning. However, the blood-winged tiger was different. He was only at the 3rd level of the heavenly Tao realm. Although there was only a difference of 1 level between the 3rd and 4th level, the 3rd level was still considered the early stage of the heavenly Tao realm. The mid-stage and early stage were two completely different concepts. If this final 9th wave of tribulation lightning was an ordinary heavenly Tao lightning tribulation, it would probably be unable to wipe it out. But now, it was a mutated heavenly Tao lightning tribulation, and the arch-beast that was devouring the treasured body would instantly strike when the tribulation lightning struck down. Instantly killing the blood-winged tiger was a foregone conclusion. Rumble, Kacha. The next moment, the sound of thunder boomed, and it was extremely agitated. At the end of the rumbling, the tribulation cloud that enveloped the void for 10 billion miles instantly disappeared. And high in the void, a blood-colored tribulation lightning bolt that was over 50 million miles in diameter had already struck down. Swoosh! With a cold glint in his eyes, the treasured body of Devouring immediately activated the power in his body and teleported. When he appeared again, he was already on the back of the blood-winged tiger. Swoosh! A weak sound of the air being torn apart was heard. With a cold glint in his eyes, the treasured body of Devouring immediately activated the power in his body and teleported. In the blink of an eye, when his figure appeared again, he was already on the back of the blood-winged tiger. Rumble, Kacha. At the same time, the sound of thunder boomed, and it was extremely agitated. Boom! At the end of the rumbling sound, the entire tribulation cloud that covered an area of 10 billion kilometers instantly disappeared. High up in the sky, a blood-red bolt of tribulation lightning that was more than 100 million kilometers in diameter came crashing down from the sky. Roar, too shameless, sensing the arrival of danger, the blood-winged tiger's body trembled violently. At the same time as it raised its head and roared, an extremely shrill divine sense sound was transmitted, resounding throughout the entire star field. Without any hesitation, he wanted to activate the power in his body and teleport away. This was a mutated heavenly Tao thunder tribulation, and it was the last wave of the 9 waves of tribulation lightning that was the most powerful. Now, the blood-colored tribulation lightning bolt that was crashing down from the sky above was over 50 million miles in diameter. Even though he was in existence at the 3rd level of the heavenly Tao realm, and not someone who had just entered the heavenly Tao realm, facing such a terrifying tribulation lightning, although he would not die, he would definitely be severely injured on the spot and would no longer have the strength to fight. If that was the case, not to mention the treasured body of Devouring, just the Emperor Beast would be able to completely finish him off with a single punch. He didn't want to die, and he didn't want to die in such a way to help others withstand the lightning. Therefore, teleporting away and escaping the aura of this terrifying tribulation lightning was the only choice. There was no need to think about it, unfortunately, although his reaction was fast, he was still one step too slow. Devour, the treasured body of Devouring was also Yi Xian's doppelganger, and the Emperor Beast was also Yi Xian's electronic doppelganger. They were all doppelgangers, so there was no problem of communication between their consciousnesses. At such a close distance, whatever the treasured body of Devouring was thinking was what the Emperor Beast was thinking. Their thoughts were completely synchronized. So, therefore, the two's cooperation was flawless. Just as the blood-winged tiger activated the power in his body and was about to teleport away, the treasured body of Devouring and the Emperor Beast moved at the same time. Boom! The Emperor Beast was the most direct. With a flash of coldness in his eyes, he raised his right arm that was like a giant pillar that could hold up the sky and directly attacked the blood-winged tiger. At that moment, the treasured body of Devouring was standing on the blood-winged tiger's back. His movements were extremely strange. He also raised his right hand, but instead of punching, he spread his fingers and pressed them on the skin on the blood-winged tiger's back. A blood-red light gushed out from the treasured body of Devouring's palm and entered the blood-winged tiger's body. Instantly, his body shook violently as if his soul had been fixed. His consciousness immediately fell into chaos. Although, however, this kind of confusion only lasted for a moment. The blood-winged tiger's eyes quickly regained their clarity, but it was already too late. In an instant, it was enough for the blood-red tribulation lightning to strike down from the sky. Then, this blood-red light that entered the blood-winged tiger's body not only caused its consciousness to be temporarily confused, but at the same time, the treasured body of Devouring also transferred its own aura over. Swish! At the same time, the treasured body of Devouring had already activated the power in his body and teleported away. And, the blood-red lightning that came crashing down from the sky directly smashed into the blood-winged tiger's head. His skull exploded, and a dazzling golden light bloomed from inside. However, he was not dead yet. He was only seriously injured and lost his fighting strength. Rumble, bam. It was also at this moment that the Emperor Beast's right arm, which was like a giant pillar that could hold up the sky, reached out and punched the blood-winged tiger in the face. Amidst a shocking explosion, the blood-winged tiger's head instantly exploded, and its entire body was completely blown into a cloud of blood under this terrifying force that was so majestic that it made one tremble in fear. Swish, hundreds of millions of miles away, a faint sound of breaking through the air rang out. The treasured body of Devouring appeared and turned to look. Seeing that the blood-winged tiger had fallen and the lightning had dissipated, his heart relaxed and he immediately waved his hand. An invisible majestic force surged out, enveloping the majestic blood mist that had exploded from the blood-winged tiger's body. In an instant, it turned into a ray of blood light and entered the treasured body of Devouring's body. First. Previously, Yi Xian already had 15 heavenly law blood essences in his hands. Now that he had killed the blood-winged tiger, he had obtained another one. In the future, once the treasured body of Devouring gave this unrefined blood bead to Yi Xian, he would have 16 heavenly law blood essences in his hands. Clang. However, now that the treasured body of Devouring had obtained the netherworld furnace and completely refined it, the netherworld furnace was of the same grade as the Shenong cauldron. It was also a primordial treasure of the era. Although there was no Shenong 9-colored flame in the netherworld furnace, there was a flesh and blood millstone. Even if it could not refine the blood bead formed by the explosion of the blood-winged tiger's body into a more pure vicious beast blood essence. However, the treasured body of Devouring could activate the flesh and blood millstone in the netherworld furnace, but it could refine it into an existence similar to the all-evil origin liquid, but its grade and medicinal effects were even more astonishing. Therefore, the heavenly law blood bead formed by the explosion of the blood-winged tiger's body might not be handed over to Yi Xian. He would use it wherever he needed it. On this side, everything had come to an end. The mutated heavenly law tribulation of the treasured body of Devouring had dissipated, the netherworld furnace had been refined, and even the blood-winged tiger had been killed. As for the 20 vicious beasts and the desolate sovereign, they had long been killed by the 4 heavenly kings. All of this seemed to take a long time to describe, but in fact, it all happened in a short period of time. Far away, the battle between the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast and the pig demon was still hundreds of billions of kilometers away. Their cultivation levels were equal, with both of them being powerful existences at the 4th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. In a battle at this level, any carelessness would instantly result in a disadvantageous situation. Therefore, ever since the battle began, the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast had focused all its attention on the pig demon. It did not care about anything else, nor did it have the time to care about anything else. Now, with the fall of the blood-winged beast, especially the roar of unwillingness before he was killed, the old pig spirit and the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast in the void hundreds of millions of miles away, who were concentrating all their attention on the fierce battle, immediately noticed the situation of the battle here. With just a probe with his perception, the pig demon understood everything. He raised his head and let out a shocking roar. It was filled with joy and smugness. While the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast turned around and saw that all the battles in the void had come to an end. Not only did the 20 ferocious beast mighty figures and desolate supremacy all perish, even the blood-winged beast was the same. Even the netherworld furnace was gone. Such a result was unexpected to him. The blue-eyed golden-eyed beast trembled and let out a roar filled with endless horror. Devour the treasured devouring body and the emperor beast exchanged a look. Without any hesitation, they shook their shoulders and turned into 2 beams of light, shooting forward. This was clearly the rhythm of joining forces with the pig demon to kill the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast. Screech. In a short period of time, the blood-winged beast had died and the netherworld furnace had disappeared. Such a result was unexpected to the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast. His body trembled as he raised his head and let out a roar filled with endless horror. Seeing this scene, the treasured devouring body and the emperor beast exchanged a look. Without any hesitation, they shook their shoulders and turned into 2 beams of light, shooting forward. Look! This posture was clearly the rhythm of joining forces with the pig demon to kill the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast. In such a dangerous situation, the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast couldn't handle it alone. If there were no accidents, the final result of its death was almost certain. The blue-eyed golden-eyed beast's cultivation level was at the 4th level of the heavenly Tao realm. While among the 3 experts who were about to surround him, the pig demon was in existence at the 4th level of the heavenly Tao realm. Previously, he had been evenly matched with the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast and was not the slightest bit weaker. In addition, although the treasure-devouring body had just broken through to the first level of the heavenly Dao realm, his true combat strength was also comparable to the fourth level of the heavenly Dao realm. In addition to the Emperor Beast, although it was only at the second level of the heavenly Dao realm, it could fight a third-level heavenly Dao head-on without being at a disadvantage. With the three of them joining forces and the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast having lost all will to fight, the result was obvious. In fact, the situation he was facing now was clearly far from this crisis. Whoosh! Whoosh! Walala! His figure transformed into two beams of light that shot out. The treasure-devouring body's eyes flashed coldly as he waved his hand. A few moments later at the same time, a blood-black beam shot out from the treasure-devouring body's hand and expanded with the wind. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a blood-black cauldron as huge as a star. It was the Netherworld Furnace. Netherworld Furnace? That's impossible. How did you refine it? The Netherworld Cauldron flew across the sky, blocking the right side of the void. In the other three directions, the old pig spirit, the Emperor Beast, and the devouring treasured body were all in place. In an instant, the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast, who was surrounded from all sides, cried out in alarm. Previously, when he didn't see the Netherworld Furnace, he thought that it had temporarily left the place. Now that he suddenly saw it being summoned by the treasure-devouring body, he finally realized what had happened. Although the Netherworld Furnace's furnace spirit's combat strength was only comparable to the first stage of the heavenly Dao realm, it was a primordial treasure at the level of an era. It was forged with a mysterious and powerful metal, and it was personally forged by the primeval Heaven's Eye. Ordinary heavenly Dao realm experts, even those at the late stage of the heavenly Dao realm at the 7th or 8th stage, as long as their cultivation level wasn't stronger than the primeval Heaven's Eye, it was impossible for them to erase the primeval Heaven's Eye's brand and forcibly refine the Netherworld Furnace. However, everything was in front of him. Although the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast couldn't figure out how the treasure-devouring body did it, the facts in front of him couldn't be ignored. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the expression on his face changed drastically again. His body trembled violently as his heart sank to the bottom of the valley. Only just facing the pig demon, the treasure-devouring body, and the Emperor Beast was already extremely worrisome. There was basically no chance of survival. If now, with the addition of the strange Netherworld Furnace, it was like adding oil to the fire, adding frost to snow, facing such a situation, he naturally couldn't have any desire to fight. No, with some hesitation, a dark glint flashed in his eyes. The blue-eyed golden-eyed beast immediately pushed the strength in his body to the limits. He was about to immediately teleport and escape. Although he didn't know if he could succeed under such circumstances, he had to at least give it a try. Walala. A deep buzzing sound rang out, accompanied by the clattering of chains that shook the heavens. At this moment, the Netherworld Cauldron moved. The entire cauldron that was as huge as a star trembled slightly. The 10,000 rune chains on the cauldron's exterior instantly soared into the sky, interweaving into a mysterious pattern in the air. An invisible pressure spread out, forming some kind of mysterious domain that sealed off the void within a radius of 100 billion miles. Only just the sealing force formed by the Netherworld Cauldron's domain was clearly unable to stop the forced teleportation of a mid-stage heavenly Dao realm expert. But at that moment, Pig Spirit, the devouring treasure body, and the Empyrean Beast's suppressive auras emanated, augmenting the sealing force in a formless manner. Instantly, it reinforced the sealing force, making it impregnable. Roar! The blue-eyed golden-eyed beast roared at the sky. His voice was extremely shrill and filled with endless indignation. He had tried using all his strength, but the void within 100 billion kilometers was completely sealed. Unless his cultivation level reached the late stage of the heavenly Dao realm's 7th stage, there was no way he could tear apart the invisible sealing force. In other words, he was now completely trapped. Teleportation was ineffective, so there was no way for him to escape. No matter what happened next, he could only grit his teeth and endure it. As for whether he could withstand it, that was another matter. Roar, oh woo! At that moment, the Emperor Beast and the Pig Demon moved. They raised their heads and roared as they charged at the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast. Emperor Beast the beast continued punching out with his right arm that was like a pillar that held up the sky. The void along the way rapidly collapsed. It was obvious how terrifying his strength was. Swish. At the same time, the huge mantis wings on its back slowly flapped, causing ripples to appear in the air as a dazzling sharpness spread out invisibly. The old pig spirit was still the same as before. His 60 million miles long body stood up like a human, and his pair of huge black hooves were waving in the air. He looked so agile that it was hard to tell which of his hooves was the real attack. The devouring treasured body did not stop. With a flash of cold light in his eyes, his entire body disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already beside the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast. The latter's body was too huge. Like the pig demon, it was 60 million kilometers long. Compared to it, the devouring treasured body's human form was insignificant. It was clearly the difference between a star and a speck of dust. It was too inconspicuous. Here at this time, his figure silently appeared, and the aura in his body was completely concealed. The place where he suddenly appeared was in the jade-eyed golden-eyed beast's blind spot, so the moment he appeared, he was not discovered by the other party at all. While at this critical moment, the devouring treasured body's eyes seemed to flash with a faint light. He clenched his right hand into a fist and lightly punched below the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast's left rib. In an instant, the devouring treasured body's right fist burst out with a blazing blood light. The blue-eyed golden-eyed beast finally sensed his position, but it was too late. The former's right fist burst out with a blazing blood light directly entered his body. It was unknown what kind of strange power was unleashed, but the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast's originally extremely clear huge eyes fell into confusion in an instant. Boom! Boom! Bang! At this moment, a loud noise shook the sky. The Emperor Beast's fist directly smashed into the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast's back. The sound of bones cracking rang out, causing him to open his mouth and spit out a rain of arrows. Blood splattered in the void. As the devouring treasured body made his move, he quietly punched below the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast's left rib. The blazing blood light burst out of his right fist directly entered the former's body. It was unknown what kind of strange power this blazing blood light had unleashed. The blue-eyed golden-eyed beast's originally extremely clear huge eyes fell into confusion in an instant. Boom! 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 A loud explosion suddenly erupted in the sky. The Emperor Beast's fist directly smashed into the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast's back. The sound of bones cracking rang out, causing him to open his mouth and spit out a rain of arrows. Blood splattered in the void. He did not die. He didn't fall, but his attacks didn't end there either. Bang! 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 Crack! Crack! Without waiting for the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast to regain his senses, the pig spirit, who was walking on two legs, used his huge black hooves to strike his head. It wasn't just one strike, but one strike after another. It was like the beating of a drum. The pig spirit was clearly ruthless. His huge black hooves were the toughest part of his body. Now that they were being waved around like the wind, it was impossible to see their shadows. It was a dazzling sight. It directly increased the strength of his hooves, and when he struck down in a concentrated manner, the sound of bones cracking could be heard. The blue-eyed golden-eyed beast's head cracked open as a dazzling light bloomed from within. After all, he was a powerful existence at the heavenly Tao realm. His sea of consciousness was like a blazing sun, blinding and dazzling. Whoosh! 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 Amidst the clanging of the chains that covered the sky and earth, the enormous netherworld cauldron that was like a star swung the 10,000 rune chains on the outer walls of the cauldron down from the sky. It was like a giant seal that fiercely smashed onto the back of the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast's head. Whoosh! If it was in its peak condition, it would have been fine. But now, the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast was on the verge of death. Its entire head was cracked, and a corner of its blazing knowledge sea was exposed. Its consciousness had long since fallen into chaos. How could it have the consciousness to mobilize the energy in its body to defend itself? Whoosh! With a single blow, an earth-shattering boom rang out. Without any suspense, the huge body of the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast, which was 50 to 60 million miles long, instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist that spread out. Whoosh! 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 The monarch beast and the treasured devourer body turned around and charged toward the green-eyed golden-eyed beast. It had only been less than 10 breaths since the green-eyed golden-eyed beast's body exploded into a cloud of blood mist and was compressed into a blood bead by the treasured devourer body. Whoosh! 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 Division. Other than that, there was also the primordial supreme treasure, the netherworld furnace, the 20 great beasts, and the desolate sovereign. Now, this small elite team from the primordial forbidden grounds had been completely annihilated without exception. It could be said that they had been completely annihilated, and it was an extremely miserable sight. Originally, the netherworld cauldron was a supreme treasure of the primordial era personally crafted by the primeval Heaven's Eye, so the primeval Heaven's Eye should have sensed something when the runes on the huge millstone inside the cauldron were devoured and refined. But in reality, that wasn't the case. Otherwise, he would have torn through space and descended here a long time ago. Now that the battle was over, the fact that the primeval Heaven's Eye had yet to appear could only mean one thing. The fact that the primeval Heaven's Eye was completely oblivious to the fact that the netherworld furnace had been taken away meant that it was impossible for it to know what had happened in the forbidden area of the magic hall. Son of, on one hand, it was because the primeval Heaven's Eye was too far away from this place. But more importantly, it was because the treasured body of Devourer had a strange method of devouring the countless runes on the huge millstone inside the netherworld furnace. It was related to the unique bloodline of the treasured body of Devourer. In addition, the headless infant corpse had taken the opportunity to leave a blood-colored brand inside the netherworld furnace to conceal the secrets of heaven. Naturally, it had successfully escaped the detection of the primeval Heaven's Eye. Otherwise, no matter how far away he was from the forbidden area of the magic hall, once he sensed that the netherworld furnace was being refined, the primeval Heaven's Eye would definitely rush over in a rage. As such, if he arrived at the forbidden area of the magic hall before the treasured body of Devourer succeeded, the former's refinement process would be affected. Whether or not it would succeed in the end was really a different matter altogether. All of these were just ifs. In the face of established facts, the so-called ifs would always be pale and powerless. All of these were impossible to exist. The truth in front of him was that everything had come to an end. The invasion of the forbidden area of the Great Desolation had ended tragically. The primeval Heaven's Eye's plan to surround the netherworld furnace and attack the reinforcements had also completely failed. A bunch of useless chickens and pottery dogs dare to behave atrociously in the forbidden area of the magic hall? Don't they know that the magic hall's pig tyrant is here? They're really courting death. At this moment, as the battle ended, the old pig tyrant raised his head and let out an earth-shattering howl. It was filled with boundless arrogance and disdain. The entire forbidden area of the magic hall could hear it clearly. At this moment, no one knew what the countless experts of the 6 great armies in the large number of abandoned stars in the demon hall's forbidden grounds were thinking. However, after devouring the precious bodies and the emperor beasts, including the 20 ferocious beast almighties and the desolate sovereign, the 4 great heavenly kings who were watching the battle from afar in the void seemed to be too lazy to care. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh, a faint sound of breaking through the air rang out. The 4 great heavenly kings moved at the same time. Their incomparably huge bodies transformed into 4 faint rays of light. In the blink of an eye, they shot over and entered the body of the emperor beast. The emperor beast didn't stop for a moment. It immediately shrunk its body and with a shake of its shoulders, it entered the giant planet that it was previously guarding. Until, with the treasured body of Devourer, a faint light flashed in its eyes. With a wave of its hand, it kept the netherworld furnace into its body. After that, it directly returned to the cavern star in Yixian, where the Black Palace was located. In a few abandoned planets slightly further away, a fleet of battleships sailed over. They arrived at the void near the planet that was previously destroyed by the netherworld furnace and cleaned up the wreckage of the battleships that were floating in the void. 1. Everything unfolded in an orderly manner. The entire forbidden area of the magic hall had regained its previous tranquility. It was as if everything that happened just now had never happened. Chapter 5108. In the vast dark void in front of the right bank of the Milky Way, Xiao. A faint sound of breaking through the air rang out, and a ray of light shot out, streaking across the dark void. After a short while, it stopped abruptly hundreds of billions of miles away, and Yi Xian's figure appeared. In the void not far away, a source nest star could be seen. This was the target of Yi Xian's arrival this time. Here. After approaching the source nest star, Yi Xian waved his hand, and two rays of light shot out. This time, the figures of Shi Wanjin and the black-robed desolate sovereign appeared. Counting the time, it had been half a year since he last left the forbidden area of the magic hall. During this half a year, Yi Xian had not stopped, rushing between the source nest stars that he had encountered and marked with interstellar coordinates. This time, he had brought out nearly 100 of his subordinates, but now, half a year had passed, and more than 30 of his subordinates had successfully entered the source hive stars one after another, stealing the heavens. Every time Lion Wanji gnawed out a small hole in the invisible barrier of a nesting planet, there would be a rumbling sound of thunder coming from the dark void within 100 billion miles of the nesting planet, and each time it was louder than the previous one, it would be louder and louder. But, until now, there were still no other unforeseen events. He was already familiar with the road, so there was no need for him to waste his breath. After his figure appeared, Yi Xian suddenly waved his hand. A ray of light shot out, rushing towards the source nest star in front of him. An incomparably deep buzzing sound rang out, and this ray of light shot out, abruptly stopping 10 million miles above the source nest star that was hundreds of millions of miles away. Gaze. The familiar scene in the line appeared again. It was a layer of hazy barrier that was about 1,000 feet long. Shi Wanjin's eyes flashed with anticipation, and with a shake of his shoulders, his entire body instantly turned into a ray of light and shot out. When he arrived in front of this barrier membrane, he first took a deep breath, and then as if he was eating, he bent down and gnawed on it. This time, it only took an hour and a half to finish. A small hole was gnawed out of the barrier membrane in front of him, and an incomparably pure energy aura was emitted from it. How is it? Are you confident? Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a cold light as he turned to look at the black-robed desolate sovereign. Basically, the chaos demon gods born from the source hive star all have blazing and powerful qi and blood. Astral ferocious beasts are more suitable. This was clearly a reminder to the black-robed desolate supremacy that he was a remnant of the primordial era. Compared to the ferocious beasts of the starry skies, his flesh and blood did not have an advantage. It was best to consider carefully, or once heaven's stealing failed, the final outcome would be unpredictable. This is a great opportunity, and I am willing to risk my life for it. I hope we can meet again in the future. Xiao. The black-robed desolate sovereign was already prepared. When he heard this, a dim light flashed in his eyes. When the voice of the divine sense was transmitted, his figure had already shot out. In the blink of an eye, he entered the small hole and disappeared into the source hive star. Buzz, a low humming sound sounded at the same time. As the black-robed desolate supremacy rushed in, the fingernail-sized hole that had just appeared instantly healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was instantly restored to its original state. Boom! Rumble, 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 almost at the same moment, at the end of the dark void in the extreme distance, as expected, there was a muffled sound of thunder. It lasted for about 3 breaths, and then it strangely stopped again. Hong. 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 Although there was no so-called will of the heavenly Tao in the Meng void, its level was still far above that of the great desolate world. This, not only did Yi Xian steal the heavens once or twice, it was fine. For example, when he first sent Shui Ben, Mosquito Butcher, and the Emperor's Seal Thunder Spirit into a source hive star 3 times, there was no abnormal reaction. But later on, when he did the same thing many times, the power of the primordial void's operation law had a reaction, and the rumbling sound of thunder was actually the power of the primordial void's operation law, carrying out a kind of warning. However, perhaps because he had heard too much recently, not only did Yi Xian not have any reaction, but even Shi Wanjin had a look of indifference. His eyes even revealed a look of satisfaction and enjoyment. In the past half a year, he had gnawed on more than 30 source hive stars, close to 40. Although he only gnawed on a bit the size of a soybean each time, they were all the purest primordial chaos power of different attributes. Short in just half a year, Shi Wanjin's cultivation had already broken through, smoothly stepping into the first level of the heavenly Dao realm. 10 days ago, under Yi Xian's protection, he had successfully passed his heavenly Dao lightning tribulation. Such a terrifying speed was absolutely unimaginable in the past. It was all because he had gnawed on the invisible barrier of the source hive stars in the past half a year. Therefore, Shi Wanjin was already very happy with this matter. Swish, with a wave of his hand, Yi Xian kept Shi Wanjin into his body, and then rushed to the next source hive star without stopping. In an instant, he disappeared into the dark void at the end of his vision. Similarly, on the right bank of the Milky Way, in a dark void about 500 billion kilometers away from the edge of the Magic Hall's forbidden grounds, two figures walked out of the void and appeared. The two figures were none other than Longjing and Primeval Heaven's Eye, who had transformed into the form of an elder. They had rushed to the right bank from the left bank of the Milky Way 2 days ago, but they did not approach the Magic Hall's forbidden grounds. Instead, they lay in wait in the void 500 billion kilometers away, waiting for news of the Magic Hall's forbidden grounds to arrive. Hung the desolate Heaven Path's green-eyed eye's plan was to surround the enemy and attack the reinforcements. This, from his point of view, with the blood-winged tiger, the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast, and the netherworld cauldron leading the 20 ferocious beasts and the desolate supremacy, the desolate wilderness forbidden grounds, which only had a desolate supremacy at the peak of the 9th stage, was definitely not their match. The moment this elite team from the desolate wilderness forbidden grounds arrived at the Magic Hall's forbidden grounds, they instantly crushed them, causing the entire Magic Hall's forbidden grounds to fall into complete chaos. Once the news came out, they would lay in wait in the parallel void and pay close attention to everything here, guarding the main path, and waiting for the master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian, to return in a hurry. Then, one in the light and one in the dark, they would set up an ambush to capture and kill. However, after arriving here, they had waited for 2 full days, but there was still no news from the forbidden grounds of the Magic Hall 500 billion kilometers away in the void. It was as if nothing unexpected had happened. Calculating the time, the blood-winged tiger and the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast should have arrived at the Magic Hall's forbidden grounds 4 or 5 days ago, and they had already entered the inner void of the Magic Hall's forbidden grounds for a few days. No matter what, this should not be the case. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, even the green-robed elder transformed by Primeval Heavens I had a hint of suspicion in his eyes. And, not far away, the red-robed elder transformed by Longjing furrowed his brows. At this time, he finally could not help but turn to Tiandao's green eye and say in a muffled voice, "Fellow Daoist green eye, that elite team of yours seems to be a little unreliable." After waiting for 2 full days, there was no movement in the forbidden grounds of the Demon Hall 500 billion kilometers away. Even the green-robed old man, who was the incarnation of the primordial heavenly Dao's green eyes, had a suspicious look in his eyes. Thus, not far away, the red-robed elder transformed by Longjing furrowed his brows. At this time, he finally couldn't hold it in anymore. He turned to look at heavenly Dao's green eyes and said with dissatisfaction in his tone, "Fellow Daoist green eyes, that elite team of yours doesn't seem to be very reliable. They must have encountered something on the way here, and were unexpectedly delayed." A hint of embarrassment appeared on Primeval Heaven's Eye's face as he casually replied. In his opinion, this was obviously the only explanation. From the forbidden grounds in the middle section of the left bank of the Milky Way had to first rush to the end of the left bank of the Milky Way and circle to the right bank of the Milky Way through the endless dark void before heading to the forbidden grounds of the Magic Hall. However, even if a heavenly Dao realm existence were to rush over at full speed, it would still take about a month or so. In addition, along the way, one would need to pass through many forbidden grounds and remnant star regions. The left bank of the Milky Way was fine, but all the forbidden grounds and remnant star regions on the right bank of the Milky Way were incomparable to the left bank. However, any forbidden ground or remnant star region on the left bank of the Milky Way was definitely not simple. Including primeval heaven's eye, which had a total of 11 heavenly Tao realm existences presiding over it, none of them could be ranked in the top 10. They could only be ranked in the 40s or 50s. From this, it could be seen. Under such circumstances, it was understandable that the sanguine-winged tiger and the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast would encounter some accidents along the way as they rushed over from the middle section of the left bank of the Milky Way. However, primeval heavens, I was not worried about their safety. After all, the forbidden grounds were not weak. Furthermore, the netherworld cauldron was an extraordinary primordial treasure. If they were no match for it, it was not a problem for them to tear through the void and escape with the sanguine-winged tiger and the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast. As for the possibility that they had arrived at the magic hall's forbidden ground 500 billion kilometers away, primeval heavens, I had never considered it. Even Longjing did not think so. This was because it was absolutely impossible. With the netherworld cauldron, the sanguine-winged tiger, and the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast around, if they had already arrived at the magic hall's forbidden ground, there would definitely be chaos there. How could it be so calm? But then again, since the sanguine-winged tiger and company had been delayed along the way, it was hard to tell if they would be able to rush over in a short period of time. As such, they naturally could not wait foolishly like they had for the past 2 days. Then, why not turn around and head to the magic hall's forbidden ground and make a move personally? However, that would only cause the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, to be vigilant. Rather than that, it was better to go in the dark and search for traces of him in the endless dark void in front of the right bank. If it was any other time, this would naturally be impossible. The dark void in front of the right bank was too vast. Blindly searching without any clues or guidance was simply asking for trouble. However, in fact, this was not a problem at all. Because as long as the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, made a move to steal the heavens, the nearby void would definitely rumble with the sound of thunder. This was a warning from the primordial chaos. For primeval heavens, I and Longjing, this kind of rumbling thunder that appeared out of nowhere was also a guide to roughly determine the location of the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian. After making the decision, primeval heavens, I and Longjing did not hesitate any longer. They immediately set off, shooting towards the endless dark void in front of the right bank of the Milky Way. The two of them had transformed into the form of survivors. Their bodies were very small, and even their cultivation auras were concealed, making them extremely inconspicuous. First, it was agreed that they would go in the dark and in the light. This way, if they were to find the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, it would be easier for them to lower their guard. Therefore, at this moment, not only did the dragon whale conceal the aura in its body, it even concealed its figure. He was a powerful existence at the 8th level of the heavenly Tao realm, and he wasn't far from the peak of the 9th level of the heavenly Tao realm. If he deliberately concealed his figure and restrained his aura, even Yi Xian wouldn't be able to detect it if he didn't carefully investigate. As for primeval heaven's eye, he only concealed his cultivation aura to prevent it from spreading and being detected by the other party from too far away. The entire primordial chaos void was just too vast. The Milky Way stellar domain only occupied a corner of the primordial chaos void. Even though Longjing and primeval heavens I were powerful existences at the 8th level of the heavenly Tao realm, they were extremely fast and had been constantly searching. It could be said that they did not stop for a moment. After more than half a month, they still weren't able to find Yi Xian's whereabouts. They didn't even hear the rumbling of thunder in the air. Clearly, it was because they were too far away from Yi Xian. This was because, according to accurate intelligence, Yi Xian would send a subordinate to a nesting planet every 3 to 5 days. Although primeval heavens I and Longjing did not know how Yi Xian found a nesting planet every 3 to 5 days, they were certain that Yi Xian would not stop so easily. In fact, over the past half a month, they had been searching aimlessly. They had encountered 2 or 3 nesting planets in the vast and endless dark void. However, as they did not have Yi Xian's means, they were unable to break through the invisible barrier that enveloped the nesting planets. It could be said that it was useless even if they encountered it. Therefore, they ignored it completely. Rumble. Just as the two of them were getting impatient, a rumbling thunder suddenly sounded from the void on their right. It wasn't loud, indicating that it was still extremely far away. However, at the very least, it meant that Yi Xian was in that direction. The green eyes of the primordial heavenly Tao and the eyes of the dragon whale burst forth with light. Their minds shook, and they didn't hesitate any longer. They instantly pushed the power in their bodies to the limit, and with one bright and one dark, they rushed in the direction of the rumbling sound. Black in the dark void, a single source nest star stood silently in the void. Distance about 5 billion kilometers away from the nesting planet, a figure could be seen. It was none other than Yi Xian. He had just arrived. At that moment, he suddenly waved his hand and shot out a beam of light towards the nesting planet in front of him. Next. In an instant, there was a low buzzing sound, and a hazy barrier of about 1,000 meters appeared above the nesting planet 10 billion kilometers away. Lion Wanjin's entire figure instantly turned into a beam of light and blasted away. He reached the barrier and leaned down to bite it. A small hole was gnawed out of the barrier in front of him, and the energy within it was incomparably pure. Immediately after, a ray of light shot out from Yi Xian's side and disappeared into the depths of the source nest star. Rumble. A thunderous sound immediately came from the end of the dark void on the right. Yi Xian didn't intend to pay attention to it at first. However, this time, he seemed to have sensed something suddenly. A faint light flashed in his eyes as he exclaimed softly. He subconsciously turned to the dark void behind him. Xiao. As Yi Xian turned around, a faint sound of breaking through the air could be heard from the extreme distance of the dark void behind him. The figure of a remnant expert wearing a green robe appeared, and he was currently rushing over to this side with extreme speed. This remnant powerhouse was very unfamiliar. Yi Xian had never seen him before, but the cultivation aura emitted from his body was not weak. Like Yi Xian, he had reached the 8th level of the Heavenly Path realm. He was not far from the peak of the 9th level of the Heavenly Path realm. No, for some reason, the moment he saw this person from afar, Yi Xian felt a sense of foreboding in his heart. He felt like he had encountered a lifelong enemy. Under suspicion, he took a deep look at the other party, then he no longer hesitated. He directly activated the perfect vibration of mental power's secret technique, channeled the power in his body, and teleported away. If he teleported directly, there would definitely be fluctuations in the void. Unless Yi Xian activated the interstellar coordinate jumping ability attached to the system in his body, this remnant powerhouse of the 8th level, who had the same cultivation strength as him, would definitely be able to follow the void fluctuations caused by the teleportation and find his whereabouts. But now, he first activated the perfect vibration of mental power's secret technique to hide his body and all his aura. Then, after he flew away, he quietly teleported away. Naturally, there was no trace to follow. Orsu Xiao was stronger than him. He had reached the peak of the 9th level of the Heavenly Path realm. He could more or less catch a trace of it, but this remnant powerhouse of the 8th level, who had the same cultivation strength as him, was absolutely impossible. Therefore, Yi Xian did not take this matter to heart at all. After leaving quietly, he rushed to the next source nest star marked with the interstellar coordinates in his memory, Xiao, roar. After a while, a ray of light shot over. It was Primeval Heaven's Eye. As soon as his figure appeared, he immediately raised his head and let out a shocking roar. Find after more than half a month, he finally found the other party with great difficulty. He even saw Yi Xian's figure in the distance in the void, but in the end, he still let the other party escape again. And, moreover, not a single trace was left behind in the void, so there was simply no way to trace it. Next, it was likely that it could only be like before, like a headless fly, searching everywhere in this vast and boundless dark void. Boom! In extreme anger, the unwilling Primeval Heaven's Eye suddenly waved his hand and punched toward the source nest star in front of him. Within this source nest, it was obvious that Yi Xian had just sent a subordinate under his command and had already successfully stolen the heavens. If he could destroy it, he could at least solve the problem of the heart's buzz. With the violent power of his punch, there was an incomparably low buzzing sound in front of him, and a layer of translucent membrane barrier appeared. It seemed thin, but under the bombardment of his terrifying punch, not even the slightest ripple was aroused. Damn it. It's too tough. It's condensed from the laws of the primordial chaos. My full-strength punch was unable to shake it in the slightest. How did that damnable bastard send his subordinates in? With such a result, the corner of the eyes of the green-robed expert transformed by primeval heaven's eye twitched, and he roared in exasperation. He was originally the will of the heavenly way of a large world. He had no emotions, was high above, and looked down on all living beings. Basically, there would not be such a moment of anger. However, things were different now. The untainted wilderness world had long been swallowed up by the endless turbulence of the void. He was no longer the so-called incarnation of the heavenly Tao of a large world. In this primordial chaos void, he was merely an even more powerful starry sky expert. This change in state of mind had imperceptibly made his temperament more humane, and he was no longer as cold and arrogant as the heavenly way of the heavenly way. Of course, encountering Yi Xian, a supreme evildoer who gave people a headache, and suffering in the hands of him time and time again was also one of the reasons. You can't blast it open. At this time, although the figure of Long Jing did not appear, and his aura was not obvious, but his voice was heard, but the scene just now at least proves that the information is true. That guy does have the mysterious means to send his subordinates into the source nest star. Moreover, since we have found him just now, then we only need to search in the surroundings. His next target is definitely nearby, and it is impossible for him to ignore what is close at hand. What we need to do is to get as close as possible before he escapes next time. Only then can you find an opportunity to attack and restrain him so that he can't leave. As for the rest, leave it to me to wait for the right opportunity. When he spoke up to hear, Long Jing's voice paused for a moment, and then he spoke once more. His tone clearly revealed a wisp of gratification. Moreover, even though he escaped this time, based on his reaction when he turned around and saw you from afar, he clearly didn't recognize you. This is a pleasant surprise. Why don't you think about it carefully and see if there is any value in using it? Yes, that guy did not recognize me just now. Reminded by Long Jing, primeval heaven's eye immediately reacted, and frowned as he muttered softly, this is indeed something that can be used, soon. He seemed to have made a decision. Without hesitation, his figure flashed, and he immediately rushed to the dark void in the distance to the left. Dragon Long Jing's figure did not appear, and his aura was not obvious either, but he was like a shadow, following primeval heaven's eye closely. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. More than 100 days and nights, to the experts of the starry sky, especially to the late stage of the heavenly path realm like primeval heaven's eye and Long Jing, who were not far from the peak of the heavenly path great perfection of the 9th stage, it was no different from the blink of an eye. But, that was only normal. Until, over the past year, be it primeval heaven's eye or Long Jing, they had a feeling of physical and mental exhaustion. Over the past year, they had not stopped for a moment, and had been running for their lives in the vast and endless dark void in front of the right bank of the Milky Way. Since they first saw Yi Xian a year ago from a distance of billions of miles in the distant void, they had gritted their teeth and persevered, searching everywhere. After careful calculation, they had seen Yi Xian 6 times, both near and far. Until they did not see him, but heard the rumbling of thunder. They rushed over but missed the number of times, as many as a dozen times, but even so, primeval heaven's eye still failed to find an opportunity to take action. The closest they had been to Yi Xian was 400 billion kilometers away. Although as a powerful existence at the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm, they could deliver a punch from such a great distance, it was clearly meaningless. This matter in fact, the subsequent few times, primeval heaven's eye had transmitted a voice transmission from a great distance away, expressing its goodwill, hoping to have a chat with Yi Xian. However, the other party did not buy it. This matter, under such circumstances, it was even worse for them to suddenly take action before they even met at close range. If they had known that this would happen, they would not have begun. But now, after a year of torment, they were truly unwilling to give up. All they could do was grit their teeth and persevere. Phew. In the dark void, the sound of air tearing sounded as a figure came from afar and came to an abrupt halt. Before 5 billion kilometers away, there was a source nest planet that stood silently in the void. This planet was Yi Xian's next target. More than half a year had passed since he first encountered the azure-robed elder with an extremely suspicious background. Over this period of time, Yi Xian had exchanged glances with the other party from a great distance. There were even 2 times when the azure-robed elder, whose cultivation level was extraordinary and had reached the 8th stage of the heavenly Dao realm at the same time as Yi Xian at his peak combat strength, took the initiative to transmit a voice transmission while approaching. He expressed his goodwill, hoping to keep Yi Xian for a chat. But, strangely, every time he saw the other party, Yi Xian would immediately feel a sense of alarm. Furthermore, he had an extremely unpleasant feeling towards the other party, to the point of revulsion. It was precisely because of this that he did not stop at all. He completely ignored the other party and shot a cold glance at him before immediately activating his Psyche Mystic technique, Perfect Oscillation. He concealed his body and all his aura before leaving. For more than half a year, he had been traveling through the endless dark void in front of the right bank of the Milky Way without stopping. Every time he arrived at a source nest planet that he had previously marked with an interstellar coordinate, he would send one of his subordinates into the planet to begin heaven pilfering. From the very beginning, Yi Xian had sent quite a number of subordinates into the source nest planets. They included the Empyrean Seal Lightning Spirit, Mosquito Butcher, Shui Ben, Elephant Fox Ferret, Ing Tai, Li Mosquito, Flying Centipede, and Old Freak Silver G. There was also the Primordial Porcupine, Primordial Hairy Tortoise, Azure Ox, Yuling Long, Howling Moon Mastiff, Long Xiang, the Black-Robed Desolate Sovereign, Ming Jiao, the Three-Clawed Wyrm, as well as Lang Ganglai, Ji Jinghong, Jin Haoyan, Jiao Ritian, Medusa, and Lion Bideo. Finally, there were dozens of ancient powerhouses from the Ferocious Beast Army and the Blood Dragon Clan, Green Rock Clan, and Battle Lion Clan. The total number of people was 98. Now, in the first half a year, plus the half a year after meeting the old man in green robe, a total of more than a year had passed. Among these 98 people, all of them had been sent into the source nest planets by him. The only one who was still in the space of the Shenong treasure cauldron in his body was the only ancient powerhouse from the Battle Lion clan. To send this ancient powerhouse from the Battle Lion clan to the source nest planet 10 billion miles away in the void ahead to carry out heaven pilfering. Yi Xian's operation this time could be considered to have been completed successfully. In more than a year's time, including the original Shui Ben, the original Mosquito Butcher, and the Thunder Spirit of the Emperor's Seal, the number of subordinates that Yi Xian sent to the Origin Nest Star had reached 98. Matter in fact, if his power clone and the Mad Mosquito Emperor's true body that entered a source nest planet before him to carry out heaven pilfering, the number of existences that Yi Xian's camp had entered the source nest planet to breed had reached 100. Entire in the boundless primordial chaos void, there were only 3,000 chaos demon gods born in this era. Yi Xian's camp could occupy 100 of them, which was 1/30th of them. This was already an extremely shocking number. Even when he thought about it, he felt a sense of trepidation. Although he didn't use the heavenly Tao to calculate the limit of heaven pilfering like the primeval heaven's eye, but the number of 98 was already extremely sensitive. 99 was the limit, and Yi Xian had vaguely guessed it. Matter therefore, after this attack, Yi Xian would not continue to take risks. In fact, in the past month or so, every time he sent a subordinate into a source nest planet to carry out heaven pilfering, the thunderous roar of the primordial chaos void would sound like a warning, and it was indeed stronger than before. This kind of situation did not allow him to continue. Whoosh! As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian suddenly waved his hand. An array of light shot out and rushed towards the source nest planet in front of him. Then, an incomparably low buzzing sound rang out, and a hazy barrier of about 1,000 feet appeared in the sky above the source nest planet 10 billion miles away. Just like before, Shi Wanjin immediately transformed into a ray of light and shot over, crouching down in front of the barrier. Very quickly. Soon, a small hole was gnawed out of the barrier in front of him, and a terrifying energy aura was emitted from it. The mighty figure of the Battle Lion race, who had been waiting beside Yi Xian, instantly transformed into a ray of light and shot over. Scuttle after entering the source nest planet, he disappeared in the blink of an eye. Rumble, as expected, as soon as all of this was completed, the sound of thunder immediately came from the end of the dark void in the distance. Yi Xian's heart tightened. After confirming that there were no other changes besides the sound of thunder, his heart that was in his throat slowly calmed down. This is the last time. If you continue doing this, something will definitely happen. Turning to look at Shi Wanjin beside him, Yi Xian immediately stared at him when he saw that Shi Wanjin still seemed unsatisfied. Then, he waved his hand and stored him into the Shenong cauldron. This fellow had gnawed at a bean-sized barrier from 98 source nest planets. This was the purest power of the primordial chaos laws. Over the past year, he had advanced from the desolate supremacy realm to the heavenly Dao realm. His harvest was already heaven-defying. After doing all of this, just as Yi Xian was about to leave, he suddenly sensed something. A dark glint flashed in his eyes as he subconsciously turned to look at the dark void behind him. At the end of his line of sight, a figure was approaching. It was none other than the suspicious azure-robed expert who had been chasing after him for more than half a year. Fellow Daoist Yi, please wait. I have no ill intentions. I have something to discuss. At this moment, the azure-robed elder clearly saw Yi Xian's figure. As though worried that he would immediately escape, he sent a voice transmission as he flew over. Chapter 5109. Fellow Yi? Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat, and an idea flashed through his mind. If it was in the primitive world, there would be many people who knew his true name. However, in this expanse of the primordial world, the outside world merely knew of the ferocious and renowned Starry Sky ferocious ape. This human's identity as a remnant expert was fake, and was caused by an incarnation. This at the next moment, Yi Xian's eyes swept over the green robe on the other side, and he suddenly understood. Although he had a rough guess, he did not show it on his face. Just like before, he glanced at the other side coldly, and then hid his figure, restrained his aura, and turned around to leave. Originally, Yi Xian didn't plan to attack again, but now, he changed his mind. He had already attacked 98 times, and if nothing unexpected happened, 99 should be the limit. In other words, the next time he stole from the heavens, the power of the laws in the primordial chaos void would definitely react. If so, it would be exactly what he wanted, and he could let the old thing behind him take the thunder. He just did not know if the punishment of the chaos void would be able to directly wipe out the incarnation of the will of the heavenly way. These thoughts flashed through his mind, and Yi Xian's heart instantly palpitated with excitement. This was clearly the rhythm of burying the heavens. 9 was the limit. Previously, Shi Wanjin had already attacked 98 times. Therefore, if he attacked again, there would definitely be a new change in the power of laws circulating in the Grand Mist Void. If there were no accidents, it would most likely be a heavenly punishment like the lightning tribulation. After guessing that the green-robed old man who had been chasing him for half a year was most likely the incarnation of the primeval heaven's eye, Yi Xian suddenly had a bold plan in his heart. That was to use the power of the chaos void to send the primeval heaven's eye to the western paradise like burying the heavens. He did not know whether it would succeed, and there was no way to predict it, but there were no benefits and no harm in this matter, so it was completely worth a try. Dang, however, it wasn't completely without risk. Although Yi Xian didn't directly steal from the heavens and gnaw off all of the invisible barriers that enveloped the 98 nests, it was the lion 1,000 gold that was the size of a bean. But according to Yi Xian's estimation, if the power of the chaos void really sent down a heavenly punishment, it would definitely not just lock onto Shi Wanjin. It was very likely that it would lock onto a large area of the void, and all the living beings in this area would be wiped out. Therefore, all Yi Xian needed to do was ensure that the green-robed expert that the great desolate heavenly Dao had transformed into entered the heavenly punishment region. According to his estimations, this heavenly punishment region should be within 100 billion kilometers. Now, there was a problem. How to ensure the safety of Shi Wanjin and himself? However, the heavenly punishment zone was bound to be locked down by the primordial chaos nomological forces. If not, what was the point of a heavenly Dao realm expert teleporting away in a short distance of 500 million kilometers? Teleportation was definitely impossible in the heavenly punishment area, but it was still unknown if the interstellar coordinate jump ability attached to Yi Xian's system could be activated successfully. If it could be activated, it would naturally be perfect. After the heavenly punishment was activated, he could wave his hand and store Shi Wanjin into the farmer god cauldron's internal space before escaping. leaving primeval heaven's eye to withstand the lightning alone. Even if that old thing did not die, he would at least lose a layer of skin. But if the interstellar coordinate jump ability attached to Yi Xian's system could not be activated, it would be a little troublesome. Yi Xian pondered for a long time before finally deciding to take the risk. After all, he still had the farmer god cauldron. If he really could not leave, he could just take refuge in the farmer god cauldron. Furthermore, primeval heaven's eye was the same as his current peak combat strength. He was only at the 8th stage of the heavenly Dao realm. Yi Xian had the farmer god cauldron's protection and the Rai Di seal. Even in a head-on battle against the heavenly punishment, he had the advantage over primeval heaven's eye. Besides, he had a strong intuition that this was definitely the best opportunity to cheat the primordial heavenly Dao of the primordial world. Furthermore, the interstellar coordinate jumping ability of the system in his body should not disappoint him. Most of the time, he acted based on his intuition. If he was afraid of the slightest thing, how could he be considered a starry sky expert? What was the point of searching for the supreme great Dao? Brain with these thoughts flashing through his mind, Yi Xian instantly made his final decision. Therefore, after activating the perfect oscillation mystic technique and concealing his body and aura, Yi Xian did not teleport far away. Instead, he silently lay in wait not far away. Yi Xian knew the locations of the nearby nests, but what he needed to confirm now was which direction primeval heaven's eye would choose to continue his pursuit. After confirming, Yi Xian would rush over in advance. Then, when he was sure that the other party was approaching, he would let Shi Wanjin take that final bite. Soon, primeval heaven's eye was close. When he looked around and saw that Yi Xian was nowhere to be seen, he immediately flew into a rage. After a while, he seemed to calm down. His eyes flickered with a green light as his expression kept changing. He seemed to be transmitting his voice via divine perception. Did he have a helper? Hiding in the dark? Yi Xian's heart stirred as he instantly sneered. No, after a long time, the green-robed old man set off again, shooting toward the right. Tens of billions of kilometers away in this direction, there was indeed a nest star. Yi Xian calculated the time it would take for primeval heaven's eye to arrive there. Without hesitation, he immediately teleported again and again, rushing toward the nest star with all his might. Whoosh! After arriving, he directly waved his hand and summoned Shi Wanjin from the space inside the Shinong cauldron. Shi Wanjin turned into a ray of light and appeared in front of the nest star. Didn't you say it was over? This is the 99th time. Didn't you say that it was very likely that heaven's punishment would descend? When he saw the nest star in front of him, Shi Wanjin was stunned. A look of astonishment appeared on his face, and he looked puzzled. Indeed, it is very likely that heaven's punishment will descend, but this time, what we want is for heaven's punishment to descend. Xian nodded and continued, however, this time, you might have to work a little harder. Keep biting, but you have to bite slowly. Don't bite through the last bite until the target is within 100 billion kilometers. Listen to my instructions and bite through the last bite. After that, he roughly explained that the primeval heavens eye would arrive soon and that he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to trap that old thing. One hearing that the primeval heavens eye could be attracted, Shi Wanjin's eyes instantly lit up. Although, he said that he was also in danger, but with Yi Xian here, he was completely fearless. Not to mention, this time, not only was it very likely that he would be able to trap the primeval heavens eye, but at the same time, he could also gnaw on another piece of the invisible barrier that was the size of a soybean. This was of great significance to him. Previously, it was said that 99 was the limit. Including this time, he had eaten 99 soybeans. Each one was condensed from a different law of the primordial chaos. With these 99 soybeans, he would be able to completely refine them after he returned to seclusion. He would definitely be able to improve his lightning poison tribulation physique to another level. Swish! After making up his mind, he immediately took action. Shi Wanjin immediately rushed over to the nesting star in front of him. As an invisible barrier with a radius of 1,000 feet appeared, he immediately gnawed on it, but he didn't intend to bite through it directly. Well, he stopped when there was only one bite left, and waited for it to recover a little before continuing, always maintaining a level where he could bite through it in one bite. This time, it was indeed difficult for him, because the primeval heavens I did not arrive until 2.5 hours later, and Shi Wanjin was dawdling for 2 more hours. What? He actually directly gnawed on it with his teeth? Where did this guy come from? Where did he get such good teeth? Billions of miles away, the primeval heavens I suddenly saw this scene and was stunned for a moment before exclaiming softly. Then, without hesitation, he rushed forward, and in just a few breaths, he had already entered the range of 100 billion miles. Following closely behind, the hidden Longjing also did the same. In the next moment, Shi Wanjin took the last bite. Rumble, an earth-shattering rumble sounded. Primeval Heaven was angry. What? He actually directly gnawed on it with his teeth? Where did this guy come from? Where did he get such good teeth? Hundreds of millions of miles away, a beam of light shot over. It was none other than the primeval heaven's eye. When he suddenly saw this scene, his expression froze for a moment before he cried out involuntarily. His voice was filled with shock and horror that couldn't be dispelled. Of course, there was also a pleasant surprise. He never expected that the reason why Yi Xian was able to send his subordinates into the nests one by one was using such a jaw-dropping method. This existence at the first level of the heavenly Tao realm truly had good teeth. He could even gnaw through the invisible barrier of the nests formed by the pure laws of the primeval heaven's void. This was truly heaven-defying. There was really no one else like him. Therefore, he was pleasantly surprised because he had hit the jackpot this time. Previously, he would rush over after hearing the rumbling thunder, but Yi Xian had already completed stealing the heavens and would immediately escape before he could approach. This time, it was different. It should be a coincidence that he was able to find a dead rat. Before Yi Xian and his subordinates, who had heaven-defying teeth, were able to complete their task, they had unexpectedly met them. Brain. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, the primeval heavens I instantly realized that this was the best opportunity. If he missed it, there would definitely not be another one. Following that, he didn't think too much about it. Without any hesitation, he immediately launched an extremely fast approach. In just a few seconds, he had already entered the range of 50 billion kilometers. Following closely behind, the hidden Longjing did the same. It was also at this moment that a cold glint flashed in Yi Xian's eyes as he secretly gave the order. Shi Wanjin was surprised as he immediately took the last bite. Rumble. A low rumble sounded. A deep buzzing sound sounded, followed by an earth-shattering boom. This time, it wasn't far away, but right above the source hive star. Yi Xian was enlightened. He knew that he had guessed correctly. This was the 99th time he and Shi Wanjin had attacked. Therefore, with this final bite, a tiny hole was bitten through the invisible barrier that enveloped the primordial chaos star. Primordial chaos was finally enraged. Accompanied by buzzing and rumbling sounds, an invisible mystic force instantly enveloped the void. Within a 500-kilometer radius, the void forces were in chaos. This was a sign that teleportation could no longer be used. Roar! At that moment, the Longjing, who had been hiding and converging his aura, appeared from the void under the influence of this invisible force. He had already manifested his bloodline true body, so when he appeared now, he was in his true form. The Longjing was 25 million kilometers in size. The cultivation aura emanating from its body was at the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. A water elemental connate realm beast? You are the Longjing on the left bank? Yi Xian had already come into contact with so many connate realm beasts. He could count the number of beasts he had killed on his fingers. Naturally, he could instantly identify the Longjing's identity as a water elemental connate realm beast from the aura emanating from its body. Furthermore, with the Longjing revealing his true form, Yi Xian was taken aback for a moment before he immediately figured out his origins and background. He was only short of the water essence origins in his second collection of the 5 elemental herbs. Previously, Yi Xian knew that there was a water elemental connate realm beast in the Longjing forbidden zone on the left bank. However, as the other party's cultivation level was too high, Yi Xian wasn't confident of killing it in one strike. Therefore, he temporarily put the matter aside and planned on finding trouble with the Longjing in the future. However, he never expected to encounter the other party here today. Furthermore, the Longjing had long colluded with Primeval Heaven's Eye. One of them was in the open while the other was in the shadows. Both of them were in no way weaker than Yi Xian at the 8th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. I think this Longjing definitely has some special bloodline divine ability. It's clearly trying to capture and kill Yi Xian. It's no wonder it's been so reluctant to part with him for half a year. Whoosh, as these thoughts flashed through his mind, a cold glint flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. Without another word, he waved his hand and stored Shi Wanjin into the Shenong treasure cauldron space. Instantly, as Shi Wanjin loosened his mouth, the soybean-sized hole in the 1,000-foot-long barrier above the nesting planet immediately healed under the influence of the primordial chaos void laws. But the rumbling thunder and buzzing sound in the void did not disappear. The primordial chaos void's heavenly punishment had already been activated, so it was impossible for it to stop there. Without any hesitation, Yi Xian immediately activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability attached to the system in his body. To his great surprise, it was successfully activated this time. Fellow Taoists, enjoy it slowly. I will be leaving first. Whoosh, Yi Xian turned to look at the green eyes of the primordial heavenly Tao and the dragon whale that were rumbling towards him. The corners of his mouth curved into an extremely playful and mocking smile. Whoosh. At the same time, a different buzzing sound rang out. His entire body instantly condensed into a point, and with a flash, it disappeared with a sharp sound. It was no longer visible, and not a single trace was left behind. There was no trace at all. What? This is impossible. At this scene, the figure of the primeval Heaven's Eye, who had rushed 20 billion miles away, stopped abruptly. A pair of green eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He exclaimed, "The void is clearly sealed, and there is no way to teleport at all. What kind of divine ability is this? To think that he could still withdraw and flee. Fellow Taoist Green Eye, don't you think you're a little too much for making one accident after another?" The Longjing was also dumbfounded. His face was as gloomy as water, and he was extremely dissatisfied in his heart. He said bluntly, "It seems that I've really been blind this time. You're just like that elite team of yours. Both of you are unreliable." Boom. Rumble. Just as the Longjing finished speaking, the continuous rumbling of thunder in the sky suddenly became louder. Looking up, there was clearly not a single bit of tribulation cloud, but the sound of thunder could be heard everywhere. In the dark, there was a formless and terrifying destructive force that condensed above the two of them. Its power was so strong and majestic that even the late-stage 8th stage primeval Heaven's Eye and the Longjing immediately felt their scalps go numb and their hearts skip a beat. The desolate Heaven Path's green eye immediately appeared and turned into a huge green eye that was as large as a star. His eyes flashed as he looked at the Longjing, and the voice of his divine sense sounded, "Fellow Taoist Longjing, I'm afraid we're really going to be screwed this time. It's clearly not the 99th time yet, but the primordial heavenly punishment has come early. Let's just leave it to fate." After saying that, the huge green eye that was like a star instantly shot to the left. It was clear that he had abandoned the dragon whale and wanted to take advantage of the fact that the heavenly punishment had yet to descend to see if he could escape this situation. Seeing the scene, the Longjing was so angry that his body trembled. He roared like thunder, "Damn old thing, too shameless, really unreliable. Fellow Taoist Longjing, I'm afraid we're really going to be screwed this time. It's clearly not the 99th time yet, but the primordial heavenly punishment has come early. Let's just leave it to fate." Looking at the Longjing on the side, as soon as the huge green eye spoke, its figure flickered and blasted to the left. It was clearly abandoning the Longjing and trying to see if they could escape before the primordial heavenly punishment came. At this moment, his heart was on the verge of breaking down. He had originally calculated that it would be the worst-case scenario, but according to the information he had gathered in the past half a year, Yi Xian had only stolen the heavens 70 times. There were still more than 20 chances left. Otherwise, he and the Longjing didn't need to continue the chase, because it was useless even if they caught up. However, although his calculation was correct, the information he had was not very reliable. The error was as high as 20 times. Of these 20 times, 3 of them were used to help Shui Ben, the mosquito butcher, and the lightning emperor's seal to steal the heavens. However, there were still 20 or so errors, which were completed at the edge of the dark void in front of the right bank of the primordial void. Because it was too far away, even if the rumbling of thunder could be heard, no one could hear it, so it was missed. Thus it was too late to say anything now. The culprit, Yi Xian, had already left, leaving him and the Longjing to carry the lightning. The primeval heavens I definitely wouldn't do such a thing. Now was not the time to vent his anger. Although the void had been sealed and he couldn't use teleportation, according to his estimates, this sealed void should only be around 100 to 200 billion kilometers. Only if he could rush out of this area before the primordial heavenly punishment and teleport away, he should be able to escape this calamity. Although he knew that his chances were slim. After all, the primordial heavenly punishment was not easy to fool. However, since the primordial heavenly punishment had yet to descend, he couldn't just wait here, could he? While as soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and rushed to the left on his own. He had calculated in his heart that there would be a higher chance of success if they split up. However, in the eyes of the Longjing, this action was not very pleasing. Look! When he saw that the primeval heavens I didn't say anything, he immediately turned around and fled. The Longjing was so angry that his body trembled. He roared like thunder, "Damned old thing, you're too shameless. None of you in the primordial heavenly punishment are reliable." He was really angry. When the primeval heavens I had found him, they had talked about it well. The plan could be said to be very thorough. Furthermore, the primeval heavens I had said that he only needed to hide in the dark and wait for an opportunity to make a move. Until on the surface, he would fight with the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, to create an opportunity. This could be said to be awe-inspiring righteousness. If not, the Longjing would not have nodded so easily and agreed to join forces with an unfamiliar expert of the same level. However, what happened next was obviously not the case. No. Whether it was the incarnation of the will of the heavenly Tao, the primeval heavens I, or his subordinates, in short, this group of people who came out of the primordial heavenly punishment world were all unreliable. First, after arriving at the forbidden area of the magic hall, he waited and waited, but the so-called elite team that he had arranged did not appear. There was simply no one who could drag a bottle of oil into the basket for such a big matter. Tight then, he followed the primeval heavens I and wandered in the dark void in front of the right bank of the Milky Way like a headless fly for more than half a year. It was not easy for him to finally catch the master of the magic hall at a close distance and have a chance to make a move. However, in the end, the result was that he accidentally fell into a trap and was tricked by others. And the responsibility for this result was obviously all on the head of the primeval heavens I. He had been paying attention to this matter all along. From the time he found the Longjing, he had been paying close attention to the strange movements in the dark void in front of the right bank of the Milky Way and recorded them one by one. He even used the heavenly Tao divination secret technique to make a deduction and came up with a 99% result, but now, according to his deduction and all the information he had before and after the operation, the heavenly punishment of the primordial heavenly punishment world was clearly far from descending. There were at least 20 chances to steal the heavens. But all of this had already happened. Whether the result of the 99% result was wrong or the information collected before and after the operation was wrong, all of this was the responsibility of the primeval heavens I. Now that they were out of the great dualism, it was naturally his responsibility. However, this guy poked the great dualism. Not only did he not say a single word of apology, he actually turned around and fled. This was clearly the rhythm of leaving himself behind to take the thunder and buy some time for him. How could it be just unreliable? It's simply shameless. Roar. Green's eye, you old fogey, for today's matter. This supremacy is not done with you. These thoughts flashed through Longjing's mind as he felt his chest tighten. He was so angry that he nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. However, he also knew that now wasn't the time to delve into all of this. Danger was about to descend, so it was best to escape first. Anger as he roared, he immediately turned around and fled in the opposite direction. He had made up his mind to be the same as the green eyes of the way of the heavens in the untainted land. As long as he rushed out of this invisible sealed area of 100 to 200 billion kilometers, he could instantly teleport away and escape this calamity. But, a distance of 1 to 200 billion kilometers was just a matter of 2 to 3 seconds for Heavenly Tao realm experts, especially terrifying existences at the 8th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. What he and the primeval heavens I were competing for was the time difference. Whoever escaped first would be able to successfully restrain the primordial chaos void's heavenly punishment. As such, the chances of escaping this calamity would be much higher. No, needless to say, the two old fogies' cultivation levels were indeed extraordinary. Furthermore, with a life and death crisis looming, they no longer held back. The energy in their bodies was pushed to the limit, and in less than a second, they had already rushed to the edge of the sealed void. At this speed, they only needed half a second to rush out of the sealed void. When that happened, they could immediately teleport away. Even the primordial chaos void's heavenly punishment couldn't keep chasing after them. Unfortunately, many things were just a hair's breadth away from happening. The two of them were indeed very fast, and they had indeed seen the opportunity very early. However, they ultimately failed to fight for that last half a second.